On housing, the first order of business, as always, is going to be the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And good morning. We have a full day ahead of us. I have a significant amount of people here to speak on HB 60, but I don't want to put a time limit on, but make sure if you have written testimony, consider not reading the testimony directly and sending it to the committee and summarizing some details. That would be great. But first, the first one that I'd like to call on, first of all, I'm going to open the hearing, 10:02. The first one I'd like to call on is Representative Bob Lynn, the prime sponsor of the bill. Welcome, Chairman Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and members of this new and very important committee dealing with housing issues. My name is Representative Bob Lynn. I represent Rockingham District 17. That's the town of Windham, New Hampshire, and I'm here in support of HB 60. This bill, if I think I have my facts correct on this, I believe this bill has passed the House 3 times now over the last 2 or 4 years. I don't have the exact number, but I'm pretty sure I'm right that it's passed the House 3 times now, and I hope it will pass again this time. This is a bill that basically, I mean, we could, if we had to label this, we could label it, I suppose, a contract means what it says bill. I think if you asked members of the public, if you have a lease for a year, what's the term of the lease? They would say very naturally a year. But under our current law, that is not the case. If you're dealing with what's called restricted property, and I think it's important to understand that restrictive property does not mean that you are a large landlord and you own, hundreds or thousands of units. You can be the owner of restrictive property if you own a 2-unit apartment, a duplex, that you don't live in. In other words, you live in one house and you have another duplex. It can be as small as that. That would constitute restricted property. So it can apply to a number of very small landlords. And under the law, under a Supreme Court decision from 2005, and I have to emphasize that was long before I was ever a member of the Supreme Court. There was a case called Dieselwitz versus some company. I don't remember the name offhand. But basically, what that court decision said is that if you have a lease for a term of a year and the year is up, the tenant can simply say, I want to leave. The lease is over. I'm leaving, and that's it. And there's nothing you as a landlord can do about that, nor should you as the landlord be able to do anything about that. You signed a year's contract. It's over. It's over. But from the landlord's perspective, the landlord cannot evict you simply because the lease is over. That does not, under the court's reasoning in that case, that does not constitute good cause. So let me make sure to be completely fair. If you don't pay the rent, of course you can be evicted, even, not, whether it's a year or not. If you don't pay the rent, of course you can be evicted. If you are disruptive or you damage the property or various other reasons, sure, that would be good cause. But simply having the lease end does not constitute good cause. And I submit that just is sort of a flagrant affront to basic contract principles. And more importantly, I think that there's a practical implication to this. What it means, and if you read the court's majority decision, the majority really sort of embraces this reasoning. If you read the court's decision, what it says is that, tenants are fungible. They're just if you have restricted property, the only thing you should worry about is like getting your money and the property not being damaged. And other than that, one tenant is fungible with another. And it particularly says, and I can't remember to quote the language, but it particularly says that landlords ought to make the decision as to whether or not they want to have this tenant essentially for the long haul at the beginning. Because, and I guess under what I think is the kind of convoluted reasoning of the court in that case, because they're going to say once you make that decision, the tenant is there. I mean, as Justice Netto pointed out in a really, I think, very prescient concurring opinion, the result of the court's decision is that once you make a lease with a tenant, the tenant is there for life, unless the tenant does something else that's a basis for removing the tenant. It's not enough that the lease is over. So stop and think about this, the implications of this. You are a landlord, and you've got to decide about whether you want somebody to be a tenant. Suppose you have somebody, sort of a marginalized, a person that might be considered a marginalized person, in the sense that maybe they have a bad credit rating, or maybe they have some kind of a minor criminal record or something that, as a landlord, you think, well, do I want this person or not? So stop and think. If you're a landlord and you have the right to have a lease for a year, you might say, all right, got some questions about this person, but it's only a year. I'm willing to take the chance for a year. And if things don't work out at the end of the year, I'm just going to say I'm not renewing the lease. And so you may be persuaded, I'm going to take my chance. I have a chance on this tenant. But if, as the law is now, you allow that person to come in, you're stuck with that person literally forever. Now, if you can prove that the person did something wrong, and and it's serious enough, sure, maybe you can get them out for that reason. But it's not enough. But you, as the landlord, are going to know, I'm going to have to jump through all these hoops. If I think that this person might be a drug user of some kind, I better be able to get evidence that's going to be able to prove that. And, will other tenants be willing to testify? Will I have some evidence, or will they be afraid? You have to factor in all of those kind of things. It just doesn't make any sense. And I submit that it really has the effect of reducing the availability of housing to perhaps people that should be would find it most hard otherwise to get housing. So I hope for all those reasons that this committee will look favorably on this bill. And I'm happy to answer any questions that members of the committee may have.
Thank you, Representative, for your testimony. Are there any questions for Representative Lynn? Representative Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is there anything in state law that requires the tenant to provide notification to the landlord that they're not going to renew the lease? There's like a timeline, or is that just in the lease itself?
I mean, I don't think there is. If you have a lease that says a year, I think, I stand to be corrected, but I don't think that you need to do. I mean, maybe the lease would say, you're going to give 30 days notice or something before but if it doesn't say that, I don't think there is, but I could be correct. I could stand to be corrected on that.
Can I ask a follow-up on that? So I think the issue here really is, because you mentioned it in your testimony, that you really, as the landlord, what you really want is stability, because you want the rent to come in, because you probably have a mortgage on the building, and your bank is going to want their money as well. And so the issue really here is in the notification part. You're saying that the individual, once they get in there, they're going to be there forever, and the landlord can't make a change. But so right now, the tenant doesn't have to tell the landlord, at least we think, until the end of the lease whether they're going to renew. So that adds instability to the landlord. but the landlord may not want the tenant, and so and there's cause, you mentioned it in terms of eviction, why they could get rid of it. But it would seem 2 months seems a little bit harsh in terms of like the time frame. And so my question really is, it's hard during the first year of the lease, but during the second year of the lease, the tenant would have a 1 year record where they've adequately paid the rent. They haven't broken anything terrible in the apartment. And so wouldn't it be mindful to have a clause in there that the renewal came up, say, maybe in the second year of his lease, 6 months in, that he'd had adequate time to, if they didn't want to renew the lease or the landlord didn't want to renew the lease, that there was enough time for the tenant to react? Because a lot of the marginalized groups that you talked about, they don't
Representative, can you just finish up
sorry.
your question, please?
I'm sorry.
Thank
Was
you.
that enough of a question?
No,
about
you-
length of notification.
Yes, you know what, you actually, Representative, I thank you for that question, because you actually raised a very good point that I neglected to mention. Last year, this bill, as presented last year, had a 30-day notice period. When the bill got to the Senate, I believe it was Senator Innes who raised the issue of, well, wouldn't it be better to increase the notice to, for example, I believe he suggested 60 days. And so I said at the time, that makes sense to me. And so as I introduced the bill, Senate still didn't pass the bill, by the way, but nonetheless. But I thought that made sense, and I increased it. I should also indicate that I've had discussions with another witness who's going to testify here, Elliot Barry, who's a long time and very good attorney with New Hampshire Legal Assistance, about he has suggested, among other things, would it make sense to increase? Right now, you'll notice the bill says that it applies to a lease of 6 months or more, or a tenancy of 6 months or more. He raised the question, would there be some flexibility? And obviously this bill is in the committee. It's no longer my bill. It's for the committee's decision. But would there be some willingness, or at least on my part as a prime sponsor, to consider extending that 6 month period to a 1 year period? And candidly, from speaking just for myself, and I understand the committee may have different views, but speaking just for myself, that would be, if that would get support from a significant number of people who right now don't support the bill, that would be a compromise that personally I would be willing to make, understanding that the committee may have a completely different view on that.
All set. Representative Kerwin.
Thank you, Chair. So just to understand, does this bill enable a tenant to be evicted without cause based on the expiration of the lease, even if that tenant had remained in the residence with permission from the landlord for years after the lease has expired?
It would, if the lease, in other words, I think under current law, if, for example, let's say you have a year's lease and the year ends and the landlord doesn't, both sides want it to continue. Under the law, that is converted into a month-to-month tenancy, basically. So, and it can go on as long as both parties want it to. This bill would say that after, if the landlord doesn't ask the tenant to leave after the 1 year period, the 60 days would still apply. The landlord could, by giving 60 days notice, have the tenant leave.
Follow up.
Yes, please. Would you object to the addition to the bill that requires the court to seal the record of an eviction based solely on the expiration of lease?
Well, I guess what I would say is I'm not sure that I would, because for this reason, it seems to me that the whole idea of this bill is to say that a contract means what it says. So if you have that theory, if let's say you have a lease for a year, shouldn't that mean that both parties who, having signed that lease, have the expectation that at the end of the year the lease is over, and that either party can end it? And so if if in your example, the tenant decides I'm not gonna honor the contract, I'm gonna force the landlord to evict me, to go to court to evict me, maybe if that's something a future landlord should know, that, this, because when the lease is, both sides should be bound by the terms of a contract.
All right, any other questions for Representative Lynn? Representative Thaxton.
So, in your initial testimony, you alluded to the willingness of people to invest in real estate. And my question is sort of twofold. Have you looked at who owns rental properties in New Hampshire? My research says that the vast majority of rental properties in New Hampshire are owned by mom and pops, by small investors. And my experience is that many people who have owned rental properties, mom and pops, for lack of a better term, and are increasingly hesitant to invest in rental properties and own them because of the difficulty of terminating tenancies. And the primary area that I've seen this has been with the fact that the end of a lease is not the end of a lease. Have you looked at that? Have you got any experience with that, or what are your thoughts on that?
Well, in terms of if you're asking, have I done sort of empirical research on that? No, I have not done empirical research on that. I think that landlords would, and I again, haven't done empirical research, but I have no reason to doubt your statement that most rental properties in New Hampshire are owned by sort of the mom and pop kind of people. I have no doubt about that, and I do know that getting a tenant to leave that doesn't want to leave, whether it's because of the end of the lease or they haven't paid the rent or whatever, you're right. That is a hassle, and this isn't going to be a panacea. Passing this bill isn't going to be a panacea for ending that, but I think it does help. It does move the ball in the right direction. And so I hope, again, that's why I hope you'll pass it.
Okay. Representative Minor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Lynn, and I apologize if you've answered this in some way and I might have missed it. But if the contract ends at the end of the lease, and then now they're other just month-to-month tenant as at the end of a lease, and you've decided I don't need to evict them or they don't need to leave and I'm going to keep them because they've been great. Right. So after the end of the term of the lease, now that they're month-to-month tenants, you still can't, can you use the expiration of the lease and just have them leave, say, no, I'm tired of it? Or will they still have to be evicted for other cause now at this point as a month-to-month tenant?
Well, under if this law were to pass, you would be able then to give the 60-day notice. In other words, once the lease is up, under current law, they become month-to-month tenants. But under current law, as per that case, you can't evict them just because they're month-to-month tenants. They're basically entitled to stay theoretically forever. If this were to pass, you would have to. They're month-to-month tenants, but you would have to give 60 days notice. So you would have to allow them to stay for 2 months. You'd have to give them notice before you could evict them.
Thank you.
Representative Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for coming to testify this morning. This is basically a follow-up to the question that was asked by my colleague on the other side of the room. And just for clarification, based on this bill, if I have been living in a rental unit for 7 years and I've paid my rent on time every month and I've never damaged the unit or bothered the other tenants or annoyed anybody, And the lease has expired, but the landlord has been happy to have me say, since I was a good tenant, that after 7 years, the landlord could evict me with 60 days notice. And I have to tell you, this actually happened to me. So I haven't made this story up. So based on this bill, after 7 years of being a good tenant, I could be evicted.
That's correct. And I guess, one of the things that I don't think that that's a harsh result. And I'll say that for this reason. My belief, I actually was a landlord back in the 1980s. I owned one duplex, but since I sold it in the late 80s, have never been a landlord since then. So I have no skin in the game for landlords. But my understanding is, and I think it's a very, worthwhile business, something that we need, but that landlords are basically in the business of investing in real estate and renting properties because they want to make a living at that. They want to make money at it. And so what I would say is, if that's true, it strikes me that it would be a very unusual situation for a landlord to decide to evict a tenant just, by flipping a coin. I think today I'm going to evict this tenant or that. There normally is some reason for that. Again, if you're saying could there have been only a really bad reason in your case? I maybe. I'm not saying that never happens, but what I am saying is that it strikes me that it's not a big problem of landlords sort of, just arbitrarily on a whim deciding to get rid of somebody, because for the very reasons that your colleague pointed out, it's a hassle to get somebody out and then to get somebody in. The landlord is almost always going to lose some money. So presumably they don't want to do that unless they feel they have a good reason to do it.
May I just make a follow-up point?
Real quick,
Yes.
Is it a question or is it a point?
It's a point.
All right, this is a public hearing. I'm going to ask you to only ask questions to the witnesses, please. Representative Page.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for being here. So I think I'm sympathetic to a lot of your arguments, and where I'm struggling is in the practical effect on the ground today when we have effectively a 0% vacancy rate, and I'm thinking about my own community. So what I'm struggling with is what happens to these tenants when they are evicted without cause in this particular market? And my question to you is, what do you see that practical reality looking like? Where do you see these tenants going? And do you think that passing this bill will further exacerbate our huge homelessness crisis that we have in this state?
I thank you for the question. And I guess the short answer is I don't see that, because, if you stop and think about, I know that that's been an argument. In fact, I think that apparently it had some persuasive effect with at least enough members of the Senate too. But I think if you stop and look at this analytically, let's assume, and I agree with you that, there's a very low vacancy rate. I mean, there's no question that there's housing shortage. But let's take it even further. Let's assume that there was no vacancy rate. There was absolutely zero vacancy rate. The argument that this is going to somehow increase homelessness, I think, doesn't really withstand analytical scrutiny, because it basically is a one in and one out situation. If you assume that there's absolutely no vacancy rate, and that, everybody that is not in a rental property is homeless, then even if you assumed that this would increase the number of evictions, and candidly, perhaps it would to some extent, but even if you assume that that's true, okay, so you have one person who is newly homeless. That person with no vacancy rate is replaced by somebody who was homeless and now becomes unhomeless. And so it seems to me if you logically if you logically carry that through, there's no, even in a not perfect no vacancy rate, there's no reason to believe that it's any more likely that someone who is evicted will become homeless than there is to believe that somebody who becomes a new tenant doesn't come from the homeless. I mean, I just think it's a nice talking point for people who oppose the bill, but I think if you look at it analytically, it just doesn't really hold.
Okay. Seeing no further questions, thank you, Representative Lynn.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have over 20 people looking to testify. So I'm going to ask everybody to keep their testimony at 2 minutes. I'm going to ask the vice chair to keep track of that for me. Next up is Representative Staub. Welcome to the Committee on Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my testimony. For the record, my name is Kathy Staub. I represent Hillsborough 25, which is Ward 5 in Manchester. And by my reckoning, at least half of the people, probably more of the people who are my constituents, are renters. In New Hampshire, approximately 151,000 people are renters, or there are 151,000 renter households. I've sent out two pieces of paper. One is my testimony, the notes for my testimony. The other one is from the National Low-Income Housing Coalition, which has some data about the availability of housing in the state. I also emailed my testimony to you because there are some links and I wanted you to have them live so you can just look at the research. As was reported, the vacancy rate in the state now is 0.6%, and a healthy vacancy rate is considered about 5%. Half of all the households, renter households in New Hampshire, are cost burden, which means that they're spending more than 30% of their income on housing. Over 30,000 of those households are severely cost burdened, which means they are spending 50% or more of their income on housing. I spoke to a retired person who is spending 60% of her income on housing, and she's on Social Security, so she doesn't have a lot to spare. Most of the people who are severely cost burdened, 64% of them of the people who are severely cost burdened make less than $30,000 a year, and they rely on Social Security or supplemental security income for their income. Landlords require prospective tenants to demonstrate that their monthly income is...
Representative, I'm going to ask you to wrap up if you can, please.
Oh, okay. If this bill is passed, this will create chaos. The people who are being forced out of their housing will be sent out into a market that they cannot afford. Most of these people are paying more than they can afford on rent. They're hanging on by a thread, and they don't have the money to move. They don't have the money for security deposits. So I'm asking you not to cut that thread. And I am open to questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Questions for Representative Staub? Representative Bolio.
So I have a quick question. Given the issue regarding the length of the lease agreements, should lease agreements have terms that define the length of the agreement at all? Should they even be in the lease?
Leases do protect tenants from increases in rent. I spoke to a woman who at the end of her lease saw her rent go up 650% or $650 a month. So she was at that time looking for a second job in order to keep that apartment because she can't qualify for another one. Yes, so I agree that a lease is a good thing. I think at this point in time, with the housing crisis that we have and the homelessness crisis that we have, which has been a big a big issue. in the last election, I don't think that now is a very good time for us to be ending 40 years of protections for renters in order to, make contract law more consistent in the state. We're talking about the human cost here. There are going to be a lot of people that are going to be forced to move. Some of them are going to be homeless. Some of them are going to move in with their families. Others are going to quit their jobs and leave the state. And so that is the ground truth. That is what is likely to happen if we pass this bill.
Thank you. Representative Reed?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative. We heard just now in previous testimony that ostensibly this would not add to our fastest in the nation homelessness growth rate. In your expertise, would you say that a person coming out of homelessness to attempt to rent has working against them the fact that they are homeless, and in other words, a market that is heavily skewed towards landlords, and landlords have their pick of any tenant they want, they are unlikely to give a homeless person or a person coming out of homelessness that unit. And in addition, if a person has been evicted, that makes it all the harder for them to get housing.
Yes, that's true. I would agree. And furthermore, I would say that, the cost of moving and the cost of getting a new apartment, the average cost of a 2-bedroom apartment in New Hampshire is $1,800 a month. To prove you make 3 times that would mean that you would need to prove that you make $5,400 a month. You have to have that first month's rent. You have to have a security deposit, which is usually the same as a first month's rent. And you need moving costs. You may have had your furniture and storage. And in general, one of the things that we're seeing with people with homelessness is that they have other issues. They have mental health issues. They have, or they have disabilities. There are people that cannot work and make enough money to satisfy landlords. And it's a landlord's market because of the vacancy rate being so low. People are building more houses. That takes years between permitting, construction, and then, getting people into houses. And many of the houses being built in Manchester are renting for $3,000 a month. You get kicked out of a $1,200 a month apartment, you're not going to rent a $3,000 a month 1-bedroom apartment on Canal Street for $3,000 a month. That's just not going to happen.
Seeing no other questions, thank you, Representative.
All right, thank you.
Next up, I'm going to call on Senator Reardon. Welcome. Oh, Representative Staub, no, she submitted testimony. Oh, no, if they have, I'll talk to you about that. Go ahead, Senator.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the Housing Committee. My name is Tara Reardon. I am the senator from District 15 representing Bow, Concord, and Hopkinton. I'm a former practicing attorney, and a large part of my business was representing landlords. I have done hundreds of evictions over the course of my career, and I was never at a loss to find a cause for that eviction. Not only the list in 540 :2 Roman 2 is there, but the other good cause is a very broad excuse for evicting somebody, and we never came upon an eviction that couldn't be done for some reason. I will also note there's nothing in a statute anywhere that limits raising the rent. And sometimes that is a landlord's way of evicting somebody, is that that huge rent increase that they know that they can't afford. I will say that housing is such a crisis nowadays. It's the very reason this committee has been formed and is sitting here. There is such a dearth of housing. And over my last 10 years of my career, I worked at the New Hampshire Community Loan Fund with low and moderate income tenants. And I will say, yes, if they are evicted and they're very low income, they are going to be homeless. I guarantee you they're going to join the roles of the homeless. So housing is extremely critical at this point. What else happens when housing is lost is where that person lives and their whole support circle disappears with that when they leave that location. Their neighbors that help them watch their children, maybe the schools that their children's go to, the ride share that they do to get to their job. So a loss of housing for a low moderate income person is more than just housing sometimes.
Senator, I'm going to ask you to wrap up if you could.
Absolutely, thank you. So I would say that letting tenants remain in their housing if there's no legitimate good cause is the fair and equitable thing to do. And it's easy to dehumanize it and say it's a matter of contract law. And I suggest that maybe we revisit this topic in 5 years or ever how many years it is that our vacancy rate is at 5% instead of under 1% as it is now. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator, for your testimony. Any questions? Representative Bolio.
Yes, I have a question. So you mentioned something very interesting, which is that under good cause, a landlord for economic reasons could raise the rent and then use that as presumably something to push the tenant out or to end the lease otherwise. If term expiration was a good cause to end a lease, wouldn't that then stop the perverse incentive of landlords having to raise the rent to get rid of a tenant? And they could just say, because the lease is over?
I think what you say has logic to it, certainly, but there's landlords do lots of things that aren't increasing the rent. They say they're going to remodel the apartment, and when the tenant moves out, they paint a wall, and that's the remodel, and they rent it to somebody else. So landlords find ways around this now without there's the part of it at the end of the expiration is there's no judicial involvement at that point. It's the landlord telling you that your lease is up, that you're going to leave. So we will never get eyes on if there are not legitimate parts to why that tenant's being evicted.
Okay, seeing no other questions, thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Next up, I'm going to call on Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, committee. For the record, I'm State Representative Hope Damon. I serve half of Sullivan County. I won't list my 9 towns. It takes a while. I am also a former landlord, sort of in another life decades ago. My husband and I owned an old inn that we converted to apartments and had cottages, and we had 9 units for a number of years. I'm here to speak in opposition to the bill, primarily because new law is supposed to solve a problem or have a purpose, and I don't see what problem this is solving. The law is very clear in 540:2, all the rules, or rather all the reasons why tenancy can be terminated, including the other good cause statement. So it's not clear to me what legitimate reason a landlord would have for terminating a tenant that is not included in that statute already. And therefore, reading between the lines, I wonder what not so legitimate reason would be covered by the proposed statute. The current vacancy rate for rental properties in New Hampshire is 0.8%. It has been below 1% for the last 5 years. 5% is considered a balanced market. We need to keep people in their homes, as Senator Reardon noted, in their community where it works for them, so that we have them as employees, as parents, as people that we serve. So I won't take more of your time, except to say I simply don't see the purpose. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Questions for Representative Damon? Seeing none, thank you.
Parenthetically, I appreciate all your work. I enjoyed being on this committee last year.
Thank you for being a former member. Sarah Holland.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. I'm Sarah Holland. I am a realtor, and I am currently the chair of public policy for the New Hampshire Association of Realtors. I am here to show our support for this bill, and I will make this short, and I will submit my written testimony. But the important thing to note about this bill is that no matter which way this goes, it's not going to solve the housing crisis. It is simply going to provide more certainty for both sides, both landlords and tenants, to understand the terms of their agreement and their relationship that they entered into. It provides guardrails, it provides notice, and the current interpretation of the law, as previously noted here today, it doesn't take into account the landlord's property rights and how they use their property and the important life changes that they may also be going through. They may have signed up to take on a tenant for a year or two in order to, maybe dabble in it to provide opportunities in their community. But maybe they go through a life change and this is not something that they can take on for life. And they need a way to get out, for a lack of a better phrasing. Representative Thaxton noted earlier that mom and pop landlords and this interpretation don't, they're not bringing more units online because they are afraid of getting tied into these leases and a legal battle that they're also not anticipating as taking on as a cost. So there was most recently an article, I think it was last week, and I'm happy to send that along to you, that contractors and other folks who are looking to convert units from commercial to residential and make rental units more widely available, that they're not able to get through that zoning approval process. So there are other ways that we can look at this to provide more housing for a lot of folks. However, providing more notice and transparency for both parties of a rental transaction is not the way to solve housing. So we support this bill.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions? Representative Page.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just seeking clarification on sort of the case you provided of somebody who gets into being a landlord for a couple of years and they want out. So my understanding is that if they want out and they decide that they want to stop running this property, that is good cause under existing statute. Am I wrong about that? What kind of getting out are you talking about? What are you, your imaginary case study here?
Yeah,
seeking to do?
It's not necessarily imaginary, right? So there are a lot of folks who get into this, and for a variety of reasons, including the legal implications and having to take somebody who they have had a relationship with over the years to court in order to vacate that property. That's a reason for folks to, number one, not get into offering rentals of widely available, or to have them pull back and maybe open their rental units up to other members of their family or to other folks who are deserving in other ways. For a variety, there's many different reasons why this could happen, but just a property owner changing their mind about how they wish to use their property, they shouldn't have to go through a legal process in order to do so.
Representative Reed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. You said one of the benefits to this was the introduction of certainty for both parties. And I think we can all understand easily how the certainty on the part of the landlord is beneficial for the landlord. The landlord has complete control over that situation after the expiration of the lease. Can you please explain to me, considering there are far more renters in this state than landlords, how the certainty that you will lose housing at the end of that contract, as opposed to the certainty that as long as you continue to pay your rent on time, continue to be a good tenant, that you will keep your housing. How is the certainty that you are going to lose your housing beneficial to the vast majority of people who are tenants and also the workers that we desperately need in this state?
Sure. Thank you for that. And I understand that this is a very divisive issue. And I have clients that are on both sides of this, so I definitely understand and empathize. However, as a property owner, you should have the right to decide how to, as a fundamental property right, dispose of your property. And being able to provide notice based on the terms of a lease, a contract that you signed with that tenant that explains the terms of that agreement, you're just providing them notice that, yes, I agree that at the beginning of this lease term, we have given ourselves 12 months to be able to have this arrangement, and I no longer wish you to be in my property. That gives them at least a small amount of time. I understand that's for some, and in this housing situation, that it is not the most appropriate amount of time sometimes, given the availability of property in rentals, that there is transparency that the lease is what it says it is. And I think every tenant should go into that lease understanding what those terms are, and if they don't like them, to advocate for something that makes sense for them. So again, I understand that this is divisive, but this is relative to a private property right, and those property owners are who we are representing at this moment.
Quickly, please.
Thank you. I appreciate you appreciating that it's divisive, but that was not my question. I don't think I heard the answer to my question, which is how does this help people who currently, because of our law, go into that contract with the understanding that they will have security afterwards? How is the certainty that they will not have that housing something that's beneficial to tenants? The benefit to tenants is the question.
The contract as it is written and the terms of that contract should be what the tenants should be understanding and reading. There should be no, unless the lease states and it's previously agreed that they can stay over, then they should not have that expectation that they can stay over.
Okay. Representative Grant.
Can you tell me if a tenant decides they don't want to leave, how long it takes to get that tenant out of that apartment or whatever, and how much does it cost to the landlord?
So it does take quite a bit of time. So when an eviction process has begun, it can take several months to a year, and possibly longer depending on how that judge receiving that case decides to accommodate that tenant and may require or allow them to stay in that unit for an additional time period. So there are a lot of metrics associated with this, but it is a large cost in time and money associated with eviction.
Thank you. Representative Page.
This may have been a better question for Senator Reardon, but following up on Rep. Grant's question, do you have an estimate of sort of a typical cost for going through that proceeding?
I don't. It ranges from court filing fees, which could be, under $100 to, hundreds of dollars, plus the serving as well as the time, and sometimes lost rent as well, because a tenant may not continue to pay rent during that process.
And I'm sure there's other people willing to speak to that as well, Representative.
Absolutely.
So thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Victoria Markiewicz. Welcome. You just turned it off. There you go.
Hi, my name is Victoria Markowitz. I live in Manchester. I'm originally from the Lakes region, but I left for school and moved back for work. I live in a studio apartment in Manchester, and it took me 4 months to find that apartment. This December, a couple months ago, my heat and hot water were out for most of the month. And I complained to my landlord about it, and I started searching for another apartment that maybe wouldn't have those issues. But of course I couldn't find one because there aren't other apartments. And now with this law potentially going through, I'm scared that my landlord will end my lease in March because I've complained about maintenance issues, to find someone who is willing to put up with those issues given the current housing market. Even with the generous 60 days notice with this law, it took me 4 months to find this apartment. It's likely going to take me the same to find another if I can find one. And it just feels like if I'm evicted, or if my lease ends and my landlord doesn't want me to stay, my mom and pop landlord doesn't want me to stay, then I will likely have to leave the state, like most of my siblings and most of my friends have, people my age, to neighboring states that are easier to rent in. And I just feel like that the just cause eviction law was put into place to override this, issue that everyone is talking about leases being a contract, because the landlords have so much more power than the tenants, especially, they have the privilege to own property, and they also, and especially in this housing market, have so many more options than tenants to replace someone when they don't, to put someone into their housing.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Nick Norman. And I know you asked for 5 minutes. If you could keep it to 2, that'd be great. Thank you.
Totally understand. There's written testimony. Thank you, Chairman Alexandra. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. There's so much to talk about. I'll talk about as much as we can in the time allotted. I represent and advocate for housing providers. Our organization connects organizations of housing providers across the state. We have a membership of about 3,500 people and put out legislative updates every week advising on housing issues. So there's several things about this to consider. I do agree it should be balanced between landlord and tenant in terms of ending the contract. Housing providers absolutely do not want to evict. It's a measure of absolute last resort. It's fairly painful to evict. It's expensive. It's time consuming. You end up with an apartment that has to be renovated before it can be put back on the market. So there's no rash of evictions that I can possibly foresee if this were to pass. However, there are times when it is very difficult to evict someone that is causing an issue that's not non-paying of the rent. If you're attempting to evict someone, let's say that's a disturbance, causing harm to other people or threats to other people, let's say, or someone that's dealing drugs, there's a number of reasons why you would want to evict somebody that's just become a nightmare of a tenant. And all of those have to be proven in court. So there are reasons that you can evict, but they're many times just impossible to prove. So having this provision would be good. And I do think it would be beneficial to people that are marginally qualified tenants. I know landlords that have marginally qualified tenants come to them and say, I'd love to take a risk on this person, but if I'm going to be stuck for life, I'm not going to take the risk.
Mr. Norman, I ask that you wrap up, if you could.
Okay, well, there's so much more. I've been in the business for 35 years. I have 48 units. I have some experience. I open to questions, and do please read through all the testimony. There's a lot more to be said.
Thank you. Any questions for Nick Norman? Seeing none, thank you. Cara Ann Rodenhiser, please help me with that, if you could.
It's Cara Ann Rodenhiser. Sorry.
Perfect.
It's a mouthful.
Thank you.
Dear Chairman Alexander and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity this morning to address House Bill 60. As I mentioned, my name is Cara Rodenhiser, and I'm the director of the Home for All Coalition. And I'm here today on behalf of the coalition to voice our strong opposition to this bill and underscore the significant harm it would cause renters and communities across New Hampshire. The bill threatens to destabilize housing security for many renters, permitting landlords to evict individuals who have lived in their homes for 6 months without providing any reason. It opens doors to arbitrary and unjust evictions, leaving families vulnerable to sudden displacement and creating a pervasive climate of fear and uncertainty. For renters, but particularly those who are low income or in marginalized communities, the consequences could be incredibly devastating, including increased risk of homelessness and economic instability, which are two issues New Hampshire is already struggling to address. Furthermore, eliminating good cause protections undermines decades of progress in fair housing and anti-discrimination efforts. When landlords aren't required to provide a reason for eviction, it becomes far easier to conceal discriminatory practices targeting individuals based on race, disability, family status, or other protected characteristics. Beyond those legal concerns, the bill threatens stability of entire communities, severing vital connections to schools, jobs, and essential services. And this bill is not really about creating fairness or ensuring landlords have adequate tools to address problem tenants. These tools already exist and are utilized when necessary. Data from the New Hampshire Fiscal Policy Institute has shown that eviction filings in the state have risen 66% between 2020 and 2023, returning to pre-pandemic levels. These numbers demonstrate that landlords already have sufficient mechanisms to pursue eviction when it is warranted. What landlords need are stronger support systems to ensure successful tenancies, not legislation that further erodes housing stability.
I'm going to ask you wrap up.
Okay. And so it's been noted that this bill has been defeated several times over the past year for good reason. Lawmakers have recognized the harm it poses, and introducing this bill again during a historic housing crisis is deeply misguided. So on behalf of Home for All, I urge you to consider opposing House Bill 60 and work towards solutions that strengthen our communities rather than weaken them. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Representative Page.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your testimony. So we heard from a prior speaker who was concerned, who was a tenant, who was concerned about having complained about maintenance issues in their apartment. So if this bill should pass, that tenant could be evicted without cause at the end of their lease period, right? If this bill should pass, does that person then have any recourse if they feel they've been retaliated against for making a legitimate complaint about their living conditions in their building?
So I am not a legal expert, but I will say in my experience working with landlords as part of my role with Home for All, that is something that tenants, there's a power differential. Landlords hold a lot of power, and tenants are often afraid to go to their landlord with concerns, even something as simple as not having heat in their unit already, because they want to have a positive relationship with their landlord. If there is now a fear of, if I bring an issue to a landlord's attention, I could be evicted, I think that power differential will grow. And whether or not a tenant has access to supports for recourse, I would say that they might feel in that moment they don't.
Representative Minor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for speaking. Do you think that taking away the security of the contract ending at the end of the contract would cause more housing providers to do month-to-month tenancies rather than even giving them that one-year lease, and now causing them to only be secure for 30 days potentially?
I think that could be a possibility, which could be devastating to folks with assisted rental assistance, so a housing choice voucher, where often a 12-month lease is required. That would make it even harder for voucher holders to utilize their vouchers in New Hampshire. But I can't speak on behalf of landlords, but I imagine it could have further exacerbate the crisis we're seeing now.
Okay, seeing no other questions, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
I see you had written testimony. If you can get it to the committee, that'd be great.
Yes.
Thank you. David Klein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I realize the time is short. My name is David Klein. I have rental properties in the Seacoast area. I only want to, because of the time short, I just want to address a couple of the questions that I heard. In terms of time of evictions, that time will vary depending upon the case and what the defendant does and how it's handled. I had an eviction that ended up the end of last year. It took 11 months because it got appealed, and it got cut short because the defendant did not file a brief on time, and the Supreme Court dismiss the eviction. Shortest, probably 60 to 90 days. Fees vary depending upon whether you're a hiring attorney. You do have court entry fees, sheriff's fees, second set of sheriff fees when you get the writ of possession. There are, and reasons why landlords are reluctant to evict are you almost always lose rent on these things. The apartments come back more damaged in eviction cases than they do on ordinary tenants who want the security deposit back. That means not only do you have to pay to fix up the apartment, but you have to pay for the lost rent during the period of time. Then for someone like me, we've hired a management company. We have to pay the management company a 1 month's fee for rental of the apartment. So it's very expensive. We do not evict arbitrarily. We think about it. We try and work it out with the tenants. And one of the things about the homelessness eviction on the record, if the tenant leaves at the end of the 60-day notice period, there's no grounds to evict. They will not have an eviction on their record. As far as finding other apartments, the general statistic nationwide is 33 to 40% of apartments roll over every year. So there is a constant supply and taking up of that supply throughout this state and every state. Even with this bill, the defenses to an eviction set forth in RSA 540:13 still exist. They're ineffective. There is a statute against retaliation by the landlord against the tenant, particularly making complaints about maintenance to public authorities, so that those defenses are still there. The rent withholding is still there. None of that is affected by this bill. Given the time constraints and to not make you stop me, I will stop myself at this point.
Perfect. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Klein. Any questions? Representative Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. How many times during your career have you done evictions?
I was a practicing attorney at one point, so I'd say probably about 100.
All set. Thank you. All right. Any other questions? Thank you very much. Anne Marie or Rook?
Good morning. My name is Anne Marie O'Rourke. I'm a 76-year-old, soon to be 77, divorced RN who lives alone. I am unable to resume my career as an RN due to medical issues. I live on a limited income, Social Security, and a small monthly annuity. I lived most of my life in 4 houses owned by me. I no longer own homes. I lived in my previous apartment in a house owned by the same family for 18 and a half years. I always paid my rent on time and was a good tenant. It was home for 18 and a half years. In 23, it sold. I could see the writing on the wall and started looking for a new apartment. Start of 24, rent was doubled. I could not afford to stay. I scrambled to pay rent, which meant going to town welfare, St. Vincent de Paul, and other groups in town. I was notified, never finding myself in this situation, mortified. I was never finding myself in this situation. I felt like a beggar. I received eviction notice in February of 24 for other good cause. Renos by new owner to convert some of the units to Airbnb. I could not find anything I could afford. I signed up for senior housing in 3 areas. Waiting list is 2 to 3 years. I had to find a rental I could afford. It took almost a year. I have to come up with security deposit. I also had to find moving money. And in the middle of the hottest summer I can remember, I was told by welfare to go sign up in the homeless shelter. My answer was, I will live in my car before that. It's called dignity. I found after searching for 1 year a tiny apartment I could afford. I find myself facing an unsure future in my new apartment due to the fact that the building was sold on the day I moved in.
If you could wrap up for us, that'd be great. Thank you, Mr. Rook.
Pardon?
If you could wrap up for us, that'd be great.
Okay, lots of rentals going on. I have a month-to-month lease. I have knowledge my old apartment has remained the same. It's empty. No rentals have been done for 6 months in my old apartment. My life is still upside down. I stretched financially. I feel hopeless. I was embarrassed to share with friends. My respect was tremendously decreased and medical issues have increased. 6 months and I'm still unsettled. I would want anyone, maybe you or your constituents with mothers and fathers in rented apartments to think about this and hopefully to be able to live in peace, not with thoughts that the landlord could put you out for no reason.
Miss,
Please, yes, please think of the human factor. It could change a loved one's life and not for the good. I think my life will never be the same. I oppose HB 60 and hope you understand why. Thank you for listening.
thank you very much for your testimony. Are there questions for Ms. O'Rourke? Representative Reed.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I think your story is a powerful example of the actual human cost rather than treating people like numbers. So my question is, do you think your particular situation and the story that you provided, and I welcome you to provide any more details to your story that you didn't have time to, I would be interested in hearing that. Do you think that your story is unique or unusual in terms of how housing is affecting your life?
I don't think so, but there's also the senior factor you have to think about. I'm not able to go out and make more money to afford someplace, that is really, livable. And that's just a fact of life at this point. I do what I can. It's just me living alone. I think there's other seniors. You don't want to see your mother or father on the street. You have to stop and think about that too, what this bill would do. They need time. If you're going to move, you need time to find someplace, and they're just not out there anymore. It took me a year before I found anything. And I'm really in a much smaller place than I had before, and the one I had before was tiny, which, like I said, sits unrented and nothing has been done to it. So I just don't know what else to say.
Thank you. Other questions? Thank you very much for your testimony. Mary Smith.
Hello. I am Mary Smith from Manchester, New Hampshire, and I am strongly in support of this bill. If anything, I think it's been watered down to make it more passable. I would encourage this committee to make the mandatory 60 days shorter to 30 days. I deal with bad tenants all the time. I'm not a landlord myself. I'm a renter. And even in my personal experience renting, I've asked my landlord for a lease because I was interested in that security that you can get for a long-term lease. And she said no. And I think that's perfectly acceptable because that is her right. This is a property rights issue. And there is a human element. Many people here have talked about the human element. And I think landlords help protect communities from bad tenants who are not a nuisance to just the landlords. They are a nuisance to everybody who lives on the premises or around the premises. And so giving landlords the ability to evict and making that stronger in these cases, I don't think Representative Lynn would put this in if there was no particular reason. He is familiar with the courts because he served as Chief Justice on the New Hampshire Supreme Court. And if this was being upheld by the courts, then this bill wouldn't be in front of you today and you wouldn't be listening to people's testimony on it. So if you have any questions relating to, any of my testimony, I'm welcome to hear them.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Any questions? Representative Reed.
Hi, Mary. Nice to see you again.
Hello, Representative Reed.
Thank you for your testimony. In your opinion, which is more of a nuisance? Maybe a tenant that has loud music or whatever might be a nuisance in your situation, or having unhoused people everywhere in your community and you yourself looking at the chance of being unhoused, which is more of a nuisance?
I think the solution to, you described the unhoused people as a nuisance. I don't believe they're a nuisance, but I think the solution to that is something we've already heard in testimony today, which is loosening the restrictions on building housing. And there's no part of this bill that's in front of you today to be approved by this committee that speaks to loosening those housing restrictions. This bill is just about the contract that the tenants sign with the landlords and the landlord's rights to their property.
Representative Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming this morning to testify. Given the current housing situation and the housing crisis in New Hampshire, is this the right time for this bill?
I think any language that people have brought today about the homelessness crisis and the very low vacancy rate, less than 1% here in New Hampshire, that it is tangential to this bill and not related. And so specifically to your question, do I think this is the right time? Yes, I think any time is the right time for this bill. And it's a shame that this bill even has to be put forward, because this is something that should already be upheld by the courts that is not being. And that's why this bill is in front of you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Appreciate it.
Sure.
Rebecca Sky. And I know we're running a bit behind. I plan on powering through lunch, but if there's members of the committee that need to leave for whatever reason, feel free. But I didn't realize, I thought an hour was enough time, but apparently not. So we're going to keep moving forward. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Representative Alexandra, and members of the committee, for allowing me time today. My name is Rebecca Sky. I'm the Executive Director for the New Hampshire State Commission on Aging. And the New Hampshire State Commission on Aging advises against providing landlords the rights to evict at the end of the lease within 60 days of advance written notice. Given the housing crisis that our state is in at this time, this is not the right time for this bill. The one in and one out argument suggested by Representative Lynn puts the most vulnerable at greatest risk for homelessness. Take, for instance, an older adult who asks for grab bars in the shower and other accessibility features in the apartment that will cost the landlord. For a landlord looking to maximize their income, who can fill that apartment easily, why would they not hesitate to evict a person at the end of the lease, putting that older adult out on the street? Reinforcing why this bill will disproportionately impact the growing older adult population in our state. Older adults experience poverty at higher rates than the general population. Income generally declines as one ages. The New Hampshire Fiscal Policy Institute, in a recent report, said that the supplemental poverty measure rate in 2022 for Granite Staters aged 65 and older was 14.4%, higher than the general SPM for Granite Staters aged 18 to 64, which was 8.4%. Those with mobility issues face added hurdles. The U.S. Census Bureau issued a report in October 2023 that found that less than 20% of housing stock in New England is age-ready. That is having step-free entry and bed and bath on the first floor. I know of a couple who moved to a residence inn during the winter months because the accessibility issues of their apartment are exacerbated during the winter months, as you can imagine. And they choose that because they can't find alternative housing.
Ms. Sky, I'm going to ask you to wrap up if you could.
Yep. If you flip to the backside of this testimony, picture speaks 1,000 words. We had at the commission meeting in November 2024, we had Dr. Samara Scheckler from the Joint Center for Housing Studies at Harvard University come and speak to us. And this is from one of her slides, and it represents the housing cost burdens for adults age 65 and older in New Hampshire. And yes, it represents those who rent and those who own. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sky. I see in your testimony you have some links, so if you can send us an electronic copy of that, that'd be great.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Bolio.
I'm really glad that you brought up the disproportionate impact, especially, people who are elderly. My question is, there are quite a few housing providers who are elderly. So what would be the impact of a lengthy and expensive eviction process if you're a housing provider that's elderly who depends on this income that they get from a rental when they have a rental property that is not providing?
So I am unclear as to the difference between, a landlord going through an eviction process after the passage of this law versus going through an eviction process that's already available through the law. How's the cost any different? They're going to have to go through the same steps and processes. I'm an expert on the older adults in our state, not necessarily in the housing field.
Okay. All right. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Kristen Evans.
I have given my written testimony and will be brief. So thank you for the opportunity to testify in opposition to HB 60. For the record, my name is Kristen Evans, and I am the Director of Policy for ABLE New Hampshire. ABLE is a disability justice organization, and we are a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization that fights for the civil and human rights of children and adults with disabilities. As a disability justice organization dedicated to advancing the rights of dignity of individuals with disabilities, we strongly oppose this bill. This bill poses significant threats to the housing stability and well-being of individuals with disabilities across the state. This bill eliminates vital protections for tenants, including those with disabilities. This change would disproportionately impact individuals with disabilities who already face significant barriers to accessing safe and affordable housing. Research consistently demonstrates the challenges that individuals with disabilities encounter in securing stable housing. Individuals with disabilities are more likely to experience housing discrimination, limited housing options, and financial instability, placing them at a heightened risk of homelessness and housing instability. House Bill 60 undermines the principles of fairness and equity by disproportionately impacting marginalized communities, including individuals with disabilities. It threatens to amplify housing insecurity and homelessness among those of our most vulnerable members of our society. In opposing House Bill 60, we urge policymakers to consider the human impact of this legislation on individuals with disabilities and prioritize the preservation of housing stability and security for all residents of New Hampshire. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions for Ms. Evans? Representative Thaxton.
Hi. So in reading this and thinking about it as a real estate agent and as a property owner, and I recognize that there would be greater challenges for somebody with disabilities. So it's easy to picture that. Why would they not seek a longer term lease? I mean, a tenant could negotiate for a longer term lease. If I was disabled, which I hope that doesn't happen soon, I would, and I was concerned about housing. Why would I immediately accept a 1-year lease? Why wouldn't I say to the landlord, I need to stay here for a period of years and negotiate for a 3 or 4 or 5 year lease and build an escalator in or something like that?
Thank you for the question. I think people with disabilities, and Chase is here also, he can speak to this, but have a really hard time finding apartments to rent, so that going to someone already and then asking for like a 5-year lease would pose more problems for them to then be able to rent an apartment.
Well, I don't
follow up.
follow up, and I don't mean to be argumentative,
I know.
but a tenant like that, which has probably got fairly stable income, well, if you're disabled and you have a fixed income, it's stable, right?
But not large.
I totally understand that. Totally agree with that. But they could make the case for themselves that it could be most landlords, as almost everybody in here has agreed, regardless of what side you're on, are looking for dependable, stable tenants. So if I know that I have someone who's disabled and they are looking for long-term and they have stable income, which is honestly the biggest issue most of the time with a tenant, and I can agree to a term of increases built into the lease, not unheard of, I would think that would make them more desirable as a tenant rather than less desirable. And I understand it may just be an uncomfortable question that they're wanting to just whatever I can get, I'll take.
Mm-hmm.
But they may be able to move themselves up the list by saying, not only will I take this for 1 year, but I'm willing to take it for a period of years. And I understand that your costs are going to go up, so I'm willing to deal with that now. Just
Okay. I think I can get back to you with more detailed information, but not everybody starts out renting as disabled. So people become disabled as they are renters, and this law would allow landlords to just evict them because they want to for no cause. But that happens. But I think that I will get back to you because I don't know why.
Miss Evans, we have the Council for Developmental Disabilities here. Hopefully they can help answer your question as well.
So I think that they'll be able to answer that better. But thank you for the question.
Appreciate it. Representative Reed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I have a follow-up because I had an original question, but I need to kind of piggyback off of what was just said. So in the example that was just offered to you by the committee member that a landlord might be willing, as we don't frequently ever see, negotiate a longer term, longer than 1 year lease because the person has stable income, would the current law not benefit that landlord more? In other words, you can negotiate for the 12 months, and if you decide later you need more rent, you are free to raise the rent, and if the tenant can't meet that rent demand, then you could then evict. Would that not be more beneficial to the landlord currently?
I think so, yes.
My follow-up, Mr. Chair.
Please.
Thank you. So aside from the very poignant human cost that you've pointed out and has been pointed out repeatedly, we know that the human cost argument does not get traction with everybody. So I want to go to the economic kind of realities. Is it not true that many of the members of the disability community also hold jobs, even if just part-time, and that they are filling those worker needs that we desperately have? And so when you put their housing at risk, once again, we are pushing out the people who do the jobs that we desperately need.
Yes.
Thank you. Representative Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming this morning to testify. Do you have any information on whether any tenants with disabilities have actually had any success in negotiating long-term lease, and whether those if they have, whether those long-term leases have continued to be affordable, given that they would probably include an escalator for rent?
Thank you for the question. At this moment, I do not, but I will definitely get that information to you by the end of the day.
That'd be great. Thank you. All right. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
I'm going to call on Chase Eagleson from the Coalition of Developmental Disabilities.
I believe you should already have my testimony. My name is Chase Eagleson. I serve as the Policy and Planning Coordinator for New Hampshire Council on Developmental Disabilities. We are a federally funded state agency that's mandated in all states to advocate for the rights and responsibilities of individuals within the developmentally disabled community. We come, as may not be surprised, in opposition of this bill. As was previously mentioned, 2005, this type of lease, which is a holdover lease, was unanimously determined that they need to protect tenants with holdover leases, and again was unanimously upheld in 2015. Overturning this decision would create significant hardship for individuals within the disability community. It's already very difficult for individuals within that community to find safe, stable, and especially accessible housing. Less than 2% of housing in the United States is accessible. And that's for individuals with physical disabilities. And physical disabilities don't just manifest when you're born. They can develop over time. They come with aging. They come with any sort of thing throughout life. Allowing for this type of eviction to occur would allow for a lot more tenants who are developing any type of disability or who have a disability to be evicted due to their disability. And in my opinion, that is not just cause. That is discriminatory against people with disabilities. And that's what this is opening up. And based on historical memory, this is something that will occur if this passes. Already, without this bill being in place, individuals with disabilities face a 2 to 3 times higher rate of eviction than individuals without disabilities. And
Mr. Eagleson, I'm going to ask you to wrap up.
Yeah, of course. And displacement that occurs from eviction shatters fundamental security, forcing children, forcing families, forcing people who desire to be part of the community to benefit the community. It shatters their ability to continue to do that. And I'm open to any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Eagleson. Is it not true that there's already mechanism in law to prevent a person with a disability from being evicted under current law? And in the case you described, wouldn't you say that those individuals who are evicted at higher rates would have cause to sue under the human rights law?
Under the human rights law, they might, but if this bill passes, they could be evicted and they could not be said that it's because of their disability. They could just be evicted and told that they want to end the lease. So it wouldn't really be something they can prove.
Okay, so just to follow up, there's currently a renovation eviction, right? So if I say, oh, I need to renovate the property to make it an Airbnb, you can already evict based on that. I guess I'm confused at how you're making the connection of landlords will arbitrarily evict because they are disabled. I don't see the connection there.
I think that's the exact point. They already have enough mechanisms to evict someone because of their disability. Adding this will only add to the amount of options they have, and that's again adding more discriminatory purposes for evicting someone with a disability.
Okay, thank you. Representative Reed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So I just want to clarify. So what you're saying is, whilst currently there's enough ambiguity in law that perhaps landlords could be evicting unjustly, whether it's the unprotected, oh, I didn't like the fact that he's a Yankees fan, or the very protected, they're disabled, and I really kind of, that puts me out a little bit. There's enough ambiguity in current law that is already happening, and we can't really go after it because it's kind of ambiguous. But this being absolutely no cause would allow landlords to just kick anyone out if they didn't like their skin color or how they express themselves or a disability or anything.
Thank you for your question. Yes, that's exactly my point. This opens up for any type of discrimination, whether it be, again, due to their race, due to their disability, due to any preconceived notion of not wanting them to be there.
Thank you for your testimony. Representative, I'm going to ask if you could refrain from asking would you believe questions and ask legitimate questions of witnesses. That'd be great.
I appreciate the request, Mr. Chair. That was not technically a would you believe. That was technically I was asking for clarification on what he had previously said.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. I'm going to call on Elissa Antman.
Good morning, honorable members of the House Housing Committee. I will be brief. Thank you for hearing my testimony today. My name is Elissa Antman. I'm a resident of Concord, and I am here in opposition to HB 60. This bill, as you've heard, would already harm marginalized populations, including the LGBTQ+ and disability community, leaving people without a place to live. While we can assume best intentions from landlords, in my experience, not all landlords are supportive of all identities. My identity as an LGBTQ plus and disabled person puts me at a higher risk of housing insecurity, and this bill only exacerbates this issue. And I'm going to share my story very briefly, like I said. In 2016, I rented a studio apartment with my partner at the time. It was small, our kitchen sink only a few feet from our bed, and one window that only stayed open when propped up by a piece of wood. It was home, however, it was never truly a safe space for us. When we signed the lease to the apartment, our landlords warned us, you girls need to stick together, no boys over, which was not a problem for me. However, it was clear that they didn't understand or want to understand that we were romantically involved. They touted their traditional family values, and quickly it became clear how unaccepting they would be of our true relationship. We were living out of different motels at the time and had nowhere else to go, and only enough savings to cover 1 month's rent and a security deposit. The longer we stayed, the more questions we got from our landlords. They began to overstep and intrude, and they poked around our personal lives. And during regular maintenance of our apartment, our landlords even interrogated us as to why there was only one bed in the apartment. It was incredibly intrusive, and it's extremely demoralizing to hide and mask your existence because you're in constant fear for your housing security. As someone who also lives with a mental health disability, a landlord could decide they don't want to rent to someone with a disability, and it wouldn't be the first time I've been exposed to hurtful and dangerous stigma around that. This bill gives landlords the power to evict people like me by providing them the tools to do so in state statute. Hiding my identity is not an option. If I need to access emergency services in a crisis moment, the last thing I should worry about is their presence leading to my possible eviction. My story is just one story among thousands of Granite Staters who would be harmed by this bill. This could happen to someone in a similar situation today if this bill passes. Everyone deserves equal access to housing. For that reason, I'm asking you to vote inexpedient to legislate so that people from already marginalized groups aren't left without a place to live. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Antman, for your testimony. Is there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jennifer Chisholm.
Hello.
Hello.
Thank you for the opportunity to be able to speak to you about HB 60. My name is Jennifer Chisholm. I am the Executive Director of the New Hampshire Coalition to End Homelessness, and we are in opposition of this bill, as you could probably imagine. And so I have submitted some written testimony, and we'll also be distributing our State of Homelessness in New Hampshire reports as well. So that should happen later this week. I will keep my comments brief today, however. So given the state of homelessness and housing instability in New Hampshire, right now an ounce of prevention is currently worth at least 10 pounds of cure. And instead of preventing evictions, HB 60 would unfortunately move the needle in the wrong direction. And so we do understand that sometimes evictions do need to happen, and New Hampshire already has just cause statutes in place that are effective. The question had come up about how HB 60 would impact homelessness. And so on its surface, it may seem that evicting one family when their lease ends and replacing them with new renters is a net zero situation, but it's just not that simple. Once their housing is lost for no cause under HB 60, many New Hampshire families who pay their rent on time and comply with the terms of their leases will require significant community support and resources from places like nonprofit programs or local welfare offices in order to restabilize and obtain new housing that is safe, stable, and affordable. It's a lot of work, especially right now, for individuals, families, households to find new housing, as you have heard already from other people. So we are extremely concerned about families, even those families of median income. And so the number of people and families who were homeless in New Hampshire from January to December of 2023 jumped to 2,335 individuals, which is an increase of almost 50% over 2022's numbers. And so just to note, these numbers do not take into consideration anybody who's doubled up, and so staying in an unstable situation with maybe friends or family. We are also particularly concerned about the potential impacts of HB 60 on aging adults in the Granite State. No-cause eviction laws such as HB 60 have been shown to negatively affect the elderly disproportionately.
Ms.
And
Chisholm, I'm gonna ask you to wrap up.
Yep. And so just given the vulnerability of this population, the current eviction laws offer significantly more protection to aging tenants. And New Hampshire is a quickly aging state. The number of older adults is projected to double within the next 20 years. And so with effective eviction laws already in place and the negative effects of no-cause evictions on families and vulnerable populations, we respectfully encourage the committee members to vote against HB 60.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there questions? Seeing none, thank you. Oh, Representative Page. See, that's why I like you sitting over there.
I have a question on, you mentioned that it's been research has demonstrated that eviction without cause has a disproportionate impact on seniors, or I'm paraphrasing. Can you point us to that research on where this has happened elsewhere and how that has had that impact?
Yeah, I'd be more than happy to follow up with an email, but I was looking at some data from the National Law Center on Poverty and Homelessness, as well as the National Low Income Housing Coalition. So I will follow up via email by the end of the day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Matt Mayberry.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I was practicing. I can do this in 90 seconds. My name is Matt Mayberry. I'm the CEO of the New Hampshire Home Builders Association, and we're going to spend a whole lot of time together this year because we're going to tackle this challenge and conquer it. Quick backstory on me, because a lot of you have seen a 50-year-old, all right, fine, 60-year-old white male working for a whole bunch of rich developers. I'm gay. I'm a disabled veteran. I lost my housing during the economic downturn. I lost my housing because I was gay. Been there, done that. We oppose this because we actually would like to see it go from 60-day notice to 30-day notice. Because we have to remember, these are all adults. And a lease is a contractual relationship, not a moral obligation. This is not a one-sided agreement. We're not making you stay. We're not making you leave. I've been a housing provider and I've been a tenant. And I can guarantee you that the minute you serve that 60-day notice or a 30-day notice, the tenant stops paying rent. You start losing money. If they stick around, you go into court and you're losing more money. Any tenant can ask for a new contract. They can ask for an extension in writing. If they choose not to do that, that is upon them. Also, one thing that we should factor in, that costs go up, taxes go up. My taxes in Rochester went up $1,400 this year. Oil and heating have gone up. But yet no one's talking about that the tenant should participate in that in their rent payments. It keeps getting pushed back onto the housing provider. And I'm glad you find it funny, ma'am, but there are folks who actually make a living from providing housing. And when you're asking them to do more, putting more constraints on them will close that siphon of housing down even further. So, Chairman, I see you moving forward, so I'm going to shut up. But happy to take your questions. I said we're going to spend a lot of time together. And landlords don't arbitrarily throw people out. We like the consistency. I'll stop.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Mayberry. Questions of Representative Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming to testify this morning.
Yes, ma'am.
When the costs for a landlord increase, when the taxes increase, and when the cost of oil and other expenses for heating and so forth, when those increase, don't the landlords raise the rent?
Yes, ma'am. But if you're in a lease and you're in a contractual agreement signed by two adults, you're locked into that rent. So when your contract has an expiration date on it and you've known for 11 months, 29 days when the expiration date of that contract is, that's up for negotiation.
Follow up, Mr. Chair. When the lease is up, doesn't the landlord raise the rent then?
You're making a lot of assumptions, ma'am. because sometimes people like to have the consistency of a long-term tenant. The representative mentioned about negotiating a multi-year lease with a rider in it. My members and myself would say, absolutely, yes, please. We'd love to have you stay for multiple years. Housing providers don't look for opportunities to ask people to leave. Profits come from having someone stay for multiple years. But if the rents and cost of providing housing go up, isn't it fair and appropriate to ask the tenant to participate in that increase? Or should they just be locked in for life?
Quickly, Representative Gibbs.
Thank you, sir. But when those costs go up and the lease is expired, doesn't the landlord raise the rent? Can't the landlord raise the rent? Is there anything stopping the landlord from raising the rent?
Or not raising the rent. They may choose to eat that cost. They may like the tenant that they have. They may, whatever their situation is, it's not an automatic. It is a choice. It is a choice to stay. It is a choice to move. It is a choice to increase the rent. It is a choice to ask for a multi-year contract. Or in advance, if you're 9 months into a lease, you could say to the housing provider, hey, in a couple months it's coming up. Can I get a new contract? I want to stay. There are options on both sides, ma'am.
Representative Reed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Mayberry. And as you know, you all in.
Oh, my apologies. I think I did that. Go ahead.
So rude, Mr. Chair. Agree on what has been mentioned today as one of the solutions, or perhaps even the biggest solution to the housing crisis, which is the easing up of restrictions on buildings. So I want to start with the fact that we are in agreement on at least that much. My question, and I may have follow-ups, is that when you talk about the contract, and much has been made about the contract, this is a contract between two adults, contract. Is it not true that contracts inherently have to be within the bounds of the current law? In other words, you cannot sign a contract in violation of law. And so when you sign that contract as two grown adults, you are signing the contract with the understanding that whatever is in law is also applicable. So in other words, when the people are entering into contracts currently, they're entering into a lease with the knowledge, including the landlords, with the knowledge that you cannot be no cause evicted at the end of that lease. That's already negotiated in. Is that not accurate?
I'm perplexed by your question. The contract has a beginning date and an end date, and the terms and conditions within that are agreed to by two adults. And if you have questions of that, I would suggest seeking legal counsel.
So just to be very clear, in case you may be able to answer it now, so the terms and conditions in that contract have to be legal. They cannot be illegal. And so all parties, both parties are aware of that when they come in to negotiate that contract. So they are negotiating the terms and conditions of that contract that is within the bounds of the law. Currently, that means that the understanding between both parties, and if landlords don't like this, they don't have to rent anything out. That the understanding is that, yes, you get to stay here because it's the law, so long as you don't violate the conditions of that lease. That's already being negotiated in, is it not?
I'm not an attorney, so I don't want to.
Okay, Representative Reed, quickly, please.
Thank you. Actually, if I can defer to the I know there was another representative. I hate to go on a tirade, but I'll come back around if the chair would allow me.
Representative Kerwin, do you have a question? Okay. Representative Bolio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a lot of us have been talking about the housing shortage, which I think a lot of us recognize is a major problem in New Hampshire. My question is, in your experience representing home builders, does making it harder to end a tenancy, does that incentivize or disincentivize investors to invest in building additional housing units?
It completely disincentivizes it. Like why? Why do they need to go through the hassle People want to make, their business model is to provide housing at terms that everyone can live with and go with. The harder you make it, the less excited people are about providing it. When you have that extra room in your basement, or thanks to Chairman Alexandra, we have a kick-ass ADU bill coming through that will help sail through this committee, hint, that should provide additional housing for folks.
Thank you. Representative Reed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks to my ADU bill. So you said that that landlords in large are not looking for reasons to kick people out. I would argue that the fact this bill exists and has kept coming back is in fact the landlords looking for reasons to kick people out that are not currently allowed. Things like what we've heard, who we love and what we like and how we live. So my question is, when you're talking about that and you're saying that as soon as you evict someone, they stop paying rent, are you aware that if you go to court with them, the fact that they stopped paying rent puts them in a much weaker position in court? And so in fact, they are advised largely to continue to pay the existing rent. And many of them who are listening to the legal advice actually do continue to pay the existing rent. Are you aware of that?
I've been there. I've lived it. And it's nice living in utopia, but they stop paying the rent. And so when you have to take them to court, it's more legal fees upon the housing provider to try to go get the rent that is legally obligated to you. So you're running up more cost and you're losing even more rent.
Representative,
Representative, what we can do, I can gladly meet with you separately. We can have a one-on-one conversation. We can't
we're
debate
going to move
this.
forward.
This isn't fair to others.
Yeah, we have plenty more people to speak on this. Thank you, Mr. Mayberry, for your testimony.
Thank you, Chairman.
Will Arvelo.
Good morning. My name is Will Arvelo. For the record, I'm the executive director of Crossroads House, which is the second largest homeless shelter in the state. We take care of individuals and families, both in Rockingham and Stratford counties. We also serve as the warming shelter for all of Rockingham County. We currently are maxed out in our beds, and we have about 112 beds, so they're all full. We have a waiting list of a couple of hundred people. Both of those, in terms of filling the beds and in terms of our wait lists, those have been increasing over the last several years. And it'd be interesting to note that the folks that are coming to us are not typically what you would envision as homeless. These are, for the most part, not individuals that are drug addicts or individuals that are ex-incarcerated. These are individuals like that woman who was here earlier testifying, people in their 60s and 70s with underlying health issues, disabilities, who have been pushed out of their homes, mostly because they're on limited incomes and can't afford to stay in their homes. And as a last resort, as they come to us unwillingly, many of them having transitioned from their houses to a car and then to us because they see it as an issue of dignity. And so I'm speaking purely in opposition to House Bill 60 because we see this continuing in terms of having people come to us, and this is not just Crossroads House, it's the whole shelter system is really at capacity and bursting at the seams. And we really, anything like this that we think is going to impact the whole housing system and our ability to house individuals in a negative way, we have to stand up and say no, because we know we're gonna continue to see more people come to us. We can't address all the need right now, but we also know that
If you could wrap up, that'd be great.
Sure. The average stay for us is about 60 days. The fact that more and more people come to us make it more difficult for us to place people in housing. And so for those reasons, we oppose this.
Thank you for your testimony. Representative Page.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So first and foremost, thank you for your work. So my question is, we've been hearing a lot about cost to landlords, the cost landlords assume in going through an eviction process, and I'm sympathetic to that. I'm a landlord. I understand what folks are talking about. What we haven't heard a lot about is the costs of serving folks who are displaced through bills like this, and I'm curious what you've seen in terms of increased costs as you're seeking to serve more and more people affected by this crisis.
Yes, so there is just in terms of what we do on a day-to-day basis, there's a cost to that, and there's our cost is about $120 a day, and that includes bed, meals, case management, and so forth. There is additional cost to the individuals that they have to pick up from their communities, bring their children to the shelter, and all that gets disrupted. So breaking up of communities and families and so forth. So that's huge. And then there's the cost of trying to get those individuals back into housing and what that costs. One of the things that we believe very strongly in is that in order for us to help both individual residents and families stay in housing and build these really good, strong relationships with landlords, there has to be supportive services. And supportive services also come at a cost. But we believe that serves the tenant and it serves the landlord in very strong ways. And I think that there's, as you go forth and you have these conversations about how do we better house individuals, particularly individuals with disabilities, mental health issues, and so forth, that has to be part of the equation, and that comes at a cost. So there are many costs along the pipeline.
Any other questions? Yes, Representative Reen.
Thank you. And thank you for your testimony and your work, which is much needed. So we heard testimony from a previous person that, and repeated testimony, that this is something that can be negotiated with the landlord when you move in. You can negotiate a long contract or what have you. Is it your experience and the people that you've worked with that they felt that, and I will just add, in the market that is heavily skewed towards landlords with 0.6% vacancy, that they felt empowered or emboldened at all to negotiate with their landlords?
I will say that those individuals who are homeless at our disadvantage, first of all, many of them have been homeless for quite a long time for a variety of different reasons. We have to be in partnership with them as we have these conversations with landlords so that they feel they're getting well represented and they feel like somebody's looking out for them. It is really hard, and we do this every day, to recruit landlords and to get them to understand or have a willingness to work with us. So we do that on a daily basis, and to the credit of some landlords, they are willing to stand with us and with our tenants, with our residents, to get them rehoused. But that is the exception to the rule. We really, again, what this creates is a bottleneck on the front end of things with the wait lists, and then on the back side, because we can't place people fast enough, because we have to build those relationships with landlords and make them feel comfortable that if anything goes wrong, we're going to be there for them. And if something is broken in that apartment, that we're going to help them get through that. But that's, again, an exception to the rule. Not all shelters are able to do that. We do that because we know that residents sometimes need that assistance. And again, we're about really trying to find a middle ground between the needs of the landlord and the needs of the tenant. And I think that's the way forward. But right now, where we sit in our housing, our tenants particularly, our residents particularly, are at a disadvantage.
Representative Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming to testify this morning. In your experience, when you try to get your clients into housing, is it in fact possible for you and your client to negotiate the terms of a lease with the landlord? Are the landlords willing to negotiate the terms of a lease, for instance, to make it a longer-term lease rather than a one-year lease?
Unfortunately, I'm not that familiar with it, but I believe that when we negotiate leases, we are at a disadvantage again. And so we are trying to negotiate leases that are favorable to the landlord because we want to make sure we build that relationship over time. And I'm guessing, but I think that in most cases, they're one-year leases.
Representative Minor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It goes along the lines of everything that was basically just answered, but in your experience dealing with landlords, do you find that they would prefer to do a month-to-month, even over a one-year lease? Because at the end of the lease, they still have to deal with eviction stuff, and it's just more time-consuming?
We don't commit to one-to-month leases because we don't want people coming back to the shelter. So we're looking at least a one-year lease. With the stipulation that we're going to be there to work with the tenant over time, and we're going to remain with the tenant as long as they need us. That would be awfully traumatizing for a tenant to get a month-to-month lease and get evicted, have to come back to the shelters, especially a family or somebody who's elderly disabled. That would not work well, and that's not something that we pursue.
Can I just follow up?
Yep.
Would be having the one-year lease in the landlords or housing providers being comfortable with a one-year lease, taking on a risk of possibly, do you think that having the ability to terminate it at the end of the 1 year, if things are not going well, makes them a little more comfortable even accepting them?
Well, it happens sometimes. I mean, sometimes those relationships don't work out and they end up coming back to the shelter. I will say that in about 97% of the cases where we place people in housing, those relationships are successful a year after. So they stay stably housed. So our experience has been that they're stably housed, but I don't see where we gain anything by having a bill that allows people to terminate housing for no cause. I just, I fear that the roles of the homeless are going to continue to grow in this state. And as somebody already testified, we had a 52% increase from 2022 to 2023. We're in a very precarious state. We have to really care for our vulnerable population. So this is, as much as, like, I understand the contractual piece and the ownership piece, but this is also a human story. All the people that come to us, if you are ever on the seacoast and you want to come in and visit and you want to sit with folks and they can tell you their individual stories. It is, unfortunate that they're there with us, but these are very real stories, and they're stories about people who should not be at a place like Crossroads House.
Thank you for your testimony. Todd Marsh.
Good afternoon. My name is Todd Marsh. I am the president of and representing the New Hampshire Local Welfare Association. My planned 5-minute remarks will be abridged, and I understand why. It's great to see so many familiar faces in front of me and behind me. The New Hampshire Local Welfare Administrators Association is a professional organization that educates and supports our municipal members to foster humanitarian and fiscally responsible assistance practices, made up of small towns all across the state, including larger municipalities as well. Page 2, again, abridged. As you are aware, landlord protections already exist. Many already exist. Imagine a mother of two lease not being renewed. not because of owed rent, not because of her family's behavior, damages to their apartment, reporting mold, or planned renovations, but because she simply practiced her rights as a tenant. She inquired to have the sink fixed, expressed concern the electrical outlet sparks, or she practiced her rights as a human being by turning down an unwanted advance by her landlord. Good luck trying to prove that. All of those. Lastly, imagine a state where verified good cause for eviction is replaced by fear, replaced with discretionary retribution, resulting in the loss of a very basic need, housing. Not practiced by most landlords, of course not, but too many. We have heard from supporters that an unfair contractual agreement exists, weighted towards renters and not landlords, as renters can choose not to renew a lease and landlords cannot. Different compared to other types of contracts. Why? Because the ability to end a very basic need to all of us, housing, is a power imbalance, heavily weighted in favor of landlords. That is why the existing law focuses on verifiable reasons to evict, and there are many, and not discretionary ones without cause.
I'm going to ask you to wrap up, please.
Absolutely. Also, in the last 3 tries, the change has been presented as pro-housing by increasing landlord discretionary flexibility, giving people the chance at housing that they may not otherwise have. Our association believes that too many consequences would be outweighed and outnumber flexible decisions. I will lastly say that I know all of you support increasing housing opportunities. You are sensitive to taxpayers. Increasing housing throughout our state begins not decreasing housing by closing doors behind our residents.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions? Representative Page.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my question is back to sort of the costs question, costs of passing this bill. Are your members in municipal welfare offices seeing increased costs with the current surge in the unhoused? And do you think that we could see additional costs in municipal welfare offices if this bill leads to additional homelessness?
We are, and we do, but believe that this bill would lead to additional costs.
Representative Reed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for your testimony. I find it was very enlightening. Was there anything else that you were about to say? It seemed like there were other things you wanted to say.
Well, I appreciate that. I think as you're aware, there are many reasons to evict, and thank you for the question, including neglect or refusal to pay rent, substantial damage to the premises, behavior of a tenant or members of the tenant's family, which adversely affects health or safety, failure of a tenant to comply with the material lease of the lease, renovations, lead paint abatements, and other good causes.
Thank you.
There are many reasons to evict.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you for your testimony.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Elliot Berry. And I see you have written testimonies. Perfect. We'll take that. Okay, we'll take that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, my name is Elliot Berry. For 47 years, I represented tenants at New Hampshire Legal Assistance. I suspect there's no one in the state who has been involved in more evictions than I have, although not personally. I just want to, by way of background, understand that what we've been dealing with today has been in the law for the last 40 years. 40 years. And landlords appear to be doing just fine. If you look at what rents are, you look at what's vacancy rate, but most important, and I know you understand this, Mr. Chairman, developers are, notwithstanding the current law, developers are dying to do more developing. They're not running away from being landlords. Now, one of the handouts I gave you is the eviction law itself, RSA 540, Section 2. And I just want, in addition to the laundry list of specific good causes, There is other good cause, and this is just essential. It says it includes, but is not limited to, any legitimate business or economic reason and need not be based on the action or inaction of the tenants. In addition, RSA 540 section 16A provides specifically for a hearsay exception. So when a landlord brings a behavior-based eviction, if they keep basic business records, they don't have to call the witness. Now, one of the things that I think one of the representatives there may not be understanding of is, even if there is no lease, all landlords in the state have to have good cause for eviction, except for the few exceptions, such as owner-occupied single-family homes. Owner-occupied 4-unit or less, and single-family homes. Otherwise, all tenants, all tenants, whether they're in any kind of housing with no lease, the landlord still has to prove good cause to evict.
Mr. Barry, if you could wrap up for us, that'd be great.
A contract is a contract. The law specifically recognizes the adhesion contract, where the bargaining power between the parties is overwhelmingly unequal, so that what you get is a take it or leave it proposition. And that's exactly what the market has today. I should also mention that the way the bill is written now, it will eviscerate all good cause protections, because after 6 months, every 6 months, the tenant can be evicted for no cause. At very least, no matter what you do, at least extend that to once a year. Let me point out that in order to rent a new apartment, you have to have first month's rent and a security deposit. That's almost $4,000. If you have to do that twice in a year, that's as much in total income as a person on SSI has, probably 3/4 of the income of somebody on Social Security. That's just not doable.
Mr. Barry, thank you for your testimony. Are there
I'd be happy
questions?
to take any questions.
Thank you. Nick Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I'm Nick Taylor. I'm the Director of Housing Action New Hampshire. We're an organization that advocates for pro-housing policies and increasing access to housing. Our members include developers, landlords, housing financiers, property managers, homeless service providers, and supportive service providers. So we run the gamut here. We are in opposition to House Bill 60. I'm not going to repeat many of the points that have been made. You all know it's a tight housing market, and that if someone is evicted, it's going to be really challenging for them to find a place to live that they can afford in their community. That's going to lead to more disruption for their children in their school system, disruption in their unemployment, the status of employment, when we know we have a workforce challenge as well. There are many existing legal avenues, as has been discussed, to evict someone. There is also free mediation for eviction and eviction diversion at the judicial system. So there are avenues to deal with challenges. There's no reason to create more housing instability at a moment when the market is unlike anything we have ever seen. We look forward to working with this committee in the coming weeks and months on a lot of regulation to increase access to housing. This is not one of them. We urge you to vote in opposition to this bill. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Jake Berry and I believe Judith Jones together. I know there's two of you, but I asked to just keep your testimony short, as short as you can, please.
We can certainly do one at a time if you prefer. But Mr. Chairman, honorable members of the committee, my name is Jake Berry. This is my colleague Judith Jones. We both work for New Futures, which, as many of you know, is a nonprofit, nonpartisan health policy and advocacy organization. In addition to our work around substance use and healthcare access, we are New Hampshire's Kids Count organization, and we lead the policy work for the New Hampshire Alliance for Healthy Aging. All this to say, we advocate for health and well-being across the lifetime, and we strongly oppose this bill as it threatens to undermine the health and well-being of all the populations we aim to serve. Judith is going to talk for a minute about the deep impact on aging adults. But I want to, Representative Lynn pointed out that eviction is a one-to-one exchange. But when considering that, I think it's critical to consider who is coming in and who is going out. More to the point, who is a preferred tenant? Is a preferred tenant a family with young children? Is it somebody who's experiencing in treatment for substance use disorder or behavioral health? Is it an aging adult on a fixed income? And what options are available to them should they be evicted? I will say any of these folks who lose housing, and not only do they lose housing stability, that it directly impacts their access to childcare, to healthcare services, and to the aging services that Judith is going to point out. I can't imagine why we are in the midst of a housing and homelessness crisis like we are, a childcare crisis like we are, an aging crisis like we are, why we would do away with this basic tenant protection. And with that, I'll turn it over to Judith.
Good morning. I'm so grateful to be before you. I know you're tired and probably hungry, so let me be quick. Many people have highlighted the impact to older adults in New Hampshire, but thought just 2 statistics might be helpful. In this nation, the fastest growing population of unhoused are the elderly. In New Hampshire, the report from the New Hampshire Coalition to End Homelessness in 2024 shows that this is happening in New Hampshire. What did it show? That there's an increase in homelessness for individuals who are 55 and older of 23% from 2019 to 2022. So what we're talking about today is not hypothetical. The other theme that you've heard that's important is that these are human stories. But I know this body, having grown up in New Hampshire, thankfully is impacted by human stories, but these human stories are also economic stories. So human hardship results in economic hardship. So I want just to translate that, honoring the need for economic stability for older adults, and that House Bill 60 would increase instability, increase costs through health impacts, create isolation, and disenfranchisement. So we stand strong in our opposition to House Bill 60.
Well, thank you for the two of you for the testimony. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Jessica Marginson, and I'm going to call on Rachel Gagne as well to come up and speak.
Maybe. Good afternoon now. My name is, thank you. My name is Jessica Marginson, and I am here as myself, or by myself, with Rachel though, to oppose HB 60. I'm going to hurry up and get through with what I would like to speak on. What I commonly like to do is listen to everybody's speech and try and make. Sometimes there's misinformation, and I don't think they mean it as misinformation, but when you withhold a few words or you say things a certain way, it could be mistaken. And I think that you guys need some of the answers better. So, and a background on why I'm able to answer these the way I am. I have run a tenant clinic out of Manchester since September 27th, 2022. And in that course, I've even helped 2 tenants win their Supreme Court appeal. So I've seen many different types of court cases and how long they last and what the problems are and why they don't go through for some of these landlords. And so a lot of times it is discrimination, or they apply the law incorrectly, don't do the right dates, don't do the right time. So when Mr. Nick Norman spoke about very difficult to evict tenants, stuff like disturbance, there's right to quiet enjoyment of premises. So there's a very quick eviction, one of the quickest out there. So if you're harming the property, you're dealing drugs, you're a threat to your neighbors, that is easy to prove with a little bit of effort. You have some cameras, you have police logs, documentation. It takes documentation, like it takes due diligence to pick out the right tenants for your buildings. It takes effort. The other things I'd like to make sure I speak on are NOAA, naturally occurring affordable housing. So a majority of our housing was lost through renovation evictions. We saw how renovation evictions were used at their will, and as they spoke, when it's hard to evict a tenant one way, the legal way, that is used to make sure it goes through. We've heard that before. Many landlords commonly prefer not to re-sign a lease and keep the tenant month to month. They are then able to raise the rent as needed. If they want to get that tenant out of there, they have good cause evictions, and they can also price that tenant out, which I've seen many times. I'd also like to remind everybody, tenants might get upset when they hear that the landlords have had it hard when we've had our rent almost more than doubled in many occasions, especially with that naturally occurring affordable housing. I'd like to remind that the largest portion of the homeless, I'm sorry, I'm trying to hurry and it's making it harder for me to actually speak properly. The largest portion of the homeless population is elderly and disabled, which also takes up the lowest of the AMI. And what that brings me to is the length of time it takes to find an apartment. Commonly, I hear of those with modest means talking about it taking them up to 3 months to find an apartment, 3 months being very common. Those are those with 100% area median income and up. So when you're speaking about those with the lowest at 30% to 50% area median income, which is your fixed income, such as me and Rachel here, those take commonly a year. Rachel took well over a year to find her apartment. Many of my tenants have. I'd also like to speak about the human rights violation. I have a tenant that over a year ago, the eviction process was started. But before it was started, she was sent messages from her landlord telling her that the apartment is not for disabled people. I can tell you that in 17 years of doing this, it's not very common to get it in writing so explicitly and direct, but even with something that explicit and direct, it's been well over a year and there's been no movement on that complaint. But what has happened to that tenant in that time period is they went through the court process, they got evicted, they appealed to Supreme Court. The appeals are hard for tenants to go through. I can't do it for them. I can show them how, I can lead them to the water. It's their path to go forward with that. Some things were done wrong. She had it dismissed on her. She was locked out, the writ of possession. I'd also like to remind you when the person spoke about tenants not paying rent as soon as you evict them. Once you go to court and you argue for a discretionary stay, there's a thing called pay to stay. You don't pay, you don't stay. You don't pay, they go to court and they move to get the writ of possession. It may take 2 to 3 weeks for that to actually happen, but they're going to be out of there. They're getting their money to stay. And commonly, it also includes the amount of back rent that is owed to the landlord.
Miss Margaret, I'm going to ask you to wrap up if you could.
Yes, sir. So many landlords, I can't speak to why they do it. Hold on. There's one last thing, if I can pick just one last thing. Oh, the biggest thing, there is no safety net for those who are disabled or elderly, none whatsoever. I have watched Mr. Elliot Berry argue for a client that had just recently had brain surgery, couldn't walk up her steps, was discriminated against, harassed, and it was a retaliatory eviction. He fought to keep her in there, and it was very hard, but it was the laws that are in place, such as the ones we have now, that keep these tenants protected and in their homes. And they're there because sometimes they're not done correctly, sometimes they're used as retaliation, and it's there to be able to spot it, stop it, and do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Miss Gagne, would you like to add some
Hers
stuff
is
to it?
quicker.
Hi, my name is Rachel Gagne, and I live in Manchester. And I'm here to speak on HB 60 myself. I was here last year about it. And to me, that law, if you pass it, you're just going to cause more problems. Because you're going to end up with more homeless people than you do now. Because the landlords are going to use it like a weapon. Okay, it's going to be very easy, very accessible to them. That you're going to end up with more people out on the street, because what happens every time you get evicted, that gets put on your record, and it's like a bad scar that you cannot get rid of, right? And every time a landlord sees a new scar, they're not going to want to talk to you. They're just going to push you aside till eventually you just end up with nothing. Nobody's going to want to talk to you. Nobody's even give you a chance to look at a place just because you have that scar on your record, you know? And it's not right. It's not fair, especially if you didn't do anything. I got evicted for renovation. I didn't do nothing wrong. It took me 2 years to find the place that I have now. And it needs maintenance work. Landlord won't do anything. The real estate company don't do anything. But you pass this law, my lease comes to an end next March. They could easily just kick me out just because I complained that my heat stopped working during the course of the winter. It stopped when the temperature dropped really bad. It stopped working. I was just lucky I had space heaters I could use. They've yet to fix it. The plumbing's all screwed up. They've yet to fix that. So come next March, if I keep complaining about it, you pass this law, they could evict me. Then what do I do? I can't do nothing. It took me 2 years the first time to find an apartment. How long is it going to take me this time? You know what I mean? You can't do that. It's not fair. It's not fair at all for any tenant. I'm disabled. My husband's disabled. I got my granddaughter with me. That's 13. She's handicapped herself. So it's even harder for the three of us. You know? So a normal person, they might have a little bit more easier, but for us, it'd be even harder because we don't make that level.
Well, thank you for your testimony. Are there questions for these two witnesses? Seeing none, thank you very much. I hope I gave you enough time. Go ahead.
Can I add something really quick
Yep,
that I
go ahead.
forgot? I find it really ironic since I told you I like to add to what was said. While I was sitting there waiting for my turn and someone mentioned that developers are not very incentivized, I actually got an email from a developer that's trying to do a project in Manchester, seeing if there's anything new out there as incentives. That's how much they're looking forward to developing, that I got that message while I was sitting here during this. Thank you.
Thank you. Jack Ruderman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Jack Ruderman. I'm the Legislative Affairs Advisor at New Hampshire Housing. New Hampshire Housing is a self-supporting public corporation. Our mission is to promote, support, and finance housing solutions for the people of New Hampshire. This bill raises the issue of whether or not a state Supreme Court case decided in 2005 was decided correctly. I'm not going to weigh in on the legal argument. I just want to speak briefly about the housing market that we are in and what we know about it as a housing organization that actively researches the state of the housing market and issues like annual rental costs and changes in costs, supply factors, and numerous other characteristics of the housing market. So you've heard already, the market we're in right now is very tight. We did a housing needs assessment a couple years back, and it found that by 2030, the state will need 60,000 new units of housing to meet the state's housing needs. By 2040, we will need 90,000 new units of housing. We're not building enough units of housing to hit those numbers. If we look at the number of building permits issued over the last 5 decades, we see that in the mid-1980s, there were roughly 18,000 building permits issued per year. In the years 2000 through 2005, that number was around 8,000. And even though that was a sharp reduction from what we had seen in the mid-80s, when we look at the last 5 years, well, actually 2018 to 2023, we are now building just over 4,000 units per year. Other speakers have mentioned that the vacancy rate for rentals is very low. It's below 1%. I just want to note that economists generally consider a housing market to be in balance for there to be fairly equal market power between landlords and tenants. That kind of a market exists when there is a 5% vacancy rate, sorry. And we haven't been there for quite some time. So we do know that there's an imbalance right now. The landlords, unit owners have most of the power for renters. The market is, in a word, brutal. There are very few units available. And what that means in practical effects, and again, people have already said this, so I will get through this very quickly. If you lose an apartment in today's market, there's a substantial risk you will have trouble finding a new apartment or finding the financial resources to rent a new apartment, and therefore there's a substantial likelihood that you will become homeless. So that's the market we're seeing. Those are the practical impacts that we're aware of, and I thank you very much for your time and attention for the past 2.25 hours.
Thank you, Mr. Ruderman. Questions? Seeing none, thank you. Marta Horgan.
Hey everyone, my name is Marta Horgan. A few people have said they're not lawyers. Good news, I am. So if you have questions about the legal process, I'm happy to answer them. I'll be very brief. I work at New Hampshire Legal Assistance. I'm a housing attorney. We represent tenants, occasionally landlords. And I just want to briefly explain a little bit that when I go into court, what I tell tenants, and most tenants don't have a lawyer, but when they have me, what I tell them is, you're in a tough spot already as a tenant, but if your landlord has good cause, they also have to prove it to a judge that it's a legitimate reason. And with this, if this law passes, what's going to happen is if people are outside their lease term, which many tenants are at this point, I would say most tenants, their lease expires, and if they remain on as month-to-month tenants, and they go into court and they say, I complained about my heat, like we just heard from another tenant, or I have children that are loud, or I have a mental disability that makes people uncomfortable. And if I say, has your lease expired? And they say yes, I'm going to say, too bad. This eviscerates that retaliation argument. This eviscerates whatever, good cause we may have to pursue that this is not a legitimate eviction. Because the judge will say, I'll say, judge, this tenant complained about her heat. 2 months later, she got an eviction notice. A week later, she got an eviction notice when her children were too loud for the people below her. And the judge will say, has your lease expired? Yes. The end. The end. It doesn't matter if you complained about your heat. It doesn't matter if your children were loud. It doesn't matter if you're in an interracial relationship. What matters to a judge, if this law passes, is has your lease expired? That will be the end of the eviction hearing. Because what else is there? So you haven't paid your rent. Why would anyone bring an eviction notice for that? You get an eviction notice sooner. But with this, you don't have to prove anything. It's not hard to evict people in New Hampshire. This is what I tell our tenants as well. If your landlord is motivated and you're outside your lease term, you will be evicted. It's not hard, okay? They want to increase your rent to something you can't afford. They want to take it off the market. No one has to be a landlord in New Hampshire. You go into court and tell a judge, I don't want to be a landlord anymore. Great, writ of possession. You're going to go and tell, I want my aunt to move in. Okay, writ of possession. They can't pay the rent. Writ of possession. They're making my neighbor uncomfortable. Writ of possession. It's not hard. The only thing we have right now is to prove to a judge that this is retaliatory, this is discrimination, and we've made a lot of work in New Hampshire to make it so that tenants have the ability to do that right now. And if you pass this law, what am I supposed to do as an attorney? What am I going to tell tenants? That will be the conversation we have when people apply for our services. Has your lease expired? There is nothing we can do for you. Period. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Attorney Horgan. Questions? Representative Kerwin.
Hi, thank you, Chair. Representative Lynn, when he was up here, he said that with HB 60, that a tenant who had paid the rent and stayed for years with permission of the landlord could be evicted with no cause. And that means that a tenant who had done everything right up till then could end up with an eviction on the record. How much harder would an eviction on a record make it for someone to find housing, especially in this very tight market?
I mean, it makes it impossible. I mean, a lot of the work we do now, if we interview a client and think there's legitimate reasons for eviction, that they haven't paid their rent or that the landlord actually intends to renovate, most of what we do right now is negotiate move-out agreements for the exact reason you articulated. That if you go into court and are evicted, even if it's for renovation, for no fault of your own, to apply to the next apartment and to have to check the box on the application that says I've been evicted, that's usually the end of the conversation with the prospective landlord. We tell people you can advocate for yourself and explain the reason, but I mean, in this rental market, you know, it basically makes it impossible. So a lot of our job already is negotiating move-out agreements. That's pretty much what we do to preserve people's housing choice vouchers and to make it possible for them to find another rental apartment. My job as a lawyer right now is usually delivering bad news and negotiating move-out agreements. And I represent, you know, New Hampshire Legal represents, you know, 1% of tenants in New Hampshire. The vast majority don't have our help at all, and they will go into court and get an eviction judgment on their rental history, which isn't like a criminal history, but it's what most landlords rely on in this tight market to find their next tenant.
Representative Page.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make sure I'm understanding clearly, because we've talked a little bit about retaliation, and I appreciate that you're here to answer that question. So we've heard several examples of people expressing concern about sort of an underlying reason for the eviction, sort of a covert reason, whether that's talking about something not working in the apartment, you know, a denied unwanted sexual advance from the landlord, any kind of, you know, discrimination based on a protected class. So if I'm hearing you correctly, my understanding is basically there will be no point in trying to prove that eviction is retaliatory should this law come into place.
As a practitioner weekly in New Hampshire district courts doing landlord-tenant law, thank you for your question, Representative Page, that would be my assumption of how this law would function in practice. If a tenant is outside their lease term or their lease has expired, if they're currently in a 6-month lease, which don't exist at this point, which may if this law passes, unfortunately, but let's say they're in a 12-month lease, I would argue that there still would need to be good cause, like non-payment of rent, they violate a lease term, there's adverse behavior, and if a landlord had to prove one of those reasons, I think it would raise the opportunity for a tenant or their attorney to raise the prospect that this is retaliatory for one of the reasons you articulated, like raising a concern about a code violation or other discriminatory reasons. However, if a tenant's lease has expired and they're being evicted for lease expiry, you know, the lease has expired, I don't see how a tenant could really articulate that this is retaliatory. Because if this is quote unquote just contract law, how can you retaliate for the end of a contract, right? So I think if this law goes into effect, what a district court judge is going to say, they'll have a new form on their box that they check when they do these judgments, is has the lease expired and is that the reason for the eviction? How could you say this is because I complained about the rent? Because the judge is going to say, well, under RSA 542, you know, parentheses J, if the lease has expired, that's good cause for eviction. What further inquiry would I need to make to determine if there's lawful grounds for eviction? Because this reason has been clearly articulated in this new statute. So I don't see how retaliation could be a successful defense to something that's quote unquote just the end of a contract. As a practitioner, I don't see how that would be a successful argument in the vast majority of district courts. It may have to go up to the Supreme Court to articulate some sort of way that could be successful. But as someone who practices these cases currently, I see no path forward for retaliation once a lease has expired under this current law.
Thank you. Representative Thaxton.
Oh, this was interesting. So this has come up before, but where is this eviction record? I've been a landlord for almost 35 years in this state, and you mentioned several times an eviction record. I don't know where that would be. Can you tell me?
Yeah, that's a great question. So unlike criminal records, which are, you know, federal and state records that someone can request if someone signs a release, there is no quote unquote eviction record as people use it colloquially. There are certain private websites like Landlord Connection or other private websites that a lot of landlords use that either use landlord reporting, or sometimes they scrub court records to try to find what are often perhaps inaccurate summaries of whether tenants have been evicted or not. More commonly, I think the way I use the term eviction record in talking to our clients and tenants is when you apply for an apartment, almost all applications will say, have you been evicted or not? So that question, in sense, is your tenant record. You could lie and say no and hoping that no one ever figures it out, but there is a way they could because it's a public court record. So anyone can go into a district court or call the court call center and say, hey, has Marta Hergen ever had an eviction case? And by law, that's a public record, and they would tell the landlord, yes or no, Marta Hergen has had an eviction judgment against her. So there are ways that landlords can verify whether tenants are being honest about whether they're evicted or not, because those are all public records in New Hampshire and kept by the court system.
Follow up?
Yes.
Well, given, all right, that makes sense.
Okay.
But
Good.
this law doesn't, the way this is being, you're discussing this is that somehow this mandates an eviction. If I have a tenant and I send them 60 days notice of termination and they go and we don't go to court, that's not an eviction. That's just termination of tenancy.
Well,
Just as if a tenant gave me notice and said, hey, my lease is up on March 31st and I'm out of here.
so yes and no. As always, the law is slightly more complicated, I suppose, than that. If a tenant leaves before the eviction notice expires, many landlords do not pursue the eviction in district court because they already have possession of the apartment. The issue in a district court landlord-tenant eviction hearing is who gets to possess the apartment. However, this doesn't change the judicial process in New Hampshire. If a tenant gets an eviction notice because their lease has expired and they remain in the apartment, which they are allowed to do by law, after the eviction notice has expired, the landlord, under this law, still has to take the tenant to court, file the court cause. Another reason I would say this saves landlords no money, because you still have to take a tenant to court to evict them in New Hampshire, whether it's because their lease has expired or because they didn't pay their rent. So I would say this doesn't really save landlords money. It doesn't necessarily make landlords' life easier as far as the eviction process goes, because they still need to file the judicial process and get a judgment against a tenant before they can lawfully remove them from the property.
I'm sorry, but
Yep, real quick.
So this law says, provided that the landlord has provided the tenant with a written notice of at least 60 days in advance of the termination of date of the lease term, that the lease will not be renewed and that the tenant must vacate the rental property at the end of the lease term. Why would I need to go to court?
Well, if you read, my former colleague Elliot Berry gave you the RSA 540 statute. If you read the rest of the statute, there are certain processes that the landlord must follow with giving a written eviction notice served in hand with the proper amount of notice upon expiration
But
of
this
the...
isn't an eviction notice. This is a notice of termination.
I mean, what you're proposing would completely eviscerate all of RSA 540. So I hope that's not...
Representative, just if you could just ask a question, if you have one.
My understanding, I'm not trying to be argumentative, but my understanding is this would simply add another reason for eviction under RSA 542, but the rest of the statute in RSA 540 as far as how you serve, the court process would remain in effect. So this would simply be another easier, potentially, reason that a landlord could put on the eviction notice, but the rest of the statute would remain in its effect as far as the procedure that the landlord would have to follow. That's my understanding of reading this statute in conjunction with the rest of RSA 540.
Representative Holland.
I'll be super succinct.
Thank you.
You said that the majority of renters are actually on a month-to-month lease. They're not on their lease is expired. They're on month-to-month. They're not on a formalized lease. Is that correct?
My anecdotal experience is that most people sign a 12-month lease. And then once that lease expires, this isn't always the case. Some landlords and tenants are very on it. And as soon as that lease expires, they do another 12-month lease, usually with a slight rent increase, right? But a lot of tenants, the lease expires in February. The landlord or property manager has a lot of other properties. And as we've heard today, in New Hampshire, the law is you just convert to a month-to-month tenancy. All the prior lease terms remain in effect. Really, the only thing that's lost when you become a month-to-month tenant is the ability for your landlord to increase the rent with 30 days written notice. So I wouldn't say all, people are in a month-to-month tenancy, but I think especially for a tenant that has been in a property for a fair amount of time, a year, 2 years, 3 years, at a certain point, everyone's happy with how things are going, hopefully, and they become a month-to-month tenant. or there's a lapse between when the lease is expired. Oh yeah, I forgot that Joe Smith in apartment C hasn't done a lease yet, and maybe 5 or 6 months later they negotiate a new lease. But a lot of people are in month-to-month tenancies, and as Representative Lynn testified, and I would agree under the way the statute is written, and as Representative Kerwin has pointed out through some questioning, you could become a month-to-month tenant and be a month-to-month tenant for years, and then you could get an eviction notice that says, remember when your lease expired back in 2014? Yeah, we're good. Now we're going forward on that. So it just takes away that, there's no obligation for anyone, just like there's no obligation for anyone to be a landlord, no obligation for anyone to be under a lease in New Hampshire. So I think a lot of people are in month-to-month tenancies, and this could come as a complete surprise that A, this is a reason they can be evicted, and B, it's because their lease expired 4 years ago.
Representative Reed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Is there, since you're a lawyer, I've been waiting for a lawyer to come. I mean, Mr. Berry was here and I didn't take the opportunity. We're hearing a lot about how onerous it is to be a landlord, how terrible and very put upon they are. And I'm just wondering if you know of any law, since you're a lawyer, that forces landlords to rent out units in this current legal environment where they would have to honor a good tenant past the lease, and that it being part of the actual contract.
I would say I'm aware of no such law, and again, Elliot Berry passed out the current eviction statute along with the current eviction form. The administrative office of the courts makes it very straightforward for people to understand and follow the eviction process. There are free legal forms for the eviction notice, free forms for the demand for rent. These cases happen quickly. By law, hearings are scheduled within 10 days. If someone is facing eviction for a reason like non-payment of rent or adverse behavior, which is a 7-day notice, evictions can happen within 3 to 4 weeks. I think it would be incredibly inaccurate to say the majority of these take a year or 6 months. The longest timeline we usually see is 2 to 3 months, depending on the reason for the notice. Most happen within 4 weeks.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what I'm hearing, and if you can, the question is for you to confirm this, that while there is no law and therefore landlords are not forced to be landlords or rent out anything if the legal situation is not favorable or profitable for them, people don't have a choice as to whether or not they need housing. Is that accurate?
Unfortunately, in New Hampshire, as a lawyer, I would say there's no right to housing anywhere in the system.
Follow up last
Yep.
And last question, in all of your experience with representing tenants against landlords, how often were landlords willing to negotiate what we would consider, I guess, unusual terms of their lease, like you can stay here for 5 years or 10 years or anything else that wouldn't be? How often did your clients, to put another way, feel empowered to make that kind of negotiation?
Obviously, we see a small slice of what most tenants in New Hampshire face. I've been a litigator for 12 years in the courts of New Hampshire. I've done housing law for about 5 years. I've never seen a lease longer than 12 months, ever. I've never seen a lease longer than 12 months. I've never spoken to any client who had a lease longer than 12 months. I've represented hundreds of tenants at this point. I would say the vast majority, or anyone I've represented, is 12 months or month to month.
Representative Gibbs, did you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Reed's last question was the one I wanted to ask.
Wonderful. I love that. Well, thank you very
Thank you
much
for
for
your
your
time.
testimony. Claudia is still. And just a reminder for the committee, I don't plan on breaking for lunch. So if you need to go get something to eat, please feel free. I will power through. I had a Cliff Bar. Life's good. So feel free to go and come back. But go ahead.
Hi, I'm Claudia Estelle, and thank you, Chairman Alexandra and members of the committee for hearing my testimony. I'm a member of the Economic Justice Mission team from the United Church of Christ New Hampshire Conference, and I'm here on behalf of our group to speak against the bill. The United Church of Christ is formerly known as Congregationalists, and we represent 140,000 congregants in the state. Economic justice is really important to us in our denomination, and shelter is a basic human need and is a right included in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, even if it isn't considered a right in the state of New Hampshire. I'm just going to try to summarize a few things because a lot of things that I have spoken about are in my testimony that I submitted on the portal, so you all have that electronically. I think secure housing is really important to well-being of people. To have an address allows people to apply for jobs and services more easily. Having housing is necessary to maintaining health and hygiene so that people are clean and ready to go to work and school and feel secure in being a part of the community. And to be self-reliant, independent, contributing members of society, people need a home base for safety, for protection from the elements, for freedom to personalize their living space, a place to care for their family, proximity to work, to be a part of the community with neighbors, local schools, and social groups. We've already heard about elders, families, and disabled people as needing to have particularly needing to have housing. And if people are evicted, I think the landlord-tenant relationship is one of unequal power. Landlords having more power than tenants. And so tenants are always going to worry about whether their housing is secure. And that means that they have to put more energy into the stress of being able to maintain their housing than to be able to focus on doing a good job, doing well in school, taking care of their families. I think that this bill is bad for the New Hampshire economy. We've already heard about the housing situation and the homelessness rate. It does fall on municipalities to take care of the indigent, and that further stretches local budgets. And it will cause increases in property taxes, which are already straining property owners and particularly those on fixed incomes. So we do need to have solutions to housing that don't exacerbate the difficulties. It's important to protect both the landlords and the tenants, but I think that this bill would deteriorate the fabric of community for everyone.
Thank you very
Thank
much
you.
for your testimony. Are there questions? Seeing
Thank
none,
you.
thank you very much. Wendy, Santiago. Take your time getting up here.
So, my name is Wendy Santiago. I reside in Concord, New Hampshire, and I currently rent from a privately owned apartment complex here in Concord, New Hampshire. I have lived there for over a decade without any form of retaliation or harassment until 2021, when this bill, I'm assuming just today I learned, started about that time frame. I have been harassed by my management office. They have come to my apartment complex. They've listened through my doors. They have tracked my coming, my going. They have harassed me about my handicap parking spot. Recently, in 2021, I relapsed in my cancer, which caused a significant disability. I've had doctor-led and doctor notes, multiple of them, sent to my management office requesting that I should be on the first floor due to my disability. Unfortunately, because they have denied that claim and increased harassment instead in hopes that I'd move out because they have no reason to throw me out, I've had to get legal aid, which my attorney is present in this room. So also, I feel that when I go to talk about the discrimination, I've been told that we don't accommodate people like your kind. Maybe you need to go find other apartments that do. This is a sheer form of discrimination. This experience has directly violated my fundamental human rights, especially the New Hampshire human right laws that prohibit housing discrimination based on multiple aspects, including disability and harassment. I also want to mention that has not yet been mentioned here is that the Declaration of Independence grants me the right to pursue happiness, life, and liberty. Unfortunately, House Bill 60 infringes on my rights to life because housing, secure housing is not a luxury as it's been kind of portrayed here by those who are for the bill, but it's a necessary for survival. The ability to right to liberty, this bill restricts personal freedom by allowing landlords to discriminate against tenants based on arbitrary factors or any way they want to. This bill also infringes on my rights to pursue happiness. A stable home is a foundation for building a fulfillment life. House Bill 60 jeopardizes the rights to create environments, infringes on the rights to have an environment free of fear and free of feeling uncertain about your living arrangements. Even though I'm currently on Section 8 housing, and that is why they don't want me there. They want the living, working individual there, and not, according to her management office, we don't want our taxes to pay for your housing, quote unquote. I am a full-time college student at Liberty University. I'm pursuing a graduate degree in clinical mental health because I see there's a crisis here. This bill will not only increase the crisis of mental health and housing as people will become homeless, but also infringe on the rights of myself as well as my son, who is also a full-time college student. He's 16, finishing high school through the early college program. He's also a student pilot and was just inducted into the National Honor Society and leadership. That would not have been able to happen if we were homeless. I also would like to point out the factor that hasn't been said. We already have a crisis, as we already talked about with the homeless situation. We've already talked about the employment situation, other things, but we haven't talked about the child protective crisis that we have. It is not illegal to be homeless and have children, but it is illegal to have your children living on the street and in a car. With the homeless crisis right now in shelters that are being filled versus both single and family shelters, there's going to be a very big increase of unnecessary children going into foster care in the simple aspect of, we don't want you living here. Are we willing to trade our dignity, our our independent rights from the Declaration of Independence? Are we willing to trade our children and to the foster care system just because somebody doesn't want us living there for whatever reasons? In my case, it's because I'm on Section 8 housing and I'm disabled and they don't want people like my kind living in their apartment. When I have never been late on rent, I've never been evicted. I've been there for over 13 years. And even when I was in the hospital for over 9 months, I still paid my rent and made sure it was on time. That says a lot more than those who actually have jobs who have evictions and could have paid their rent. I have a very limited income and I still made that. But yet I'm still being harassed to the point where basically it's just so I leave. I'm not the only victim at my apartment complex. There are multiple victims that I know of. Most of them fall in the category of race, income, and children who might be too loud. These are all the people that I know that have been victim of this particular management office. And this is her maladaptive pattern to use harassment as a way of forcing someone to leave.
Ms. Santiago, I'm going to ask you to wrap up if you could, please.
Thank you. I appreciate the time. So I just wanted to say, since I've had legal aid involved, I was able to move within 30 days to a new apartment complex, which I was only given 2 weeks to move. She did make a way that I would have 30 days to move versus 14 days. But in the aspect of Section 8 housing, if someone were to get evicted, they only have 30 days to find a place. And it is very difficult to find a place. You will lose your housing, which would increase the hardship for those who are on certain incomes. But since I've moved, I have been continuously harassed, and the pictures that I asked for the quote unquote damages to the other apartment, she has manipulated and falsified those evidence of those photos by transferring them into black and white, changing the dates and times, etc. So, but I'm going to be working that out with my attorney.
Okay.
Any questions?
Are there questions for this witness? Representative Reed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the question. I thought it was really interesting that you brought up the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Are you aware that in some elements of the housing community, there's a couple sayings. One is, at least in Europe, housing first, and the other one is housing is healthcare, because they tie it to the fact that if you lose your housing, you lose everything else, whether that is your hygiene, personal hygiene decreases, your access to even getting a job decreases, your access to healthcare decreases, your mental health gets worse, your physical health gets worse. All of those things being entwined and all of those things impinging on your ability to live. Were you aware that that has already been highlighted and those are those sayings that exist for that reason?
It appears that there's a few questions there. I'll answer them one at a time. I wasn't aware of the two things at Housing First and the other one that you mentioned, but I was aware that when you're evicted, you lose all your dignity, your ability to work, your ability to go to school, your ability to function. In my case, I'm in the hospital a lot. I just got back out of the hospital December 31st because of my cancer is in my immune system. I don't fight well. I will have immune therapy. But to answer your question, I didn't realize the other portion, but I did realize the second half of your question.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your testimony. Jane Haig, did you want to? I see her leaving the room. Did you want to testify? You're next on the list. Yes. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much for allowing me to speak.
I have one more person after this, so I think we're wrapping up.
Yeah, I'm just gonna give up, honestly. My name's Jane Haig, and I live in Manchester in Ward 1. And this is really just my own testimony, although I do work with the Manchester Housing Alliance. And I think, as you all know, we're mostly concerned with having more affordable housing. But Representative Lynn is trying to make this about contracts, kind of legal issues with contracts. And I just ask you to not lose sight of the fact that it's really about housing, which everybody's mentioned. And I definitely believe it's going to make the evictions worse. People are going to become homeless that wouldn't have to become homeless. It's really a burden on all of us who are taxpayers, because when people first become homeless or they're threatened with homelessness, they turn to the local welfare agencies, who usually can't help them very much, or the homeless shelters, which we also support. So we're in the midst of a housing crisis, and I just have no idea why you would vote on a bill that will make it worse. I mean, in 5 years, maybe we'll get to a point of a 5% vacancy rate. I would love to see that. But at the moment, we're just, this is just going to increase the chances for people to become evicted and endanger housing for, as people have said, housing for seniors, the disabled. And I think it just points to fundamental dichotomy in the issue of housing itself, where it's both a business for people who own these buildings and a private property right for them as they attempt to rent them out, but it's also, they also agree when they take on this particular business to provide homes for people. And I think that we can't allow landlords to lose sight of the fact that they have a responsibility to people who they're providing homes for. So as people have said, it threatens the stability of communities, it threatens health of people who are being evicted. And I think I don't have a whole lot else to add. But I would take questions.
Appreciate your testimony. Thank you. Are there questions for Ms. Haig? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have 2 cards from Chris Freeman. Yeah, I got one card you support and oppose, and the other one you oppose. So if you could just give us 2 minutes, that'd be 2 minutes. Great.
Sorry for the confusion with the extra card over there. Also apologize in advance for any nervousness. Normally when I choose to pontificate, my victim audience is my mother or my boyfriend, and their vibe is like not nearly as stern as it is in here. So
We're trying not to be stern, but
I'm also going to try to give you, I'm here all day to testify on several of these bills. I'm going to try and give you a few premises and a little background up front. I'll still try to keep it within time. So my name is Chris Freeman. I wear a few different hats. I have a full-time career in corporate finance. I am also the owner and executive manager of Bell Tower Property Management, which I like to use the word boutique because it makes me sound fancy, but it's a small real estate investment company based out of Keene, New Hampshire, but we have footprint along the Connecticut River Valley. We have a couple of properties in Lebanon, New Hampshire, and we are under contract to move into Walpole, New Hampshire as well. And then in addition to that, I also am a participant in the Monadnock Resource Alliance, which is a coalition organized underneath the umbrella of the Monadnock United Way, in partnership with the Community Loan Fund and a coalition of banks, nonprofits, and businesses operating within the Monadnock region. I want to be clear that today I'm representing my own views. I'm not representing the views of the MRA. I think we've agreed that there's going to be a lot of diversity in the different opinions of people within that group. So I'll preface everything that I say with that. The other thing I want to share as a little bit of background is the nature of my business. So we're a little bit niche. We specialize in furnished room rentals, which we call co-living. And so typically what we'll do is we'll take some of these bigger, older apartments, 4-bedroom apartments, and we will outfit them almost like it's an Airbnb. So they're fully furnished. They include all utilities and services. And then we demise those properties on individual bedroom leases. And I kind of got into that facing my own challenges with the housing affordability issues in the area back in 2016, where prices make, the prices today look comparatively pretty horrible. And the objective is to create a market-based, affordable alternative for folks that are trying to navigate the current housing environment. With this being kind of a more affordable price point for folks than going and getting a studio or a 1-bedroom by themselves, we do have a tendency to work with candidates who might be viewed as marginal if they were going to be applying for a 1-bedroom apartment, particularly on the basis of income. As others have pointed out, in Keene, a 1-bedroom apartment is $1,500. You need to make $4,500 a month to be able to afford that. We have furnished all-inclusive rooms starting as low as $765, which if you're starting at Wendy's, you can afford. So I'm going to try and kind of go through a few quick points, high level.
if you could,
Yeah.
that'd be great.
So let me see, where do I want to focus? Generally speaking, I'm in favor of really strong property rights. It's one of the reasons that I choose to invest and keep all of our money in New Hampshire. Where we are positioned on the Connecticut River Valley, we can very easily cross over into Vermont if we decide that the housing regulations that are in Vermont are acceptable to us. And whenever we consider that prospect, we look at the strength of the property rights over there and we think about how would this affect our decisions when it comes to approving rental applications. Generally speaking, my reaction as somebody that cares a lot about housing access is that we would have to have tougher approval criteria in Vermont in order to protect our business interests than what we're willing to accept here in New Hampshire. And that's going to be a recurring theme throughout my testimony here today, is that at the end of the day, an occupied rental unit is fulfilling its function. We don't have a problem here with major corporate ownership where people are holding empty units. As landlords, our biggest potential expense is vacancy, and we're motivated to keep those units full.
Mr. Freeman, if you could, you've already gone 5 minutes, so if you could.
That was 5? Wow.
Yeah, it was
I must be
5.
having fun.
It was
All
great.
right. I view strong property rights as giving landlords more options to provide access. We feel more comfortable taking risks with marginal tenants when we know that we have recourse. And I can't even read my own handwriting, so I guess I will. Oh, the only other thing I would say is that I would question with a new category for eviction. I try to put myself in the position, I've had 180 tenancies and have never had to go through the eviction process. But if I were taking an application from somebody that had an eviction on their record, I would be curious about the details of that. And I would think that seeing an eviction for end of lease would be a lot less concerning to me as a category than an eviction for something like non-payment, which is how that could end up unfolding otherwise.
Okay. Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there questions for Mr. Freeman? Seeing none, thank you very much. Is anyone else here to testify on HB 60? All right, I'm closing the public hearing on that. It's 1:04, so I apologize to the public. We are running a bit behind, but we're going to continue to power through. As always, I'm not going to limit the testimony of the prime sponsor. It's actually, Map Representative, you're not up yet. There's one other one. I'm not going to limit the testimony of the prime sponsor, but I'm going to keep everyone at 3 minutes moving forward. So Representative Seelig, I'm going to open the public hearing on HB 65. Come on up.
Thank you so much. I thought there was one before
you know
me.
what? There is. I'm so sorry about that.
That's okay.
Closing that.
I'm happy to wait. I was
Representative.
just stretching.
Yeah, Representative Pataro. My apologies.
I know he's in another meeting too.
I'm opening the public hearing on HB 351. Yeah. I was going in numerical order on accident, so go back.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Housing Committee. My name is Representative Matthew Pataro. I represent the town of Allenstown, Merrimack County, District 11. I'm just starting my second non-concurrent term, and I'm very excited here. This is actually the very, very first bill that I prime sponsoring and my very first introduction. And along those lines, I want to take this opportunity briefly to just express to everybody here that I did watch the inauguration last night, and I thought it was a great ceremony. Most of us, I think, had the day off, and so I took advantage and watched the whole thing, and I thought it was great that we had a peaceful transition of power. But I bring that up because there's also ideas and themes of unity and getting down and working hard. And so in that respect, starting a new term here, I'm very excited to get to work for the public and make the state and the country a better place. With this particular bill, there isn't too much of a backstory with it. Essentially, an anonymous constituent came to me during my campaign for this race and suggested the idea. I took it down in a note, and I ended up filing it, and I really didn't know what was going to happen. My bill, HB 351, what it does is address a current inequity in the law where if you are a tenant at will and you want to leave, you must give your landlord 60-day notice. And in a situation with a tenant at will, if a landlord wants the tenant to leave, they're only required to give 30-day notice. My bill simply and straightforward changes the 30-day on the landlord's side to 60 days to make the same situation in alignment. Finally, I would like to say that with this being my first bill that I'm introducing, I really didn't know what was going to happen. I've been checking my emails. I haven't had much reach out yet, but looking at the blue sign-in sheet, I'm very happy that the public who filled in that blue sheet, 14 were for and 2 were against on last count. And based on my last look, my blue sheet had the most participation on it, so I'm very happy about that. And with that, Mr. Chair, I'll be happy to answer any questions that your committee has.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there questions for Representative Pataro? Representative Thaxton.
Did you actually found this in 540A? Because my understanding and my experience has always been that the notice required on an at-will tenancy is equal to the period in which the rent is paid. So if you're a weekly tenant, you're required to receive weekly notice and give weekly notice. If you're a monthly tenant, et cetera. And you found something different than that in 540A?
I did not find anything in that regard. That's an interesting point, though, Representative. I'll be happy to connect with you about that one.
Other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Representative.
Thank you.
Could you fill out a pink card, please?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Nick Norman.
Thank you once again for the opportunity to speak. I've given an introduction previously. So I just want to say that as far as I know, having been in real estate for 35 years and managing the number of apartments that I have, it is not true that the law requires a 60-day notice from a tenant. In fact, RSA 540:1, Roman 2 specifies a tenancy at will from month to month may be terminated by the lessee upon 30 days notice. And as Baxter, Representative Baxter quoted, I think there are some additional clauses that say if the frequency is less, it could be a week if it's a week tenancy. That's been the way that has been for forever and ever, as far as I've known. To this, the place where this provision was put into the law does not make notice for termination 60 days. What it does is it increases evictions from 30 days to 60 days. So it would say that every eviction cause that's presently in the law, that's presently 30 days, would now become 60 days. So you have a tenant that's causing extreme disturbance, someone that's endangering other tenants, someone that's like the classic thing we talk about dealing drugs, which, oh my gosh, it so often happens. You would be subjecting all of the other good tenants into the building to an additional 30 days of trying to remedy that situation, to provide good housing for people. You take the current eviction process of a 30-day eviction, which can take about 9 to 11 weeks, and then add on another 30 days, now that becomes 13 to 15 weeks. There's delays in sheriff's service, and the entire process right now is a little delayed for eviction. You could be talking 3.5 months to eliminate a bad situation in a property where you have a bad tenant causing untold grief. So we oppose the change. Present law, I think, is totally fine. Each side can give a 30-day notice. Contracts can be made through leases that have other notices. It's not uncommon that a housing provider would have a lease where they agree to a 60-day notice by the landlord and by the tenant. But just to be clear, the present law does not say a tenant has to give a 60-day notice. The present law is balanced with landlord and tenant giving 30-day notices unless there's a lease that says something different, which is agreed upon by both parties. I'd be happy to take questions.
Thank you, Mr. Norman. 3 minutes and 1 second. Appreciate that. Representative Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Norman, for coming in to testify. This is a two-part question. The first part is how many units do you manage? And the second part is how many times over the course of the last few years, say the last 5 years, have you had to evict a tenant for causing disturbances?
I have 48 units. I've been managing for 35 years. I definitely have tenants that have caused disturbance, and it's an issue. And I have never evicted a tenant for causing disturbance, because when you go to court to try to process that eviction, you have to prove that case in court. And it's virtually impossible, not quite impossible, but it's very hard to get existing good tenants to testify against a bad tenant in the property because they're afraid of retaliation. So proving the case in court becomes exceedingly difficult. So we haven't.
Go ahead, follow up. Just put your mic on for us. Thank you.
Sorry. In that case, I guess another two-part question. How did you handle those situations? And what difference would it make, since you don't go through the eviction process, what difference would it make to have to give 60 days notice rather than 30 days?
So if you're not using a 30-day, then it, of course, wouldn't make any difference. But for the property owners that do use 30-day evictions, when there are many, it would extend the time by way too long. Why should you subject good tenants to 3.5 months of misery living with someone that's causing trouble?
Representative Page.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Norman. I'm just looking at the language in the bill. It says, provided, however, that 7 days' notice shall be sufficient if the reason for the termination is as set forth in, and then it references this part of statute that gives several of the reasons used as examples as cause for that 7-day notice rather than the 60 days, which include
Correct.
non-payment of rent, behavioral issues, structural damage. So I'm not sure what the concern, with those examples off the table, I'm not sure what the concern is around moving it to 60 days.
So there's only a few cases where you can evict for the 7-day notice. One is non-payment. One is excessive damage or health and safety concerns. And the other is a tenant that is going through a lead abatement process where the tenant has refused to move so that the lead abatement can be proceeded with. Every other cause for eviction would be extended from 30 to 60. So let's say you've got someone that's causing large disturbance to the property. They're selling drugs. All of those would be extended to 30, from 30 to 60. You want your daughter to move into an apartment because she's moving across country back into this region. It would be extending the time that she would have to wait to move in. Any cause at all that you could think of would be extended besides those three.
Other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Cara Ann Rodenhiser. She has written testimony. Yeah, the clerk will get that and we'll make sure that's just in the bill file. Sarah Holland.
Good afternoon. I'm Sarah Holland, Chair of Public Policy for the New Hampshire Association of Realtors. Thank you for having us today. Very similar to my testimony for HB 60, we are in opposition of HB 351 for the following reasons. The longer notice requirement will likely increase the chance that a tenant will not pay rent for the last month or two. I actually just worked with a client where that was the case. He had 2 tenants, and we did not know that one of them even vacated the property or was planning to vacate the property. So it happens for a variety of reasons. Maine and Massachusetts, our neighbors, also require a maximum 30 days notice. So we're staying in line. Our current laws is in line with our neighbors. We would encourage tenants to sign leases as opposed to month. We understand that that creates additional hurdles for them as well. The month to month is uncertain, but we feel that the notice requirement should equal the length of at-will tenancy, so that 30 days. And again, this is not going to solve the housing crisis. I think what we need to do is look for ways to add more inventory. This is a supply and demand issue. There are a lot of tenants looking for, a lot of renters that are looking for tenancy in a lot of places. If we had more opportunity for them to find housing, that would alleviate a lot of this pressure where landlords are, as testimony showed today, are greedy, retaliatory, and discriminatory. So, I think I also want to be clear that our position today is very narrow on private property rights and property owners being able to take possession back of their property in a timely manner. We are not in favor of discriminatory or retaliatory actions, but we do wish to preserve private property rights. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. I will now call on, I want to make sure, David Klein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and the committee. My name is David Klein. As I said before, I'm a small landlord, one of the mom and pops with property on the coast. I want to start off with if you go back to the testimony of the sponsor, he said that he proposed the bill because he was told by a constituent that if they wanted to leave, they had to give 60-day notice. One, that's not true. Nick Norman gave you the statutory reference, RSA 540, not 548, 54011, where it does say the tenants only have to give 30-day notice, which is the same as the landlord. So that this bill is not what the sponsor is talking about. This bill talks about when there is a breach of the lease or someone, believe it or not, they will not cooperate in the remediation of bed bugs, which can spread to the whole building. That period of time is a 30-day notice, extending that to 60 days. You want to expose good tenants to the bad habits of a bad tenant, pass this bill. We have to look at what it's going to do to the other people in the building. None of us want to live with bed bugs. This gives this bad tenant more time to do nothing because you have to work at getting rid of bed bugs. Another area where it would extend is a material breach of the lease. Many of the apartments these days, the tenants are responsible for all utility except for possibly water. This means that if they stop paying heat or fuel, the landlord has two choices. Let the apartment go cold or pay for the heat to prevent it from freezing up. I just think about how cold it is today. You don't have heat, you will freeze pipes. Those pipes freeze and burst, probably the entire building will be taken out of line and all the tenants would have to move. That's a distinct possibility. So what this bill does, it doesn't help good tenants, it helps bad tenants. And what we're saying is don't change it, don't pass this bill. It's not doing what the sponsor wanted to be done, and it's not going to be good for either landlords or good tenants who take care of the responsibilities, pay the rents, don't breach their leases.
Thank you, Mr. Klein. Are there questions for Mr. Klein? Seeing none, thank you very much. Matt Mayberry. Welcome back.
Hello, once again, Matt Mayberry, CEO of the New Hampshire Home Builders Association. Please, please, please do not pass this bill. The unintended consequences are pretty substantial, as you've just heard before. But if the committee insists upon doing it, please put tenants in the boat with the property providers. If the property provider has to give 60 days, the tenant has to give 60 days. That's all we're asking. Fairness. That's it. I think
Questions for Mr. Mayberry? Seeing none, thank you.
24 seconds.
Yeah, just about. There you go, man. I'm acting as clerk too, so I'm trying to do both. Mr. Freeman.
All right, I should be able to keep this one a little bit more concise. I think some other folks have made some great points about the fact that this is how long it takes once you file the eviction, so we won't rehash that. I just want to kind of continue on the theme of how we are different from other conventional landlords in the shared housing. If you extend the timeline that it takes to complete an eviction from 30 to 60 days in a shared housing environment, then whatever bad behavior it is that is leading to that eviction is something that's going to be imposed on, in our case, up to 3 other people for that whole 60-day period. I mentioned before, we've had 180 tenancies, 0 evictions. It usually works out pretty well if you ask them to leave, in my experience. But we take the responsibility of maintaining a constructive and positive living environment within these shared spaces pretty seriously. And I think it would be pretty unfortunate if we found ourselves compelled to abide behavior that's not specifically a health or safety per se, but perhaps a personality mismatch that's causing mental anguish within a shared living space.
Thank you for your testimony. Other questions? Seeing none, thank you. All right. Is there anyone else here to testify on HB 351? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing on 351 and immediately open the public hearing on HB 65. Representative Seelig, thank you so much for being patient with us today.
Thank you so much to the committee. And first of all, if you need to stand up and stretch while I'm testifying, I take no offense. I know I've stood up and stretched during some of the other testimony today. So thank you very much for hearing my bill. I just want to give you a little bit of background, if I may. Over some point last summer, I had a meeting with Congressman Maxwell Frost from the Orlando area of Florida, and he was talking about his experiences ultimately becoming homeless for a variety of reasons while he was running for office, and the challenges that came up as a result of that. And he bemoaned the fact that as a tenant, he didn't have a way of increasing his credit score in the same way that a homeowner paying a mortgage would. And I stopped him and said, that's not accurate. Rental payments can also be reported to credit bureaus. And he said, no, they only report negative ones. In other words, when people don't pay. And I said, well, high quality landlords also report positive rent payments to the credit bureaus because they understand the benefit of helping people build their credit score. So after I completed that conversation with him, I reached out to a number of property managers that I know from my previous work as a real estate agent in the Seacoast region of New Hampshire. And I asked them, do you report on-time rent payments to the credit bureaus? And of the ones that I spoke to, several said yes. One of them said that once they instituted that as a policy for the company, they had a 95% on-time rental payment rate and were chasing down far fewer people for rent, which was saving them time and money as an organization. And so now they actually have that written into their lease that they report all rent payments, both on time and late. And as a result, they have people paying very much on time. Their tenants are building their credit scores. And because that's a company that also does property sales, when they turn around and are able to then use their higher credit scores to buy a property, they've got a real estate agent built right in. So it's helping them feed their own market for potential buyers. And then they get new tenants and help them do the same kind of thing of building their credit score by paying their rent on time. So I proposed this bill. When I started working with some other people, it got a little bit more complicated than I had initially intended. We modeled it after a bill in California, and the bill has gotten expanded well beyond where I might have chosen to have it. So I've spoken again with the landlords that I worked with previously, and I have to take my glasses off so I can read. So essentially, the property managers that I spoke to said they would actually like to strip out the language of this being an opt-in bill. Instead, they would prefer if it were a landlords will, either landlords shall do this or just not have it at all, so that it's up to the landlord to make a determination, because it's very complicated if one tenant wants a credit reported and one doesn't, and trying to figure out how to manage that. The ones that are using professional software such as AppFolio, it's literally a toggle switch on their software that allows them to just automatically report credit scores as they enter rent payments into their database. So it doesn't add any extra cost to their plans. So ideally, we would make an amendment to this bill that would reduce it down to the essential thing that landlords, and I'm talking about professional landlords, so I said in the bill 15 or more properties, we can make that number whatever you think is appropriate, but that landlords will report positive rent payments to the credit bureaus, and just keep it that simple. That would be fabulous to make it that simple. The goal is really about helping people build their credit scores, helping landlords collect rent on time so that there are fewer cases of rent not being paid. I also wanted to share some information that I received from the Credit Builders Alliance. So if you'll bear with me while I read their statement. They said, positive rent reporting is an accessible and safe way for renters to build credit without taking on additional debt. Reporting positive rental history opens doors for individuals who face barriers to credit building or rebuilding. For example, survivors of domestic violence, veterans, young people transitioning from foster care and homelessness, and returning citizens, to name a few. Rent reporting also allows individuals renting affordable housing units to build a stronger credit history and places them on a path towards improved financial stability and possibly even purchasing their first home. Rent reporting, when offered as an opt-in program with positive payment information, is a low-risk method for building credit strength. Negative information concerning overdue rental payments is already incorporated into rental reports and scores through actions, including accounts sent to collections and evictions. So positive-only reporting allows renters to get credit for their record of timely payments. The Credit Builders Alliance, CBA, has been actively involved in rent reporting as a credit building strategy since 2012. During that time, CBA has led over 80 affordable housing providers through the implementation of rent reporting programs at their respective agencies. Research from these landlords, the credit reporting agencies, and the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development have all shown that rent reporting to be an effective way to build credit and encourage on-time rental payments. And then there's more details about Colorado's program, about a program in Prince George County, Maryland, et cetera. And I will send this to you as an email afterwards because I know it's a lot of data and there's some links in here as well. And I know I spoke really fast, but I also know you've been here a long time and have many bills after me. So I'll be happy to take any questions.
I appreciate that, Representative Seelig. Representative Minor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your testimony. I just have a question about what about landlords that don't have the programs like that you spoke of, like some like a 1980s program that doesn't have that option, and some that don't use any program, just use like the data sheet they create themselves. What's the cost going to be to them?
So for the most part, my understanding from reaching out to, I think it was Experian, I think that's how you say it. I reached out to several different places. They don't actually charge a fee to landlords to report the information, so it's the time. But again, I'm looking not at the people who have grandma living in the backyard, but looking at people who are who are doing this as their profession, right? And that's where identifying what that number is, whether it's 15, whether it's 20 properties, is up to you. And I would specifically keep it to residential property management or landlords.
Can I just follow up? Yep. Thank you. Yes, I personally am aware of a few different landlords that own quite a few properties that have none of those programs because I know that some of those programs cost money to even have per unit, so they choose to just do it the old-fashioned way. Do you have an idea of what the cost would be?
Again, there's the credit bureaus don't charge a fee to have the information reported to them, so it's what their time spent would be submitting the information rather than having a simple software system
it's
that might
free, then, is
save
what you're
them.
saying.
So I have yet to find a fee for providing the information.
Thank you.
I have looked. It's possible I have not checked everywhere.
Representative Aaron.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming in to testify and to sponsor this bill. Is my understanding that tenants can ask for this reporting now? Is that correct? And if so, is this bill going to compel landlords to do this?
So in the current housing environment, people have been afraid to ask landlords for anything beyond what's offered in an initial lease. And if a landlord is not already offering this as a part of the program, I have found most tenants afraid to ask for any supplemental anything for fear of not being able to access an apartment. However, the landlords that I've spoken to who have worked to make sure that they have tenants who have good, reasonable credit scores and are consistent in paying, or who are encouraging their tenants to continue to build themselves, have all welcomed using this program. I spoke, as I said, I think to 7 different property managers, and 4 of them were using this and finding great success. And one of them said she realized she needed to use it. I also spoke to someone from the Housing Authority, the Portsmouth Housing Authority, who said that this would be a useful tool for them.
Thank you.
Representative Page and then Representative Gibbs. Okay, Representative Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming in to testify. You mentioned that you believe the bill should be amended. Do you plan to present an amendment to this committee?
So I would be happy to present an amendment to the committee. I thought that I should find out from the committee, given how overburdened OLS has been reportedly, that I should find out from the committee what language you would prefer to have in the amendment, so that when I reach out to them to simplify it, especially in terms of things like how many landlords or how many units a landlord might manage, that we would have some consensus so that we could have them draft a single amendment rather than going back and forth and having them have extra work.
Go ahead.
Thank you. How would you obtain that information? I don't know that the committee would necessarily be in agreement as to what we would want.
I would hope that your committee would have some sort of conversation and that a member of your committee would be willing to work with me. I am more than happy to work with you in any way appropriate. I will be here many, many days as I've been appointed to the Education, Administration, and Policy Committee. And so I will be here many more days than I had intended.
Well, Representative, without having to overburden this committee, which I know is very busy, would you consider an amendment that would turn this into a study committee so the legislature could study it this term?
If you wanted to have it as a study to bring back for next year, we could do that. Or if you wanted to do a short-term study committee I'm happy to do that. If you wanted to have a few study meetings, I would be open to that. Again, my goal is really trying to seek that win-win to help landlords increase their on-time rental payments and to help tenants build their credit scores.
Okay, thank you.
Simultaneously.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up is Representative Newell. Is she in here? Oh, hi.
Yes, I've been hovering for quite some time.
Welcome.
I know that y'all haven't had a long day, so I'm going to keep it short and sweet as I like to do. My name is Jody Newell, and I represent Cheshire 4 in Keene. Consumer credit reports are meant to reflect an individual's likelihood of repaying a debt. In applying for my mortgage 9 years ago, it was made very clear to me that my credit report and my credit score were the most important factors. Up until that point, I had been renting for 17 years, and I had never once missed a payment, in spite of the fact that I often didn't have enough to cover everything. While I may not have had enough to pay my cell phone bill or any other report-worthy bills that month, I made sure that I did not jeopardize the one thing that would ensure I had a roof over my head and a warm place to tuck my kids in at night. Therefore, if a mortgage company or a landlord wants accurate data in indicating whether or not an individual is likely to pay their rent or mortgage, which is what a credit report is for, and this is in fact the best data point that they can have. Further, if my mortgage payments are reported, and they are, and included in calculating my credit score, and they are, so should my rental payment history, if I so choose. And the last point, just kind of considering this from a landlord's perspective, in a changing landscape of property ownership, often towards corporate ownership and management, it's cumbersome, and frankly, it strikes me as outdated to expect to be able to reach a previous landlord to confirm good payment history. So this makes it easier all around. The times have changed, and I think we need to adapt. The bill would not only allow for a more accurate picture of an individual's likelihood to pay their housing expenses, it would ease the burden on previous and prospective landlords and mortgage companies at the same time. Thank you for listening to my testimony. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Representative. Other questions for Representative Newell? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Chris Freeman, come up.
All right. Hello again. So when it comes to the credit reporting, we're really big advocates for homeownership. Part of the value proposition of our room-by-room model is that compared to the cost of a one-bedroom or studio, within 1 or 2 years, you could save up conceivably enough money for a down payment on your own home after just a few short leasing cycles. And we have a provision in our lease that allows any tenant to terminate as if it were a month-to-month tenancy if the reason that they're doing that is to become a homeowner. So pretty committed to this. I also freely consult with my tenants on matters of personal finance. I'm a finance professional, and it's what I think is fun, which is probably weird, but credit's a huge component of that. And we do advise our tenants on matters like building credit with things like secured credit cards, with rent reporting options. Our software does have the ability to do rent reporting. After very careful consideration, I opted not to enable it because I did not feel that there was enough transparency in how the software was functioning for me to be able to validate what was going out to the credit agencies would be accurate. And the last thing I wanted was to be part of a chain of events that resulted in a deterioration of somebody's credit score. That could be things like miscellaneous charges that were posted after the rent was paid, but before the grace period expiration was calculated. Reading through the bill, it is a very, very onerous bill. And so while in general, I'm in favor of the concept of rent reporting for the purpose of building credit, I think that the specific way that it's implemented is really important. Even with software that theoretically can report payments, our software still doesn't have the ability to comply with the technical requirements. For example, disambiguating rent payments that are done on time versus the participation fees. That's just not something that we can do. So even though we have the technical capability, we'd still be looking for a third-party solution. The other thing I would say is that some of these solutions already exist out there, and some of them exist on a free of charge basis for tenants to participate in. If you do a quick Google search, there's a lot of platforms out there where you can, I think you have to upload a copy of your lease to prove, which monthly payment is coming out of your bank account corresponds to your rent. There's some verification work that goes into that, but then it's connected. They can see, oh, I paid, $850 on the first for the past 12 months. And it's done leveraging the technological capabilities of companies that specialize in this versus the ineptitude of, landlords under 15 who probably wouldn't be able to navigate the technical complexities or the FICRA compliance aspects of it. So I think if you wanted to take another approach, when I think about what I would consider to be not too burdensome, I'd be happy to have a solution where if one of these platforms reaches out to me looking for verification that the details provided by a tenant are accurate, I'd be happy to respond to a request like that. But as written, we won't be able to comply with this without adding significant administrative burden that, frankly, everyone's just got their Spotify Wrapped. I got a Wrapped from my business VoIP system telling me that in 2024 I sent 35,000 text messages, and this is my side gig. People go, Chris, how do you do it all? And I say, I don't do everything. We let stuff slip through the cracks, and we can't take on the administrative burden of this bill as written.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Questions for Mr. Freeman? Seeing none, thank you. Matt Mayberry.
Matt Mayberry, CEO from the Home Builders, doing a hat trick with the Housing Committee today. We like the idea of it. Study committee could work, but please don't. There are 14 apps that I found in 90 seconds that will help you self-report, because some of the unintended consequences of this are, if you go from a large complex that does report to a small complex that does not, 2 or 3 years later, you go to another large complex, then you go to buy a house, they can say, what happened here? Go find it. There's a gap in your credit report. What happened? There's an app out there right now that will work with you. They will pay your housing provider. They take it automatically out of your checking account for a small fee. They pay the housing provider, and then they report the on-time payments. The corporate world does this now. One of our members is a large company that's the second largest provider of housing in New Hampshire. They're bringing this on as a value added for their tenants. Please don't regulate things that are fixing themselves, and there are options out there if you wish to do that. I'm going to shut up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions? Representative Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question.
Yes, sir.
Would you consider this a mandate?
Oh, absolutely.
Thank you. Representative Kerwin? All set. Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Mayberry.
Thank you.
Nick Norman.
Thank you very much once again for the opportunity to speak. Unfortunately, there's actually a lot of things to say here. This time I'm going to remember to pass out my testimony because there's a lot in here to read. So we have not done rent reporting because we have at times been members of credit bureaus for the purposes of getting credit reports and screening tenants as they apply for apartments. And what we've experienced over the years has always been very difficult to be able to report payments to the credit bureaus. One of our members owns perhaps in the range of 2,000 units, so they're what you might consider a big property owner. And what they said was it was very cost prohibitive to use that software, use different software platforms to do this. And so they're looking into it, but the cost and administration of doing it and compliance and setting up the different systems is quite large. There is a credit reporting service. I looked up one. Matt Mayberry mentioned within a few seconds he had found bunches of them. There's one called Self.Inc., which is free for tenants to use to report their rent. Their website says, get credit for paying rent, plus your cell phone and utilities. Apparently, lots of bills they can report this way. 100% free, no credit card or credit check required. So there's many services that can already do this. To mandate it onto property owners at a large cost, just doesn't make sense. Anyone can build good credit. You just have to be disciplined. Every tenant that gets into one of our apartments, if they're having trouble with tenant credit, we talk to them and tell them, here's a strategy that's simple, doesn't cost you a dime, and will build you credit. You just have to be disciplined with your payments. If you want, I'll tell you how that works. How would a housing provider actually calculate the cost of administrating this? There's no guidance in the bill. Do you track how much time that you spent doing this? What about your paying employees? What about their cost and their time? What about the benefits and the Social Security employer portions of that? What are the costs that you would calculate to figure out the cost that you would charge them? Most landlords throughout the state, as you've heard over and over, and we certainly in our awareness think it's true, our mom and pop landlords, they don't have the means of doing this. It is quite a burden to be reporting all of it.
Mr. Norman, I say you wrap up if you could, please.
There's so much more. There's so many problems the way it's written. So we don't have an objection to the idea of reporting rent. In fact, that could be good on both sides. But to burden property owners as they have to do that and increase their cost of administration when there's free options already available, it doesn't make any sense. There's so much more, and I would take questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions for Mr. Norman? Seeing none, thank you. And last up is David Klein.
Thank you to the chairman and the committee. The overall concept of reporting rents, I understand why the sponsor is pushing it. And I think, for me, the problem with the bill are the mechanics of the bill. And just as a very brief one, it says we can get $10 per month or actual cost, whichever is lower. I don't know how to calculate actual costs. And if the tenant challenges it, how am I going to prove that my actual costs are lower? For instance, I was use QuickBooks. QuickBooks does not communicate that type of rent payments, and I'm a small landlord. And what am I going to have to do? Go through every single tenant file on QuickBooks and report it monthly that they paid? And that's a lot of time, and that's not fair. I think at this point, I would like to pick up on something that the chairman said, that this bill should go to study committee. Let's find mechanics that work well for both landlords, tenants, and the credit reporting agencies. The bill that's written, the sponsor said, was modeled after California. We know California does things a little differently than we do in New Hampshire, and I think we really should do it the New Hampshire way. Let's study it. Let's think about it. Let's get input from everybody. And I would suggest to the committee, please send this to study committee and take it and let us work it through in a manner that can find a solution that everybody can live with. Thank you.
Questions for Mr. Klein? Seeing none, thank you. Is there anyone else here to testify on House Bill 65? I'll give her a couple minutes. Yep. So we're going to take a 5-minute break and we'll be back at 1:52. I'm going to finish up the hearing on HB 65 and call on Representative Alexandra Murray. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and the rest of the committee for indulging me for a couple minutes. I appreciate your time. I am a co-sponsor on this bill, and I am in support of passing the bill. This is something that has actually affected me personally. When I was younger and first moving out of my parents' house, I couldn't find someone willing to rent to me without a credit history. And the only way I was able to get an apartment was basically sneaking onto a friend's lease, getting a credit card, and then starting to build up credit that way. And as we know, housing is scarce right now. A lot of landlords have the ability to have really high standards for, potential tenants because of the lack of availability. And I think it's important we provide every tool possible to help people be able to build up their credit, have a more established and secure place in society. And I think I've heard some of the concerns. I was watching the testimony remotely from landlords and housing providers regarding the implementation of this. And I do understand that there could be some concerns and that there are ways already for tenants to self-report on those payments. But I think it makes sense for the burden to be on the person who's receiving the money to report that they received the money, just like it would be for an employer, for someone who's, giving a loan out. It's on them to facilitate that transaction. And I think objectively, the housing providers have more time, money, resources than the renters do. And so the most effective way to ensure that renters can, take use of such legislation would be to ensure that the landlords are carrying that burden. So I just wanted to share my personal thoughts on it. Thank you so much.
Well, Representative, thank you for your testimony. Are there questions for Representative Murray? Seeing none, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, at this time, I'm going to close the public hearing on HB 65 at 1:54 and open up the public hearing on HB 309. We're almost caught up. And recognize the prime sponsor, Representative Mooney. And after that, I will continue to enforce a 3-minute rule on testimony. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon to you and good afternoon to members of the committee. For the record, my name is Representative Maureen Mooney. I represent the town of Merrimack, that's Hillsborough County District 12. I am the prime sponsor of House Bill 309. That's an act relative to making electronic payments optional. I've provided written testimony to each of you and one for the clerk. House Bill 309 prohibits landlords from taking payments only, key word here, only by electronic means. This bill would then require landlords to take payments in various forms, not just limited to electronic means. Now, this bill idea came to me at the request of a constituent who is here today, who will testify after me. I would say this to the Housing Committee. Our legislature should be mindful not to strain or further complicate any relationship between landlord and tenant, especially during a housing crisis. House Bill 309 will open the options of payment from tenants to landlords so as to not limit or rule out renters based on method of payment. House Bill 309 supports accessibility and flexibility, which are two essentials toward rental agreements. So I'd ask that you keep that in mind as you deliberate on House Bill 309.
Thank you.
I also
go ahead.
ask that you recommend House Bill 309 ought to pass. And with that, I'll conclude my testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of Housing Committee.
Thank you, Representative, and thank you for your patience today. Are there questions for Representative Mooney? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to call on Robert Bevel to come up next to give his testimony. And if you could keep it as succinct as possible, that would be great. Just turn your mic on for us.
There we go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Robert Bevel. I'm a resident of Merrimack, New Hampshire. I'm here in support of House Bill 309 to make electronic payments optional. First, I'd like to thank Representatives Maureen Mooney and Bill Boyd for sponsoring this for me. I was contacted by a senior citizen who I know very well, who told me that her apartment has informed her that when her lease is up for renewal, she will be required to make all future rent payments electronically by automatic draft. This was not a negotiable term in her rent contract. She is frightened about doing any banking business on the internet and prefers to continue providing a personal check for her rent payments. She has never been late on her rent payments and has never bounced a check. Under federal law 12 CFR 1005-10B regarding electronic funds transfers, it requires that authorization must be in writing in order to take authorized funds out of somebody's account. By forcing consumers to make rent payments electronically by automatic draft takes away their freedom to consent to such transactions and can be considered an abuse of an unequal bargaining power between the landlord and the tenants. Recurring electronic funds transfers are not limited to any dollar amount, but allow businesses to raid consumers' accounts for what they believe they are owed, not limited to the amount stipulated in the lease agreement. Consumers would have to issue a stop payment if the businesses took money from their accounts if the consumer believed the amount was transferred in error, incurring a costly stop payment fee. This also affects homeowners when mortgage service businesses utilize something called a pre-authorized draft, or a PAD, to deduct mortgage payments based on the information on the face of your homeowner's check without receiving authorization from the homeowner. Another critical point about recurring electronic funds drafts in the PADs are that there are no papers created in the transacts. With a check, the consumer has an auditable proof that they made their rent or mortgage payment on time, and the landlord or mortgage company cashed it on a particular date. With EFTs, there is only a line entry in a bank statement. For a tenant or homeowner to prove that they have made payments regularly and on time, they would have to produce a stack of bank statements rather than canceled checks, and they would have to argue about what transactions were based on. In our rush to do away with hard currency using checks, maintaining audible transactions between consumers and businesses, forcing EFT rent payments on renters is an unconscionable act of oppression against people already with limited means, all for the sake of saving a few steps in processing payments for the landlord's business interests. Please pass this legislation. I'd like to refer to, it's a little more draconian in some states. In Connecticut, Illinois, New York, and New Jersey, landlords cannot require electronic payments. However, we're asking for the middle ground, which is similar to California and Texas and Washington, that the landlord must accept at least one other form of payment besides EFT. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Questions for Mr. Bevel? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Nick Norman.
Thank you once again for the opportunity to speak. I have written testimony once again. So while housing providers don't really have much of an objection to the concept that's here, there's an extreme objection to where it's placed in the law. 540 -A:3 is the section of the law that's called prohibited practices. That carries with it automatically fees and penalties of $1,000 per day, plus court costs and attorney's fees, which is just absolutely absurd to be charged for someone that requires rental payment by electronic means and doesn't know that that's not allowed. We can just, if they are told, sorry, you can't do that, then they'll change it. You have to accept payments as people would normally do. It shouldn't be $1,000 a day, court costs and legal fees. And when does that $1,000 per day stop? There's no way to regulate or define when that $1,000 per day would stop. Suppose that particular tenant doesn't have email, phone, doesn't speak English. how do they get notice that the housing providers reversed their policy and that they can pay now in other means? So if it was carved out that fines and fees don't apply, which has been done in many other categories, if you'd like, we could prepare an amendment which might be like 5 or 10 characters long to say, add this carve out to those fees. We could do that for you. We've been there many times. So I'd be very happy to take questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Representative Reed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Norman, for your testimony. I regret to inform you that you have incorrectly cited the penalty in 540. The penalty cites the Consumer Protection Act, and in the Consumer Protection Act, the penalty that I think that you're getting...
Representative,
It will be a question.
Mr. Norman is providing public testimony.
Sure.
You can state that was incorrectly stated during an executive session, but if you have a
I have a question.
You can ask the question.
That's right.
Keep going to the question, please.
Were you actually referencing, though maybe inelegantly put, the fact that the penalty cited in 540 is the Consumer Protection Act, and in the Consumer Protection Act, there's a penalty, and the only time $1,000 a day comes up is when the person, in this case the landlord, is in direct violation of a court order. And it ends when the landlord complies with the court order. Is that what you were actually referencing?
There is a reference that says there's $1,000 per day. It continues. Well, it says the fine is $1,000 per day. It continues every day that the violation is still in place. So if there's no definition of when that ends, it would continue at $1,000 per day.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. All set. Thank you, Mr. Norman. Chris Freeman.
All right. So I was playing with my GameCube when this one came through my fax machine. I don't really understand why we're going to compel landlords to take such a big step backwards. Listening to some of the other testimony, I just want to make a few quick corrections. One individual said that there's no paper trail when you have an ACH transaction. And I think you actually have a tighter paper trail with an ACH transaction than you do with a paper check. Merchant services accounts track everything from the date and time of the origination, the amount, the institutions that are coming through. If there are any rejected payments, it keeps track of what the reason for the rejection was. So it's a pretty good paper trail if you ever do have a dispute over the payment. In terms of the accessibility of the payment means, I can think of a few areas where you could make a case that alternate means of payments are beneficial to the individual renter. Some of those would be if that person belongs to certain protected classes, like if they have a disability or if they are of an age where the technological aspects of sending in online rent payments is a barrier for them. And I would just point out those individuals already have protections under the Federal Fair Housing Act to submit a reasonable accommodation request, and the landlord would be obligated to comply with that. I personally require online payments. It eliminates, first of all, it automates the accounting. We have another proposal today to mandate that landlords report rent payments to the credit bureaus. And there's a record keeping aspect that comes in with that, which is what happens if that payment gets delayed in the mail or doesn't get processed in a timely manner. With electronic payments, that can happen automatically, and there's no concerns about the timing of the payment. Yeah, I guess that's all I have.
Well, thank you, Mr. Freeman, for your testimony. Any questions for Mr. Freeman? Yep. Seeing none, go ahead. Representative Page.
It's just a question for the chair. I don't know if Representative Mooney would like to speak to the question of the fee here or the fine here, but I would certainly love her input if she has any to share on that question.
Yeah, Representative Mooney, yeah, can you please come up again if you're available?
Thank you. I appreciate that and the opportunity. I haven't given it a tremendous amount of thought, having heard it for the first time, like yourself, by the witness that spoke. I guess the important thing is that it appears in the law at some point. And this, where it goes, that's one thing. I mean, if it were to be with a fine or without, I think that's fine as well. I have no preference off hearing it for the first time. The important thing is that we not, again, in my testimony, I revert back to it, that we not strain unnecessarily relationships between tenants and landlords, particularly on things like method of payment and preference of payment. So that's my bottom line. Thank you.
Okay. Well, it's in the committee's hands, but I've heard the input from various people, so thank you.
Very good.
Okay, is there anyone left to testify on HB 309? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing at 2:07. Open up the public hearing on HB 296, and I'll recognize the prime sponsor. Representative Ladd is not here, so yep, I'm going to recess that public hearing until Representative Ladd comes back. And it is 2:00, so I'm going to open the public hearing on HB 342 and recognize the prime sponsor, Representative Long. Welcome, Representative.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. So this bill is a alteration.
Could you just introduce yourself for us? That'd be great.
I'm Patrick Long, representing Hillsborough 26, which, for anyone who doesn't know, it's Manchester, Ward 7, and I'm the prime sponsor of the bill. And so this is an alteration of an idea that was in the Omnibus bill last session and was rejected at that point. And I think it addresses some of the concerns that some people had about that proposal, and also actually does a better job than that bill would have of addressing a specific problem that I've heard from several of my constituents in Manchester. So the previous proposal was to set a maximum of 10,000 square feet for the minimum lot sizes that municipalities could require. And this, instead of setting a uniform maximum, would set the maximum such that they couldn't require minimums that are significantly less dense than existing construction in the neighborhood. So municipalities that have an interest in preserving existing local character, or that have issues like not being connected to municipal sewer, could address those concerns and could require people to build consistent with what's already there. But they couldn't do what has been done in Manchester over the last several decades that I've heard a bunch of complaints about, which is that a lot of the housing in my ward is built on 5,000 square foot lots, which was perfectly legal at the time it was built. But the city has ratcheted up the requirements over time, and it is no longer legal to build on a lot of that size, even in neighborhoods where all the surrounding construction is on that size. And several people have actually bought neighboring lots that were 5,000 square feet, thinking they could build on it, build something for their in-laws, or an extra rental property, whatever. It turns out they can't build a house on that lot because the minimum is now 6,500 or 7,500 square feet, or whatever it may be, where they're zoned. So this would help address our housing crisis. It would address the actual expectations of property owners when they buy a property, that they could build something that's consistent with what already exists in their area. And it would still give municipalities flexibility to prevent people from building something that's not consistent with the existing neighborhood character. Okay. And I'm available to answer any questions that any of you have.
Thank you, Representative, for your testimony. Other questions? Representative Holland.
I have a question for you, actually, and thank you for taking my question. So in this case, you're saying that as long as I've met this density conformity, I put my 1,000-foot tape ruler out, I go out there and I look, and I'm in essence, you're allowing me to bypass the variance rule. So I guess my first question would be, you're saying that that the planning board then is going to look at your density conformity study, and then from that they'll approve your project. Why would you not have the ZBA, since in essence what you've done is you've cut down from the 5 requirements for a variance to a 1 requirement, the 1 requirement being that you have your density study. Why would you not have the ZBA judge if you've met what's required to get the variance?
That was the way that OLS wrote it. I guess if the committee feels that the ZBA is the more appropriate body to make that judgment, I wouldn't have any objection to amending it. And I guess, potentially different municipalities might have different processes set up where they do this. So if you are going to amend it, it might make sense to have something that accounts for whatever the planning body with that discretion is in that municipality.
Can I have just a quick follow-up? So, ask somebody. I just forgot my follow-up.
Go ahead. Okay. All right. Representative Gibbs.
Thank you. And thank you for coming in to testify. But isn't the point of the bill that if the proposed building meets the neighborhood character as specified in the bill, you don't need a variance? So it's not a requirement for a variance. Isn't it just a situation where you don't have to ask for a variance?
Yes, that's correct as far as the intent, but I think you would still have to prove somehow that you have met the neighborhood density requirements.
Representative Holland.
I'm sorry, I remembered
Go
it
ahead, no
finally.
problem.
So the second question is like you put your 1,000-foot radius out there, and you've already mentioned it, that you said that there's several, because a variance is actually meant for an unusual circumstance. It's kind of a one-off. You just have this weird property. The variance isn't meant to override the actual town ordinance per se, the spirit of the ordinance. But what you're saying is that you think that when I throw that 1,000-foot radius out there, I'm not going to catch one property. I may catch multiple properties, and that the actual zoning ordinance doesn't work, and that you think the zoning ordinance should change. So rather than give a variance, shouldn't it be the planning board that's reviewing your zoning ordinance and changing it?
Ideally, municipalities would review it and make those changes, but I think we're running into a situation where a lot of municipalities have not done that. And the local governments are preventing people from using their property as they see fit and using it in a way that's consistent with what's already there. Because in a lot of cases, they have tightened the rules significantly since existing neighborhoods were built. And I know that's what's going on in Manchester. And that process is starting to reverse. The city is in the process of a zoning ordinance overhaul right now. But over the last several decades, they have tightened the zoning ordinance in ways that are sort of not consistent with the expectations of property owners there.
Representative Thaxton, then Representative Aaron.
So, if I understand the point of this bill correctly, and please clarify, in a town like mine, where we have a village district of 200-year-old houses that have side yards that are from 0 to 2 feet, under our current zoning, you can't rebuild any of those houses because we require a 15-foot side yard in the village district. And this is a conversation that our planning board has had and the selectmen have had. So if we pass this bill, I could go and say, I have an existing lot of record and every other house on this street has a 2-foot side yard, so therefore a 2-foot side yard is reasonable. Is that the intent of the bill?
Yes, I think that would be allowed under this bill.
Representative Aaron.
In your bill, you state the 1,000-foot radius. Is that 1,000-foot radius from the property lines or from the building on the property? That could make a huge difference in a rural district.
The intent was that it be from the property lines. I think there are some places where 1,000 feet from the house or whatever the central building is in the property wouldn't even reach the end of the property.
So, Representative, I'm hoping you can speak to a density conformity assessment and talk to me about the requirements involved in that, and maybe if there's an additional cost on a landowner. If you know the details, if not, if there's somebody else that can speak to that.
I don't know the details. That was OLS's proposal for how to go about actually proving this. So I would be comfortable with any clarification or amendment of that to prevent or reduce costs on the landowner. I would just note that there are a lot of existing costs on landowners who wish to seek a variance to build right now. And I would not like to see those costs increased in a situation where they would already be able to build as of right. But my hope is that in a situation where they would now be required to get a variance and spend a lot of money on attorneys and architects to do that, that this would provide a streamlined process for building what they want to build.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Margaret Burns.
Good afternoon, Margaret Burns, representing the New Hampshire Municipal Association. I did mark oppose on the pink card that I handed in, but mostly I would like to provide some comments to the committee for your consideration. We understand the concept behind the bill, which I would describe sort of as an expedited variance procedure, and I understand the goal and the purpose of the piece of legislation. My suggestion for your consideration is to make it perhaps a local option. The reason that I suggest that is because what is happening with this bill is that authority that is traditionally reserved for the Zoning Board of Adjustment, which would be the variance granting authority, is really being delegated via this bill over to a different body, which would be the Planning Board. So one suggestion to make this workable would be to make it a local option where the legislative body would vote to approve this delegation of authority from one body to the other, and then the Planning Board would have this authority to grant these types of special relief without the need to go through the ZBA. Another solution could be to keep this authority with the ZBA, but to make it sort of an additional authority, additional to the regular granting of variances, which does require going through those 5 criteria, which has been mentioned here already in the hearing. So those would be my suggestions for your consideration, and I very much appreciate your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Representative Hicks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So as I'm envisioning this, I'm thinking about maybe a grandfather non-conforming neighborhood that then someone that maybe is more densely built, as was described earlier, that somebody then extends, and then somebody then extends, and then somebody then extends. So it's at some point, it basically makes zoning moot. Could that be, even though it may be theoretical, could that be a possibility?
I thank you for the question. It is a possibility, and that sort of scenario that you described would be sort of the basis of why I signed in opposition to the bill, despite the additional comments that I provided. We've heard this described a little bit with relation to downtown city zoning, where it was much denser before zoning went into place. But I don't think that's the only place that we might be concerned about this. There is a lot of very dense building around lakes that predated zoning by quite a bit. And I think we would all be concerned, especially for the purpose of health and septic and the other things that go into building around lakes. I think we would all be concerned about that potentially be expanded and made even more denser in those scenarios. So that is a concern that I think is a potential consequence of the legislation.
Representative Thaxton.
Well, I'm going to skip past the lake part because I'm not sure I agree with you on that. But if we leave the bill the way it's written and it goes to planning, and planning turns it down for whatever good or bad reason, I would still have the opportunity to go to the ZBA. I can appeal any decision to the planning board to the ZBA. So sending it to planning actually gives a potential applicant 2 shots.
Thank you for that question. I think typically when you appeal to the ZBA from the planning board, you're appealing an interpretation of the zoning ordinance. And so perhaps another piece of this that might be important to clarify would be that if the property owner loses at the planning board under paragraph 3, they would still have the opportunity to either go through the traditional appeal or even, I suppose, go through the traditional variance process if they wish to do so. So it would preserve those mechanisms if they did not succeed through the planning board process.
Any other questions for Ms. Burns? Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Drew Klein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Drew Klein. I'm president of the Josiah Bartlett Center for Public Policy, New Hampshire's free market think tank. We've done a lot of research on zoning and have been heavily involved in this in the last few years, and just wanted to chime in on this bill without, endorsing every single aspect line by line of it. I think the concept is welcome. One of the major justifications, as you guys know, for zoning is to prohibit negative externalities, right? So you're going to try to prevent a cost being imposed on your neighbor. And the problem with the way it's done in top-down zoning is that you do sort of lock in these uses, and zoning changes over time, as you all know. So the Manchester example from Representative Long is a great example, and we have examples from a lot of the older towns in New Hampshire and really all throughout New England, where you have a beautiful pre-zoning village or town, or even larger segment of the town. And then that is frozen in time because later zoning was built up around it. And then you have an example where you've got somebody with a lot that is perfectly reasonable to build a home that looks like the rest of the neighborhood. It may even be exactly like the rest of the neighborhood. For example, a lot of these older communities do have duplexes or triplexes right next to single family homes. And they've been there for literally over a century, sometimes more. And yet it's illegal to build that one lot over, the way we currently do our top-down zoning. So the concept of this bill is it switches that to sort of bottom up. So it takes in the account of the currently built environment. And I think that's a real strength of this legislation. It looks at the currently built environment and says, we're going to do the 1,000 feet. If it conforms with 90% of the currently built environment in terms of density, then that should be an allowable build without a variance. And I think that's the really important part here is it's allowed by right just for 2 of those factors. So you can still have other factors apply that you might have to get a variance for, but for the 2 listed in the bill, if that's all it's pinging, then you can build it by right. And I think that what you're looking at is neighborhood conformity. That's been one of the biggest complaints or the biggest resistances to changing zoning. So this one seems to be in pretty good sweet spot in trying to keep that neighborhood conformity while allowing some flexibility. So we think it's a positive development. I think it would lead to some good neighborhood consistent development in addressing a housing problem. So,
Questions for Mr. Klein? My question is the density conformity assessment. Do you know about those, and can you talk to me a little bit about what's required with one of those?
Yeah, we've done just a minor bit of research on that because it hasn't come up before in New Hampshire in the way that we wanted to address. So I wouldn't want to get too much in the details of research. We have looked at some other cities. So there have been other cities around the country that from cities as large as I think Denver and LA have tried something, not exactly this bill, but sort of looking at that sort of density and conformity thing. Asheville, North Carolina has taken a bit of an approach sort of like that to try to get to the same sort of thing. We're still sort of waiting to see what the Asheville results are. That was changed in 2017, but I don't want to get decree one way or the other on it, right. but it is something that's going around the country as a way to address the top-down problem. So you're seeing a lot of it. It's not entirely new.
Yep. Representative Holland.
Really quick one. So does that the ruler, whatever you're going to pick in terms of like how big it is,
Sure.
does that only apply within that zone? So in other words,
No,
the
I
problem
read
would
it.
be is if, let's suppose I had a residential zone that I have like half acre or quarter acre lots, and it abuts against like another zone.
Sure.
And the spirit of your ordinance really was the next zone was a conservation subdivision. It was more rural. And if I'm able to reach out with my 1,000-foot ruler and I can cross over to the next zone in the rural zone, or I'm in the rural zone and I cross back over to the other
Sure.
one and say, look, I should be able to build that house. It conforms to that thing, but it's not in the same zone. It's not in the spirit of the zoning.
Yeah, so I hear what you're saying. I think the intent of doing it this way is that, again, you're capturing the neighborhood, right? So part of the problem with zoning is it's rigid and it's line bound. So you can have a beautiful neighborhood on one side of this line and a neighborhood on the other that are right beside each other. It can even be the same neighborhood, but you've just simply drawn and they are arbitrary often. You've just drawn an arbitrary line and said, okay, we're going to decide that this side of that line, you can only build X. On this side, you can only build X. And it ignores the neighborhood character. So the advantage of doing it this way with the 1,000 feet is that you're getting rid of the more rigid arbitrary lines and you're making it more of a neighborhood look. And I think there's a real advantage to that rather than just forcing these little blocks that somebody came up with.
Set. Okay.
All right.
No other
thank you.
questions. Thank you, Mr. Klein.
Thank you.
Last up is Sarah Holland.
Good afternoon, Sarah Holland, New Hampshire Association of Realtors. We are here in support of this bill. I won't repeat some of the items that were already mentioned, but when it comes to zoning, folks sometimes self-exclude because it is a long process sometimes to get that variance that they're looking for. And it's not a guarantee, it's a possibility. So folks will go through the application process, they will sit through hearings, they may do designs, expend money and time just for a maybe. This would be an opportunity for them to look around their neighborhood and go, oh, I see this, I might be able to do this here. There are still the requirements that they do the density conformity assessment, whatever we're deciding that is going to be going forward, to prove kind of their point and make sure that it does align with what is happening in the neighborhood. But this is one of those bold moves that we need to do to move the needle on housing and to create more opportunities and create that infill that we're looking for, as opposed to creating new neighborhoods that require new roads, new bridges, new amenities. And I will remind you that most recently, the median sale price in New Hampshire was $514,000. And the average household only makes 58% of what is needed to afford that median purchase price. So we do need more housing, and this is a common sense approach to be able to do so. Happy to take any questions.
Other questions for the committee? Thank you.
Thank you.
So I just want to gauge the committee's appetite on this bill. I think personally it needs a little bit of work, but is there any interest in creating a small subcommittee to look at this? Representative Page?
I would be okay with that. Yep.
Yeah? Okay. So I'll just need members from both parties on there, so I'll just take volunteers for it.
I want Al on there.
Representative Holland, Representative Dumont, Representative Burris, Representative Grant, and Representative Gibbs. Okay, so would you like to serve as well?
What would the overall commitment be? Just because I'm coming from Littleton, it's kind of a commute for me.
Well, so a subcommittee needs to be noticed 24 hours ahead of time. It basically the committee would get together and really discuss how to formulate this into a workable document for the committee. We have until, this isn't an early bill, so we have until March to really get this done. So it could take one meeting, could take two, could take as many as the committee desires. But with that, I just want to ask if that's...
I mean, I would be interested because I think it is really important.
Okay, so with that, I'm going to appoint a subcommittee. Representative Holland, will you chair that committee? All right, we're going to put Representative Holland in charge with those 6 members, Representative Dumont, Grant, Burris, Bolio, and Gibbs. And with that, I'm going to recess or close the public hearing on HB 342 and unrecess or re-recess Representative Ladd's bill, HB 296. Welcome.
Well, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the Housing Committee. This chair is like a couch.
I didn't get that the other day at education funding, I don't think.
Oh, we got one in there now too. So come on down sometime.
Okay.
I'm here today. My name is Rick Ladd. I chair education. I'm a house funding education. And I'm here today to present HB 296. I come from Haverhill, New Hampshire, and where I have been a select board chairman, on the planning board there, on the zoning board, also water commissioner, and also on city council in Homer, Alaska for 3 terms there. And dealt with a lot of these issues which you're dealing with housing. And to start with, I'd like to read just one sentence that came from Governor Ayotte in her inaugural address. Several short weeks ago, Governor Ayotte stated in her inaugural address, quote, "If we're going to remain the economic beacon of New England, we need to start by tackling our housing crisis. We need to get serious about housing production, streamline state agency approvals, and partner with our local communities." That's just not a message for our state in terms of our government agencies and departments and bureaus. It's a message for our local municipalities as well. The housing crisis in the area where I'm living right now is horrendous. Our property taxes have just been doubled. The rates supposed to go down proportionally, they didn't. And we're going to see things going higher and higher, so we're being tapped out. But for the young people we're trying to attract on the Upper Valley area, it's very difficult for them to find housing right now. It's just not available. And we need young blood in that community, as we do all through this state. So the bill that you have before you is an attempt to try to streamline and put in a fourth element there in terms of how we issue building permits off of private roads. The private road permitting process can be unduly long, costly, and may delay and push construction, as I've seen many times when I've been dealing with this, to a later season. So contractors miss that next season or the season they're in. And it's oftentimes delayed because the regulations and all the roadblocks that are put forth in the planning board. And we're talking about building and getting permits off of that private road. So this legislation drives at the idea that if the municipality has approved a policy dealing with building and issuing permits off a private road, then the permit for erecting buildings off of that built private road may be done by the governing body and after review and comment by the planning board. Doesn't say approval. And the issuance of the building permit can move forward. I believe that is a process, if you're in compliance and you've dealt with all those issues, drainage, egress, access to the highway you're trying to get onto, gradient, slope, all those issues that planning boards look at. I believe that can be handled through policy. So I'm not going to go any further on this because I basically stated what I'm trying to do here. I know there's others behind me which are anxious to speak on this. In doing this, I'm not doing it as a result of being contacted from people in the Haverhill area. I've been contacted by people farther down the river and south of Hanover, Lebanon area, wishing and to do the development, but being stymied by the delays and time it takes to get these permits. And again, once again, it's all about our housing, whether it be for the retired individual who needs to, drop scale down to a house that's more affordable for them, or whether it's for the new person moving into our community, or just anybody that needs to have housing that can't find it. And so that's what this is about. And I will stop right here. And rather than taking those technical questions, shoot them to the people that, I've talked to other attorneys that are behind me here, and they have some ideas. Well, this is how you might amend the bill and all that. The scope in which I'd like to see it pass is the scope that I provided to you right here. Think with it a little bit if you want, but have fun.
Perfect. Well, thank you very much, Representative. You're all set.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Have a good one.
I will now call on George Hansel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My name is George Hansel. I'm from Keene. I was a planning board member for more than 10 years there. I was the mayor of Keene. I was a city councilor in Keene. I've seen a lot of permits come through the city, a lot of development happen. I'm also a small scale developer. My partner and I do about 40 units of new housing a year is what we sort of shoot for. And in all my time as involved in local government and in development, I had never run across this issue of building on a private road until last year. And we had an infill project. We were building 3 duplexes close to downtown Keene, and it happened to be one of these old legacy private roads that we had never run into before. And the city staff and I sort of worked through this process to comply with the current RSA. And what it required was a whole additional level of approval through a planning board and then to the city council. And it was somewhat of an awkward situation because we got through those hearings and attempted to comply with the current law, and there was nothing really there for them to dig their teeth into. I had to go before my former colleagues and say, I've got this great project, and I need your approval. And they're sort of like, well, approval for what? Are you going to file the appropriate forms with the county at the county register of deeds to say that you're responsible for the road, all that stuff? And I'm like, yes. And there wasn't much else. The only advice I had for for the city council and the planning board to give me my approval was some research I had done on other construction on private roads in New Hampshire, and looking at the minutes of those meetings where those local governing bodies were looking at this, and they came back to the fact they were just really basically looking to make sure that emergency vehicles could access these places. So if you built an apartment on a private road, they wanted to make sure that their emergency services could get there. So that seemed to be the crux of it. And I got through my process. Our project is actually almost complete and going to be occupied in the next couple of weeks. But this brought up another issue. And I think while in my experience, this building on private roads is somewhat of a rare occurrence, I think it's going to become more prevalent, mainly because in the city of Keene and other municipalities that are looking to expand opportunity to construct housing, they're coming up with new ideas to build that housing. In Keene, we have what's called a cottage court ordinance, which allows for cluster development to try and create infill opportunities and opportunities to build more housing. And each one of those cluster developments is going to have a private road. And so anyone who wants to build that is going to have to go through the same process that I just did with this somewhat redundant level of oversight. And so I applaud Representative Ladd for putting this forward. I think this is a good step in the right direction to try and streamline things. What you have here is legislation that I think was originally created to protect the municipalities from liability having to do with people constructing roads and then trying to get the municipality to take care of them or be liable for injuries that happen on those roads. I don't think that changing this legislation in the way that's being proposed is going to impact that at all. And I would actually encourage the committee to look at this legislation now as an opportunity for new ways to build housing in the state of New Hampshire. And I know that places like the city of Keene are looking to do that. So I encourage you to pass this, and I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any. Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Hansel? Representative Howland and Representative Grant.
So do you think, I mean, it's kind of interesting in your testimony. Do you think really with private roads, and this is full disclosure, I have a cabin on a private road up at the base of the Belknaps. Are you thinking more towards existing private roads? Because if you're going to do new development with a cottage cluster, you you probably don't want to build a private road. You probably want to build a regular road. And I think that when your planning board is doing your subdivision regulations, they're going to lay it all out. And then you really want your municipality to accept that as a real road, just so it would cover all the things that you just said. The cost would be there. You'd make sure that it met for like emergency vehicles. You could get a garbage truck down there. And so while I can see the streamlining of process, wouldn't you want to streamline the process on the existing roads that you had, those legacy roads, and not build new roads that complicate your life?
Well,
or build new develop.
I can see the advantage of both. I mean, ideally, yes, you'd build the road to the city standards and hand it over to them for them to take care of. But what I see in the future is a lot more planned unit developments, and I don't think it's always necessary to hand it over to the municipality. I also, in my experience, the municipalities are usually hesitant to take on new roads because it's more square footage for them to take care of. It's a future liability, and so the willingness of the developer to and eventually the community that has that housing to retain and take care of that road is just going to help them expedite that process. If they don't have to hand it over, they don't have to negotiate anything. They can just move forward.
Representative Grant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm a bit confused here. So you have a private road. Who owns the property on each side of that private road? Is it one owner?
Not necessarily. It could be, but not necessarily.
Okay, so in your case in Keene, was it one owner that owned that?
There were 3 parcels that had frontage on that private road.
That already had frontage, so there were already lots of record per se?
And there were existing buildings there. So we were just actually adding a new building,
Okay.
and we had to go through this whole process.
So you're building private units and you're selling those? Is that what you're doing?
We build them to rent or to sell. Yep.
All right, so you don't have to have like an association that's going to take care of that road? I mean, don't you have to form an association that anybody on that road is going to help maintain that road?
So in this case, it would be the shared responsibility of the property owners to take care of the road.
So you're kind of, in essence, you're circumventing the subdivision process, right?
In this case, it wouldn't.
In
We
your
couldn't
case,
have
probably
created.
not so.
We couldn't have created a subdivision because these were already individual lots with individual owners.
Right, for some of the private roads that was one owner for
These
that
are follow-ups, right?
But a cottage court, and this is important because it's not a cottage court wouldn't likely be a traditional subdivision. It would probably be one developer that came in and ran the private road into the development, and then you'd have likely like a parking lot and then buildings, usually smaller scale buildings off of that. And it sort of creates like what's called a planned unit development, but it wouldn't necessarily be subdivided. It could be one whole developer that then leased the cottages or the apartments to folks.
Thank you.
Other questions? Representative Gibbs.
Thank you. Do you think that it would be a good idea to amend this bill to require that when building when proposing the construction, that that the owners specify who will be responsible? That is, whether it be a particular owner, such as your cottage owners, or whether it'll be an association of everybody who lives on that road. Because I could see if it's a joint responsibility without anything being specified, that there would be a lot of problems developing as who's going to pay the snowplow.
Sure. I think that's already covered in the current legislation because you have to file a document identifying the responsible party at the Register of Deeds, and that would attach with the land on the road. And we're not attempting to modify that requirement at all. Thank you for your question.
All right. Seeing none others, thank you, Mr. Hansel.
Thank you very much.
Margaret Burns.
Good afternoon, Margaret Burns, representing the New Hampshire Municipal Association. We are in support of House Bill 296, which we understand to be a separate another alternative to the manner in which building on private roads can be approved, this being a policy adopted by the select board as opposed to going through the current existing process, which is review by the select board after review and comment by the planning board. I do have two comments for your consideration. One is that I do believe that line 4 has a typo. I do believe it's supposed to read that the private road identified complies with the policy adopted by the governing body. I think that's just a simple correction. My second comment is that if this is to be added to paragraph D1, and if you've ever read this statute, it is a never-ending list of paragraphs and subparagraphs. There is the paragraph above it, C1, is like a mirror image of D1, but it applies to approving building on class 6 roads, which are public roads that are not municipally maintained. And so there is probably logic if this were to pass and alter D1, that C1 should similarly be amended to have this alternative approval process by governing body policy. Thank you.
That's helpful. Thank you. Other questions, Ms. Hearn? Seeing none, thank you. Is anyone else here to testify on HB 296? Come on up. And just if you could, after you speak, submit a pink card so that I have that. And turn on your mic for us too.
Sorry, I wrote my name on the blue sheet, not the pink card.
Yeah, so the blue is for those who are not testifying.
Oh,
but
wrong sheet. Okay,
welcome.
thank you. My name is Paul Alfano. Thank you for letting me speak,
Of course.
Mr. Chairman. I submitted a letter, and I'd like to speak just on some things in addition to what's in my letter. And just to let you know who I am, I'm a lawyer. My main office is here in Concord, down the street on Park Street. We have offices in Keene, Portsmouth, and Bedford. And they're just with actual lawyers in them. I've been practicing for about 40 years, all that time in real estate. I've represented banks, I've represented borrowers, I've represented developers. I've been here before planning boards, zoning boards of adjustment, boards of select boards. I was there at the corner of Hanover Street and Elm Street when the banks failed. Waved to my friends over at the Amoskeag Bank when the banks failed. So we handled a lot of foreclosures, loan workouts, dealt with the Attorney General's office amending the Condominium Act after that. But the one constant in my practice and the thing that I'm known for is roads. It's a quirky area of the law, and easements are also part of that. But private roads, class 6 roads, class 5 roads, discontinued state highways, discontinued railroads, who owns the land, who has what rights to use it, maintenance issues, and building permits. And I should also say, in a prior life, I was also Senate legal counsel, so I'm very familiar with this building, although I haven't been here in probably about 25 years. But this bill did catch my attention, and so I wanted to come down and offer some comments on it because my clients are basically your constituents, the people that I represent that protest are really more the one-offs. They have property on one lot on a private road and they try to get a building permit. And the issue that they run into, and why I said that I was opposed to the bill, but I think the concept is a great concept because it is a problem that there's no criteria at all. There's no guidance for select boards as to what decision, how they should approach these requests for building permits, except the one constant I've seen is the maintenance issue. And that's why I think if you simply narrow it down to not the maintenance issue, but the whether or not emergency vehicle can access the lot. And as written, what this bill would do is, what I'm concerned about, it's going to lead to a whole nother body of law that lawyers and applicants have to deal with. We got zoning ordinances, we got subdivision regulations, we got site plan regulations, we got building codes, and now we're going to have these things called policies. And I don't know what a policy is. I don't know what strength it has, to what extent someone could challenge that, but I am concerned about that. And I would suggest that you cut to the chase and simply have one criteria, which is, can emergency vehicles get to the lot? I gave you some examples in my letter of some of the crazy things that I've seen towns, with all due respect to the people on the select boards, but the things that are added to these notices that get recorded. All the law requires is a notice that says the municipality, acknowledgement, the municipality is not obligated to maintain the road and not liable for any damage. That's it. But the select boards will throw in these additional I've seen other things too that I didn't put in the letter, but they'll throw in these additional things. And so the reason for my amendment is to simplify it, cut to the chase. If an emergency vehicle can get to the lot, that's it. It could be a dirt road. New Hampshire has a lot of private roads. And as you know, and it was alluded to in a prior testimony, towns are hesitant to take over maintenance of a road, the cost to maintain a road, and I get that. We run into that all the time, those kind of situations. But if you want to preserve private roads, you got to give people the ability to build on them, I think, and all you have to do is make sure that emergency vehicles can get there. As far as maintenance goes, you passed a statute 5 years ago. It's RSA 231:81A. RSA 231:81A. And it requires people who live on private roads to contribute equitably toward the road's maintenance. So you've already got a statute on that. And if you had a development like Mr. Hansel had recommended, then you'd probably have covenants, and it would be part of the approval process. So that's really all I wanted to say. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Attorney Delfino. Representative Beaulieu.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So yes, I recognize your name because I'm an attorney myself, and I've seen your advertisements in the Bar News every month. So thank you for submitting this testimony. I did have one question about the proposed amendment. The HB 296, as it's written, says or after, and then your change says and after. And I'm wondering, should it be and or should it be or?
Well, it could, I did intend it as written that it would be, so the current process is the local governing body, let's say the selectmen, they get review and comment from the planning board, and then they vote. I guess it could be an or. I mean, if you wanted to, you could bypass the planning board part. And I'll be frank too, most of the time the select boards don't bother with the planning board part. They're sort of familiar with this statute, and as someone said earlier, it's a tough statute. It's a tough read, but I would think or would be fine. Yeah.
Well, if you just to follow that logic, if you say and, you're adding another step to the process, and I think that goes against.
Yeah, actually, it's a good point. Yeah, what I was trying to do was to, as originally written, you're going to have these new policies. So you're sending this off to policies to be created, and then you have to make sure they comply with the policies. What I was trying to do is to limit that part, but I think that's actually a good idea. If you put the or, then you can make it even simpler, the process. Yeah.
Great. Representative Holland.
Just one quick clarification. So you get the building permit as long as you can get emergency vehicles down the road, and it complies with all your local building codes, right? I mean, all your setbacks, your height, all
absolutely,
that.
sure.
So in addition to that requirement, that it's consistent with all your local zoning codes.
Correct. Yeah.
No other questions? Thank you. And if
Thank
you
you.
could fill out a pink card for us, that'd be great. Any other people wishing to testify on HB 296? Seeing none, I'm going to close that public hearing and open up the next one, HB 444, and recognize the prime sponsor, Representative Reed. Welcome back to the Committee on Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, fellow members. My name is Ellen Reed. I represent Rockingham 10. That's Newmarket and Newfields. So we've talked a lot about landlord-tenant issues here, and this is technically landlord-tenant because it's requiring something of a landlord, very, very minor. But really, what I want to talk about is ownership, not renting. Because when we talk about the housing crisis, and it is the biggest crisis in this state, we talk a lot about renting. But I can tell you renting isn't really going to fix all of our woes. Because even before we were here where we are now, we had a graying of New Hampshire crisis because we couldn't attract or keep working class and working age people in this state, because the vast majority of people, and I know that people will be like, no, some people want to rent. The vast majority of people want to own a home. They want to own. It's a very animalistic thing. Like, you have your den, you have your territory that you're safe, where you don't have to worry about a landlord and what the landlord can and cannot do to you, and will they kick you out at the end of 12 months and what have you. Owning is the gold standard for every metric in a community. Communities that have high home ownership rates do better than communities that are more affluent but have higher rental rates, because the people in that community are more invested, even if it's, be it ever so humble, right? Even if it's humble, they're invested in their communities. So we are doing a disservice to this state if we are not talking seriously about how to increase home ownership rates. In the 80s, a very low-hanging piece of fruit was taken. I think it was 1988, if I'm not mistaken. And all it did, is what it said, is that an owner of a manufactured housing park, if he's going to sell the park, needs to give his tenants 60 days notice before closing to allow his tenants, if they want, if they so choose, to come together as a cooperative, even though they're low income, and be able to finance and put in an offer, a competing offer. It's not a right of first refusal. The landlord doesn't have to accept it. He just has to allow 60 days notice to give them the opportunity to decide whether they want to try to buy their own property. Now that sounds like a little bit of nothing to me, but it is, that little tiny change has produced over 200 resident-owned communities, each of which have dozens of homeowners. And the manufactured housing parks that became resident-owned, compared to the ones that have not, they have lower lot rents and higher quality. Wow. We were able to turn a bunch of low-income people who were renting into homeowners, thousands of them, an amazingly successful program with one tiny little thing. 60 days notice before final sale. All right, so all I've done in this is say, okay, cool. Compared to the number of manufactured housing parks we have tons of multifamily houses, way more. And in other states, there are cooperatives in multifamily housing. Let's give it a go. Let's do that 60-day notice for multifamily housing. Only restricted properties of 5 units or more. So if it's like a little fourplex or duplex, you're exempt. You don't have to do that. But let's give them an opportunity to just decide. Again, nobody's forcing them, just decide. Oh, wow, I'm going to get a new landlord. Someone's going to buy it. Do you want to go co-op with me? You want to own this? There are many, by the way, many different forms of co-op. There's nonprofit trusts and other types of trusts. There's condoization. There's many different forms. And this allows them an opportunity to choose which organization to work with, if they want to even do it, which form of co-op they want to choose. But at the end of the day, if they choose it, then they put in an offer. And if it's a competing offer and it's, something that the landlord sees as beneficial to him, they own their homes. That's what we need to be doing here in this state, home ownership. And home ownership, not just for people who can afford a $500,000 McMansion on a 5-acre lot. Home ownership, be it ever so humble. So, what I've heard, and by the way, I'm having direct experience with this right now because I'm helping a manufactured housing community in Danville go co-op. They just, not even 2 weeks ago, voted to go co-op and put in an offer of $18 million. So the pushback I've heard last time I put this bill in, and some of the emails that we have received, is that it is very, very onerous for the person selling to have to wait 60 days. Now, normally with most transfer of private property deals, it takes a few months to close. You need inspections, you need lawyers, you need there's a whole process. And so 2 months really isn't that big a deal. the very specific example given is, what if the person isn't actually intending to sell? Because if they're intending to sell, they can just give the notice right then and there. They put it on the market, they give their tenants notice, boom, they'll be fine. But what if they weren't intending to sell and someone comes and gives them a cash offer? Well, that might happen a lot. That closes a lot faster, right? Okay, worst case scenario, because these again is 5 units or more, right? So we're talking about most likely structures that have a value of over $1 million, maybe several $1 million. So worst case scenario, we are making someone wait a few weeks to give their tenants a chance to be homeowners, a few weeks on their multi-million-dollar deal. I don't think that's a big deal. I'll get back to this because I want to address a few other things, but just put a pin in that concept. Okay, you're making them wait a few extra weeks. That's such a tiny ask to address home ownership. Thousands of manufactured housing homes are now homeowners, right? How many more if it was multifamily? But some of the other issues, well, what if they don't want to? If they don't want to, they don't do it. It's not a big deal. If they wanted to own, well, wouldn't they have just bought a condo? Well, no, right now you can't buy anything. Right now you can't hardly find anything that's even vacant and available to be bought. But in the case that you can, you certainly can't find one that's affordable. And so no, but also some people won't want to, and then they get to sell. That's amazing. Now they're a homeowner and they get to sell and leave, right? And then they can go rent. Or they can say no, that they don't want to go co-op. Again, it's up to them. Another one was, isn't there a difference between manufactured housing parks, which are separate units on a shared land, and a multifamily house, which are units that are attached on a shared land? Yeah, there are some, but there's co-ops of multifamily housing in other places. There's HOAs that apply to buildings have multiple units, as well as property that has single family units. So I don't see the differences as that pertinent to this bill. And another thing is, even if they don't want to go co-op, I have 2 stories from tenants in my town of Newmarket. One was, these are both groups of tenants that found out that their building had sold after it had sold. So I didn't even know I had a new landlord until I got notice that my rent's going up. One was the person buying had basically pretended that he was a neighbor and had an abutting piece of property, and went to one of the tenants and asked for the landlord's number so he could ask the landlord questions about this tree, which was maybe on this property or that property. Turns out it was just someone who wanted the landlord's information so that he could go. He went to his house during dinner time to aggressively give him an offer 50% over asking price so that he could then turn around and raise the rents 3 times what they were paying. That's what happened in that case. The other scenario was a buyer that gained access to look at the units by claiming he was an insurance adjuster. So even if you don't want to go co-op and you want to rent and you decide to turn down the offer to go co-op and put in an offer of your own, you still want to know when your building's going to be sold, right? Instead of being lied to and manipulated, and then surprise, surprise, you have a new landlord and your rent's going to go up 300%. And one thing that I did not highlight the last year when this was in was the fact that this benefits the seller, the landlord. If you have more than one entity putting an offer in on your property, that benefits you. If you have an offer for $18 million and then the tenants go co-op and they put in $18.5 million in hopes that you take their offer, and then this person puts in another offer, you get competing offers. You have a bidding war. That helps the seller. I don't understand why anyone would be against this. And in fact, in 40 years of this being in place in law, there's been no significant complaints from manufactured housing park owners. This has not been onerous. No one's tried to repeal the law. No one's coming complaining that, oh my God, I had to give notice 60 days before closing. This was so terrible. So I'm going to go back to the point that I said put a pin in, because I think very often in this building, we as legislators We're kind of like the analogy of the people who work at the U.S. Mint, and we don't realize that we see the money going in front of us so much that we don't realize that we're looking at millions of dollars. We don't realize the value of the thing that we're looking at. We look at about 1,000 pieces of law that will impact the lives of 1.3 million people. Every day we look at these laws and we make decisions on, I'll speak from my personal experience in dealing with other representatives, we make them on the most ridiculous and atrocious motives. Our priorities tend to get out of whack in this place. We tend to get out of touch. When I hear that we have a low-hanging fruit that has been incredibly successful in helping people own homes, and owning homes will solve the housing or help solve the housing crisis, the graying of New Hampshire crisis, the work crisis, all these interwoven crises, that we could do this with this low-hanging fruit that's been working for 40 years, but we're not going to because, I don't really want to give notice and wait a few extra weeks for my deal to close. I think we need to get our priorities straight. I think we need to get our priorities straight, that we think inconveniencing people who are doing quite well in a period of time where they're making record profits, mind you. Inconveniencing those people is so much more important than solving the fact that people are literally dying in the cold at the fastest rate in the country. That's my testimony. I'm open for questions.
Thank you, Representative. Are there questions for Representative Reed? Seeing none. Oh, Representative Minor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hi, Mrs. Reed, Representative Reed.
I was premature. I apologize, Representative.
That's okay. So my question, because I don't see any time here, and again, this is all new to me. I hate to be
Yeah, no
passive
worries.
about things, but there's no time limit. I am a little bit familiar with how things co-op in the mobile home parks. It is a little timely. Is this supposed to be exactly the same format as when a mobile home park co-ops, or is this?
Yeah, so last year I had OLS copy and paste RSA 205, which is the thing that allowed all these manufactured housing parks to go co-op, these resident-owned communities. I said them copy paste, and in that time judiciary, there was a lot of confusion amongst the members because it seemed like I was writing that out of scratch, like I had invented that language, and the only reason I had that language is because that's what existed. So in this version of the bill, same exact thing, but instead of copy pasting, it simply references the RSA. So it just says that before final unconditional acceptance, which would be the closing, 60 days notice and an opportunity to make an offer in the same manner and according to the procedures required of a manufactured housing park in RSA 205, except you don't involve New Hampshire Manufactured Housing Association. So it's the same exact to the word, the same exact process. Happy to maybe email the committee 205 so they can look at it, but that's basically all it says.
Okay. Thank you, Representative, for your testimony. So moving forward, we have a few speakers. I'm just going to try to keep it to 3 minutes so we can finish up hopefully by 4 o'clock. So with that, I'll call on Chris Freeman. Oh, I'm sorry, Representative. I forgot you put in after. Representative Seibert, I'll call on you next. No, turn it on first. Thank you.
Hello again. So first of all, I just want to acknowledge Representative Reed's enthusiasm for home ownership. That's something that I feel very personally. My daytime hat is with a 100% associate-owned employer, so I definitely feel the importance of ownership on a very visceral level. I don't particularly agree with the contention that the 60-day notice period is not onerous, and I would also express that I have some concerns with the creation of a new law governing multifamily to be incorporated by reference from an existing statute. I think that manufactured home parks are very conducive to conversion to housing cooperatives based on the fact that often the individual units are already owned by the occupants, and the portion that's being purchased is the land beneath that, which isn't necessarily or is not the case in multifamily. Within multifamily, different unit types are going to be more conducive to conversion than other types. If you have something that was purpose-built as multifamily, where you have sub-metered units, and you have a pretty consistent mix of unit size and type, that's pretty straightforward to do a co-op or condominium conversion on. But a lot of the housing stock in New Hampshire is pretty old. You can have large single families that were chopped up into smaller units, where that process might not be quite as straightforward. Another thing I'd like to point out when we're talking about specifically whether this is an onerous proposition or not, and the timeline considerations are in 205A21, paragraph 2. That states, during the notice period required under paragraph 1, the manufactured housing park owner shall consider any offer received from the tenants or tenants association, if any, and the owner shall negotiate in good faith with the tenants concerning a potential purchase. If during the notice period the tenants decide to make an offer to purchase the manufactured housing park, such offer shall be evidenced by a purchase and sale agreement. However, the tenants shall have a reasonable time beyond the 60-day notice period, if necessary, to obtain financing for the purchase. And so one of the questions I would have is whether good faith negotiation means compromising your timeline, which could very well be impacted by other considerations like doing a 1031 exchange or engaging in a portfolio sale. I think that provision could be problematic and it creates ambiguity around what constitutes good faith. And then just one last point, if I could. It is, I believe, and I don't have the data on this, but I believe that it is more common in multifamily portfolios for there to be other factors that could impact the feasibility of executing a co-op conversion, one of which is that portfolio sales are more common than in mobile home parks. It's not that uncommon to bundle 20 properties and sell them off if you're a larger landlord, and that's the efficient way for you to do it. And there are also situations where if you are a larger landlord with these commercial multifamily properties, you don't necessarily have in your commercial lending covenants the ability to get a partial release and sell off units individually. So it also raises the question of would the tenants be obligated to purchase the entire portfolio from the landlord, or could they go forward with an efficient sale?
Thank you for your testimony. Questions for Mr. Freeman? Seeing none, thank you. Representative Siebert.
There we go. Sorry. Thanks, everyone, for your time today. I'm a co-sponsor on this legislation.
Just introduce yourself for us. That'd be great.
What?
Introduce yourself.
Oh,
for us.
yeah.
Thank you.
I'm Christine Seibert. I'm from Hillsborough District 21, which is Ward 1 in Manchester. And so I'm here today because this has become a really important issue to a lot of folks I've come across. One person in particular this past summer had an issue. She heard about me through a friend who knew I did a lot of, I was just kind of dabbling around in housing related issues. And apparently, so I ended up talking with a teacher from Auburn who lives in Manchester, and her building was sold all of a sudden. So on one Saturday, just very randomly, the new owner came up and told her that her rent was changing as of 30 days. Her rent was doubling. And then on top of that, within 30 days, they wanted to put in a new down payment, or that's what they wanted from her, a new updated down payment because of the change of ownership. And that would be based on also that new rent cost. So she's like, how do I pay for this? She's like, is this even legal? Like, why is it okay for them to do this? And I really didn't have an answer for her. Unfortunately, it's kind of like moonlight at a strip club. It's like my only option to tell her. Because how do you make money that fast? That much money? People don't always have thousands of dollars laying around, even if you own a home, And I just like to add that within the past, couple of years, there's been a lot of instances where people move out of the state because they cannot find housing. A lot of them are young couples. They had been saving up. They're looking for their American dream, and people were walking into these open houses, and they were essentially, walking in with $100,000 cash left and right. And literally there were no homes left. And so I just want to say that people are just going to move away. And the fact that we're charging double what an average mortgage cost in rent for one person in a multifamily home is completely nuts to me. And they're also expected, it seems, to take care of a lot of the maintenance, essentially do all of the upkeep for the home as if they were an owner without having the opportunity to actually be one. So thank you. I'll take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Representative? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Nick Norman.
Thank you once again. So my name is Nick Norman. I would start by saying I would echo the things that Chris Freeman said, and quite well. So I'm not sure that I could add much better description of a lot of that than what he has already said. Real estate the real estate world industry is very large and complex, particularly when you're talking about different kinds of multifamily and rental homes. It's such a bigger piece to just say every sale of every kind of real estate would have to go through the 60-day notice period. I do believe would be very onerous, and it would impede sales. I can't say I know that process of mobile home conversion, but just the fact that the market is fast, and sometimes a housing provider might need to sell quickly. And then if you've got the ability and requirement, actually, not the ability, to have this 60-day notice, that could impede the sale. Suppose you've got a sale that's under agreement, that this buyer, are they going to now walk away because someone else could effectively compete and beat them out of that sale? It just doesn't make sense to me. Is it really that possible for tenants of a multifamily property to pool together and buy, this multifamily, and there's no scope limit on this? A development of 1,000 units goes through the same process. The possibility of talking about the portfolio sales, that stuff happens. I can't imagine what a nightmare that would be in trying to portfolio sell your properties and having this in the middle of it. It seems to me it could also sometimes have a negative effect to the existing tenants. If you've got tenants that are financially disadvantaged because that's who they are, they're renting because they're in that position, and you've got a group of tenants trying to buy the building, it seems to me that could logically end up with the people that can't afford it being displaced because they can't keep up with whatever is required in terms of their pro rata share of costs, maintenance, and whatever it would take to pull the sale to happen. There's also some ambiguity in the way it's written. 60-day notice from what? I know Representative Reed said from closing, but it doesn't say that.
Mr. Norman, if you could wrap up for us, that'd be great.
So I just think there's a lot of complications with it, and it would tie up investors' hands. We need to have people invest and create more housing more than tie up their hands. I'd be happy to take questions.
Thank you, Mr. Norman. Questions? Representative Gibbs.
Thank you. Mr. Norman, you mentioned that tenants who have housing choice vouchers, otherwise known as Section 8, could not participate in a purchase. Are you aware that there are types of Section 8 vouchers that allow for purchase of a home?
So I don't know all of the intricacies of Section 8. I do know that the program for Section 8, or let's say subsidized housing, is very large. There's a Section 8 and there's another kind of section. There's a Section 2 and there's a section something else. I don't know all of those options. What I'm referring to there is basically someone that doesn't have strong financial means is very unlikely to be able to purchase.
All right, seeing nothing, thank you. And the last speaker on this is David Klein.
Being last and knowing everybody wants to go, I'll try and be as brief as possible.
Thank you.
My name is David Klein. I just want to start off with something Representative Reed said that's not true. A fourplex is restricted property unless it's owned or occupied. That's in RSA 540A 1A. And one of the things that I feel about this bill, the feasibility of it, is problematic because you have a real contrast between mobile home owners who are in a park and trying to buy a park. You're starting off with people who own their mobile home. They have credit or they wouldn't have been able to get a mortgage. They've dealt with mortgage payments. They have to maintain the interior and exterior of their mobile home as well as the grounds. And these are people who have a layer of sophistication that some tenants will have and some tenants will not have. Versus in a multifamily building, we run the gamut. We have one building where we have people that third floor, they both work for the Passport Center in Portsmouth, and they're hourly workers. And then we have another tenant who, she has her father who's retired and a teenager. She works retail. She has enough money to pay a rent, but there's no way she's going to have to be, no way she'll be able to float the cost of the mortgage on top of all of the maintenance expenses of the building. As a result, we're going to have a lot of these, we're going to have offer, if we want to sell it, the 60 days, go through all of the delays, and the financing issue is, as been reported before, in 205A, it's a reasonable time. There's no definition, and that's unclear what a reasonable time will be. And I think we're going to have a lot of these where they're just going to sit there. Buildings won't be able to be sold. New developers are going to look at it and say, hey, if I develop a building and go to sell it, how long is it going to take me to be able to sell it? We want to encourage builders to come into the state, build more apartments. I mean, you heard the testimony of earlier where we were only building, there was like 4,000 housing permits put out last year. That's ridiculous given our needs. Let's not put in something that would be a deterrent to people building and make it more complicated to sell the properties after you build them, which is where really where a lot of the profit is for the builders.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions for Mr. Klein? Representative Gibbs.
Thank you. Would it alter your position on this bill if it were amended to provide a specified period of time that would be a reasonable amount of time to obtain financing?
No, I don't think so. I still feel that you're tying it up. You're going to need 60 days right off the bat, according to the 205A, to even negotiate a purchase and sale agreement. And then it's going to be at least another 60 days to obtain financing, and then the title search and the other closing times. So it's still going to be a delay, in my mind, of 5 to 6 months at a minimum.
All right. Any other questions? Representative Kerwin.
Thank you. I just might have misheard you, but did you say that having multiple offers might there would be a risk of not being able to sell? And wouldn't the opposite happen then, that multiple offers would actually drive up the price? I might have misunderstood.
I said nothing about multiple offers
Okay.
in my testimony at all.
Sorry. Thanks.
Representative Page.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm trying to tease out the distinction that we're drawing between folks living in a manufactured home and renters in a multifamily unit, multifamily building. And I'm just not understanding what's qualitatively different about these two types of individuals. You know, we have the successful model with manufactured housing. I hear you talking about one tenant who's working retail, but you know, I've had tenants working retail who rent from me and then move on to buy a manufactured home. So I'm just trying to understand qualitatively what's the difference between these two classes of people.
What I said is the tenants are very diverse in their knowledge, their financial background, their abilities to handle maintenance issues, things of that nature. Some of the tenants, as you said, your retail people who worked in retail, put aside money, obviously developed a down payment, had good credit. We have tenants that can do that. We have tenants that have terrible credit that can't handle a dime. If they didn't live on cash, paycheck to paycheck, that's the way they get by. And actually, at one point, we were renting weekly during the big recession because that was the only way we get paid. So all I'm saying is that you've got such a diversity, there's going to be a chunk of those tenants. Can I quantify it? No. That will not be able to buy in. They don't have the resources or the sophistication. That's what I was trying to say. And I also want to point out something I forgot, is don't forget a lot of these multifamilies are mixed-use buildings. How do you address the retail or the other type of use, the commercial use on the first floor? You don't have that in mobile home parks. You do have that in many of the downtown locations. And in fact, most towns in the downtown areas are now requiring it by zoning. Any new buildings have to be commercial on the first floor. What do you do with these retail tenants? And that's not addressed because 205A does not deal with that type of thing.
Okay, any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Klein. Is anyone else here to testify on HB 444? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing at 3:27 and hand the gavel over to my vice chair.
Okay, we'll open the public hearing on bill number 399 and recognize Representative Alexandra.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Housing Committee. For the record, my name is Joe Alexander. I represent the town of Goffstown. I'm serving my fourth term, which is Hillsborough District 29. I mainly put this in, and this is one of the great bills that has, believe it or not, leadership on the Republican and Democratic side. The leaders are both supporting, as well as bipartisan support in the Senate. And what this mainly would do, and you'll see with the legislative intent that I wrote, it would basically establish a commission to study the historical evolution of the New Hampshire Zoning Enabling Act. So, coincidentally, and I did not plan this, but I was really excited to hear that, it's turning 100 this year. So what better thing to do than to study something that's turned 100 years old? So what this bill would do was establish a commission, a bipartisan commission. It would include housing experts. It would include members of both parties, the legislature, I believe, member of the public, to really study the questions that I outlined in the commission. So that's going to start on line 25 of the bill, is going to be the questions that we would study. And the purpose of it is basically to study how it has evolved over the years. So, how the courts have weighed in on zoning, how the powers have been construed. It would basically examine RSA 674, which is how the state has enabled local zoning. So, with that, I have a lot of people here, experts that are willing to speak in favor of the bill. So I hope you'll defer questions to them. But I think this is something the legislature, because we give powers to towns, I think it's something that we absolutely have to study occasionally. And I think 100 years is a great time to do it. So with that, I'm going to end my testimony.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, one other thing, Mr. Chair, if I could. Unlike most commissions, this one is going to sunset at the end of this term. So that's on line 29 on page 2. So rest assured, this is not going to be one of those commissions that will be alive through the recesses of the rest of time. So this will go away at the end of this term.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none? Thank you.
Thank you.
Keeping the spirit of moving things along, we'll keep the public testimony to 3 minutes. I'll call up Greg Moore.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Thanks for the opportunity to speak here today. For the record, my name is Greg Moore. I'm a regional director with Americans for Prosperity, here today to testify in support of House Bill 399. Last year, when I was before the special committee on housing, and I'm sorry that you guys aren't special anymore, you're special to me. But this, I said, as we were going through a number of the changes that addressed local zoning and planning, I said, we can continue this process of playing whack-a-mole, or we can try to basically open up and look at the entirety of how we handle local zoning and planning. This ultimately is I think, if the process that this creates is possibly the most important thing that I think this committee will do. the arc of the next 2 years. If we get this right, then I think we can fix a lot of our problems. I know the Governor Ayotte's working on the agency side, the executive branch stuff. She's trying to do what she can with the permitting and things like that. And was at a forum last Thursday to hear about quite a few of those. But ultimately, this legislation, House Bill 399, looks at the root cause, starts getting into the root cause analysis, and tries to figure out how can we look at the amount that we've been authority we've granted to local governments and determine if they have overstepped their boundaries or whether it's in the right spot, or how it could be adjusted and adapted after 100 years. I think the people on the commission are good. I think the idea of having national experts is critical for people who can take a look outside of New Hampshire, look at what's going on in other states and what they're doing, what the challenges that they're facing. So bringing people to the table who come from outside of New Hampshire or at least are national experts, I think adds a real value. I think adding the judiciary in here is critical, because the judiciary is at least as culpable as the legislature of getting us to some of the mess we're in now. So having them have a seat at the table, we believe, is critical. And we believe having the public because it is the number one issue facing the public in New Hampshire is the issue of lack of housing, affordable or otherwise. We just have a lack of housing. And so having someone who can bring that experience and bring that the idea of the impact that it's having from the public is the right method. And so we think that the people involved, the scope is correct. And so we're pretty supportive of the chairman for bringing this legislation. I could say that I said to do it last year and he listened to me. So I'm going to take a little credit here. No, I'm joking. I know he knows. I know that he knows that this is a problem that needs to be addressed. So with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Moore. We'll call Nick Taylor to the stand. Sorry? Oh, he's not here. Okay. Move on to Drew Klein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Drew Klein, president of the Josiah Bartlett Center for Public Policy. Unlike my friend Greg Moore, I know that it's afternoon and not morning, so good afternoon to you guys. We have studied this issue extensively. If any of you haven't seen it, I will try to deliver it to you, but you can Google Josiah Bartlett Center Housing Study 2021. We looked at land use regulations in New Hampshire going back for decades to try to get a sense of what was the problem. Why did we have this housing shortage? And, our study did conclude that the land use regulations at the local level are the primary cause of New Hampshire's housing shortage. One of the things that we did in our historical look back, which did not go back a century in depth in New Hampshire, was that evolution of how stated principles and reasons for land use regulations are not necessarily the current reasons why land use regulations are being used. And they do change over time. So a look back like this, I think, is really important for New Hampshire. Century Mark is a great time to do it. You'll find, I think, based on what we've done in New Hampshire, but also looked at in other states, you will find massive mission creep in these regulations. You'll find possibly that there are that regulations aren't matched up to what they're supposed to do. So, for example, in RSA 674-17, I believe, one of the stated reasons for zoning justifications for zoning is to reduce traffic congestion. Well, we're pretty well established that zoning increases traffic congestion. So you're going to find a lot of problems and a lot of change over time, and some of the stuff you've talked about today. But I agree with Greg's interpretation that of all the things this committee does this year, this is probably the most consequential and most important, because until now, the legislature has tried to take these issues on discreetly, one at a time. And you can see how that has worked out. So taking this approach, a holistic approach, I think, and getting to the root of the issue is really going to serve New Hampshire very, very well. And it'll give, at the very least, everybody in New Hampshire a real sense of how we got to where we are and if we want to keep going in that direction. And I think the stated mission of this commission is really good. The list of things you're going to look at is just the kind of things that you want to identify. So we think this is a great effort. And just to give you, an example with one of you guys was mentioning some of the housing data. So every time I mention this statistic, I think a lot of people find it surprising. So if you look back 50 years to 1973, the building permit data, the most recent that we have that the states publishes from 2023. So if you look back 50 years, in 1973, developers were allowed to pull, they were given, approved 7,700 building permits in that year for residential. So that's both single family and multifamily. In 2023, it was 4,500 total. In 1973, we had fewer than 800,000 people in New Hampshire. I think, as memory serves, it was about 790,000 people. So we have 1.4 million people today, and we're building a fraction of the homes. And demand for homes is much higher. And 1973 was the beginning of the Arab oil embargo recession. So that's the situation we're in right now. And our work at Josiah Bartlett Center has identified those local land use regulations as the primary cause of that reduction in building permits and building in general. So taking a comprehensive look at it is absolutely the right way to do it. And it'll cut through a lot of the problems that you guys have been seeing and the legislature has been seeing, trying to tackle this one little discrete regulation at a time. That's all.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative Reed.
Thank you. And hello, Mr. Klein.
Hello, Representative.
As you know, I don't frequently agree with Josiah Bartlett Center on a lot.
That's all right.
But I think you might appreciate my question, which is it your opinion that the state of zoning that we find ourselves in today, as you were talking about mission creep, has far exceeded both the Euclid v. Ambler Supreme Court decision in 1926, as well as the analogous New Hampshire Supreme Court decision, both of which had determined that zoning ordinances really are only legitimate in that they are for health and safety and not for arbitrary aesthetic purposes?
Yeah, well, so I thank you for the question, Representative Reed. And this is one of the things that I delight in when the Bartlett Center can find agreement with folks from all different perspectives and points of view. You certainly see in the enabling statute in New Hampshire that it enables zoning for health, safety, and the general welfare. And as we all know from the U.S. Constitution, that phrase is problematic. It opens up a big hole for very broad use of these statutes. And what we have seen over the decades is a massive mission creep, is municipalities getting away from health and safety. And as I talked about before in a previous bill, those externalities, right? So you're really supposed to just be looking at harm caused by a building or a development. But we have statutes or ordinances that go down to paint colors and, various aesthetic purposes. They get really, really detailed and it gets really silly. And that's a far stretch from the original idea of health and safety. Now, there's lots of research online about the actual origins of zoning in San Francisco and New York, and we could get into a whole other conversation about that. But I think you can certainly look at the last couple of decades and see that the zoning has strayed from what it should have been in New Hampshire, which is very narrowly tailored to health and safety.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll call Sarah Holland.
Good afternoon, Sarah Holland, New Hampshire Association of Realtors. We echo the support stated previously. New Hampshire's housing challenges require thoughtful, data-driven solutions, and this bill offers an important step towards ensuring that our zoning laws support growth, affordability, and community stabilization. For these reasons, I urge the committee to support the legislation and advance the formation of the study commission, and the New Hampshire Realtors would welcome an opportunity to be a part of this further discussion and provide resources as may be appropriate. Thank you.
Short and sweet. Any questions? Representative Reed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I'm happy that we are on the same side on this one. So I'm hoping that you have some information being with the realtors on this particular issue, because I just brought up about the health and safety aspect and how this was what made zoning legitimate according to a SCOTUS decision and a New Hampshire Supreme Court decision. Are you aware of the practice of redlining that began around that time and made those decisions kind of necessary? And do you think that potentially the mission creep we've seen, or the moving of the goalposts that we've seen, might be kind of get its roots and an origin in that practice?
Yeah, so redlining's origins were in the financial lending aspect. And yes, absolutely, we still see it today in a number of communities, both inside and outside of the state. And all of this falls into zoning and the power that is given from the state to the municipalities to be able to manage their own communities. So I do think that with a 100-year anniversary this year, that it does make sense to revisit.
Any other questions? Thank you, Ms. Holland. Is there anybody else that would like to testify on this bill? Yes. You fill out a pink card after you're done. Thank you.
So I'll just echo what I think somebody else said, which is that revisiting zoning, I think, is probably the only thing that we've discussed today that is ultimately going to matter. We can get into the ins and outs of landlord-tenant law, but at the end of the day, we fundamentally have an issue with supply and demand, and you can trace that directly back to the land use regulations that we have here in New Hampshire. If you look at the report that's compiled by the Cato Institute, I believe as of the most recent report, New Hampshire ranks 37th out of 50 for the ease of navigating our land use restrictions. The other hat that I wear, I'm an aspiring developer. I'd like to move beyond just buying the stuff that already exists to actually building new stuff or converting underperforming or underutilized office space into new residential. And what we found for the past several years is that's a very difficult space to break into. And a big portion of that is because there's so much uncertainty that comes from the zoning and land use regulations. As somebody else mentioned, they can be extremely prescriptive. In Keene, we updated it to modernize it. And some of those modernizations included specifying the visible light transmittance of glass at zero setback properties on Main Street, specifying the number of inches that stories above 4 have to be set back from the story below it, unless you have a decorative spire on the corner. And it started to sound to me, listening through those hearings, like maybe they should design the buildings and then pay someone to build them. But I think at the end of the day, what we want is to attract private investment in the New Hampshire housing stock. And the more we can do to simplify that, the better. One of the themes that's going to come up in those conversations a lot is local control. And one of the things, I feel very conflicted on that, because on the one hand, I think that decentralization is a good way to get a natural laboratory effect and see which solutions work and which ones don't. At the same time, that concept of delegating that power to the municipality is ultimately taking power away from the people over their own properties. There's a need for this. There's an opportunity for us to address it through new development, and we're just strangling that possibility out of existence.
Okay. Anybody have any questions? Thank you. Is there anybody else who'd like to testify? All right, I will close the hearing at 3:45.
Right. Thank you, Representative Cole, for that. I guess I want to ask, I know we heard a lot of testimony today from different bills. I appreciate everybody sticking with me this long. Hopefully my scheduling will get better as time goes on. But again, you can't account for very important questions from the committee as well. So that's part of it. So with that, I know I said I didn't want to exec, but we have 15 minutes. I guess I want to get the committee's straw poll and their interest in voting one bill out of committee, the last one we heard today. Is everybody comfortable voting? I'm not going to ask you how. Well, okay, if voting in favor of HB 399 today. Raise your hand if you're not. Okay, Representative So, Representative Reed, can I? Yeah, let's no, I'm gonna at this point I'm gonna open up the executive session on House Bill 399. So, as is my right as chair. So, at this point, I want to call on Representative Page, who has an amendment that he has drafted. That I'll let you start.
All right.
And is there? Are you able to make a motion?
Sure.
Yeah. Go ahead.
So this amendment, which Joe will circulate in the other direction.
Yeah, so I need you to make a favor of ought to pass and move.
Sure. I make a motion of ought to pass on amendment 23H to HB 399.
Yes. So ought to pass second on your motion.
Okay, ought to pass. What do
You
you
want to move the amendment? You want to move ought to pass? I seconded it, and now you're going to move the amendment,
Beautiful.
and I will second that.
Should we do it again?
No, does everybody understand what we just
Yes.
did?
All right.
All right.
Now I'm moving the amendment.
Go ahead. Yes.
All right. So the amendment that you have before you, this just makes some modest changes to the appointing authority of the various members of the commission. I think the strength of this commission is in ensuring that the findings that we receive from the commission have buy-in from everyone, that it's bipartisan, and when we see these findings, it doesn't become a partisan fight over how legitimate those findings are. I think this makes those findings more reliable for everyone. It will give us more backup when we come with subsequent bills flowing from the research that this commission conducts. So I think it's supportive for both parties.
Okay, thank you, Representative Page. Other comments on this? All right. I'm gonna give the clerk a second. So we're gonna call a roll on the amendment. So that's amendment number 20250023H. (0023H), and just give the clerk a minute. Okay, so while the clerk's getting organized, I just want to say that in conferring with Representative Page, and this came from another senator as well, I'm totally down with the bipartisan nature of this commission. I think that's the most important part of it, is that it stays bipartisan. I think this is a great way to start the Committee on Housing, to start on a good front from there. So
Can I comment as
Representative
well?
Page.
I also just want to say for members of my caucus that Joe asked me if I was comfortable, or the chairman asked me if I was comfortable with this. So I want folks to know that.
Representative Aaron.
Can we have a moment to read the amendment
Yep.
and the original, or can Representative Page just point out the differences?
Go ahead and point the differences out.
Sure. So we are making the House of Representative members be 2 appointed by the majority leader, 2 by the minority leader. So there's parity there. The Senate appointments are made jointly, so essentially with the consent of both the president and the minority leader. And then when we get to the national housing policy experts, again, these are joint appointments. Municipal government appointment is a joint appointment, and the member of the public is a joint appointment. And again, here, the goal is that there's agreement. These are national policy experts who we all trust to provide that input.
Thank you very much.
Does that help? Yeah. Okay. Other questions about the amendment, the makeup? Okay, seeing none. Is the clerk ready? All right. Clerk will call the roll. This is on the amendment.
Vice Chairman Cole,
Yes.
Representative Thaxton,
Not here.
not here, okay. Representative Aaron,
Yes.
Representative Bollier,
Yes.
Representative Dumont,
Yes.
Representative Grant,
Yes.
Representative Miles, not here. Representative Minor,
Yes.
Clerk Reinfurt, yes. Representative Page,
Yes.
Representative Boras,
Yes.
Representative Reed,
Yes.
Representative Gibbs,
Yes.
Representative Hicks,
Yes.
Representative Howland,
Yes.
Representative Hegner,
Yes.
Representative Kerwin,
Yes.
and Chairman Alexander.
Yes. Go ahead. Tell us.
Yeas are 16, nays 0, not here 2.
Perfect.
Bill amendment passes 16-0-2.
Awesome. So the amendment was adopted. I want to hear discussion from the committee. Is there any discussion on this in this bill as amended? Okay. I'm going to give the clerk 1 second. So. So this is the first time. Go ahead, Representative Page.
Move ought to pass as amended.
Okay, and I'll second that. So the motion is ought to pass as amended. Yep, new motion. And that's motion by Page, second by Alexander. All right. Any other discussion on this bill? We'll get there eventually. Okay. All right. So go ahead and call the roll on this.
And I'm doing this one again.
Yep.
Okay. Vice Chair Cole,
Yes.
Representative Thaxton, not here. Representative Aaron,
Yes.
Representative Bollier,
Yes.
Representative Dumont,
Yes.
Representative Grant,
Yes.
Representative Miles, not here. Representative Minor,
Yes.
Clerk Reinfurt, yes. Representative Page,
Yes.
Representative Boras,
Yes.
Representative Reed,
Yes.
Representative Gibbs,
Yes.
Representative Hicks,
Yes.
Representative Howland,
Yes.
Representative Hegner,
Yes.
and Representative Kerwin.
Yes.
Chairman Alexander?
Yes. Motion, yep, motion carries 16-0.
Motion carries 16-0.
Okay. Is there objection to this going on consent for the
Object.
Okay. All right. So at this point, I'm going to have, would you like to write the majority report for the committee, or do you want me to do that? All right. So I'm going to have Representative Page write the majority report, and this will go on the regular calendar for, I believe we're going to have session on the 6th. So just get it to me within a day or so. That'd be great. Okay. Any other business for this committee? I know we had a long day. I'm going to work on scheduling for next week. Next Tuesday, plan on having another full day of hearings. I also want to exec a couple bills. I'll confer with the ranking member on where our caucuses are at on those. And I believe the Republicans will meet at some point later. But any other business for the committee? Okay. Thank you. Have a great day, everyone.